Recently, I learned the most dangerous thing you can do is satisfy your curiosity. That clicking the wrong link at the wrong time can change everything about how you see the world, and more importantly, how the world sees you. I'm a librarian at the University of Manchester, spending my days cataloguing books and helping students find obscure references for their dissertations. My relationship with computers extends about as far as checking emails and the occasional Netflix binge. But after my divorce last year, I found myself with far too much time on my hands and a flat in Chorlton that felt uncomfortably quiet most evenings. It started innocently enough. A colleague mentioned something called the dark web during our lunch break, describing it as this hidden internet where you could find anything. She was talking about buying prescription medications without a prescription. Nothing sinister, just trying to get around the ridiculous waiting times at her GP. The way she described it made it sound like some sort of digital black market, accessible but mysterious. I suppose I was bored more than anything else. After spending another evening watching repeats of Location, and finishing a bottle of Malbec on my own, I decided to have a look. How difficult could it be? The Tor browser was surprisingly easy to download. Within about 20 minutes, I was browsing what looked like a much seedier version of the regular internet. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Drug marketplaces, fake IDs, stolen credit card details. The sort of thing that made me feel like I was doing something mildly rebellious without actually breaking any laws, just by looking. I spent a few evenings casually browsing, more fascinated by the structure of it all than interested in buying anything illegal. There were forums discussing everything from cryptocurrency to conspiracy theories. It felt like being an anthropologist studying some underground culture, safely removed from any real danger. Then I found the entertainment section. Most of it was what you'd expect: pirated films, illegal streaming sites, that sort of thing. But there were other categories too: live streams, private shows, interactive content. The prices were listed in Bitcoin, which meant nothing to me, but the descriptions were becoming increasingly disturbing. I should have stopped there. I know that now. But there's something about forbidden knowledge that makes it irresistible, isn't there? Like being told not to look down when you're standing at the edge of a cliff. The red room listings were buried several clicks deep in a section that required additional verification to access. The name itself should have been warning enough, but I'd convinced myself I was just exploring, just satisfying intellectual curiosity. The descriptions were vague, but clearly implied live-streamed violence. Real people, real harm, real-time interaction from viewers who could influence what happened. I told myself I'd never actually watch one. I was just researching, trying to understand how such things could exist. But the more I read about them, the more fascinated I became. Not by the violence itself, but by the infrastructure. How did they operate? Who were the people involved? How did payment systems work? How did they avoid law enforcement? The forum discussions were the most disturbing part. Users would discuss previous shows, like they were reviewing films on IMDb. They had favorite performers, they made requests, they shared technical tips for better streaming quality. They spoke about human suffering with the casual enthusiasm of hobbyists discussing model railways. I started checking the forums more regularly, not daily, but every few days. I told myself I was conducting research, maybe even gathering information that could be useful to authorities. Really, I think I was just drawn to the darkness of it all, the same way people slow down to stare at car accidents. After about a month of this casual browsing, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. One of the regular forum users had a location tag that said Manchester, UK time zones in their posts. references to local news events. This wasn't some anonymous figure operating from Eastern Europe or Southeast Asia. This was someone nearby, someone who might shop at the same Tesco as me, someone who might have been sitting next to me on the bus. I started paying more attention to their posts. They were a frequent contributor, offering technical advice about streaming setups, discussing upcoming shows, sharing what they called reviews of past events. Their username was Viewer1, and they seemed to have some sort of insider knowledge about how these operations worked. Then they posted something that made me shut my laptop immediately. They mentioned a location, not specifically, but descriptively, an abandoned industrial building near the canal, somewhere in the direction of Trafford Park. They were discussing technical challenges with soundproofing and internet connectivity, complaining about the difficulties of operating in such locations while maintaining security and anonymity. I recognized the area they were describing. I'd walked past it several times during my weekend runs along the canal towpath. A derelict textile factory that had been empty for years, surrounded by overgrown wasteland and partially collapsed outbuildings. The sort of place you'd expect to find used needles and broken glass, not sophisticated streaming equipment. For several days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I tried to focus on work, my mind would drift back to that forum post. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as fantasy, someone making up stories for internet points. But the technical details were too specific, too practical. This read like someone with genuine experience, not someone spinning elaborate fiction. I decided to walk past the building on my next weekend run. Just to look, just to satisfy my curiosity. If it looked completely abandoned and undisturbed, I could put the whole thing out of my mind. If there were signs of recent activity, well, I hadn't decided what I'd do then. The factory was about 3 miles from my flat, nestled between the canal and a section of wasteland that the council had been promising to develop for years. I'd run past it dozens of times before without paying much attention. It was just part of the landscape, another piece of Manchester's industrial heritage slowly rotting away. But this time, I looked more carefully. The main building was 5 stories of red brick and broken windows, exactly the sort of structure that would normally be completely inaccessible to anyone without climbing equipment. But around the back, partially hidden by overgrown shrubs, was a section where the ground floor windows had been carefully boarded up, rather than just smashed. The boards were weathered, but looked more recent than the general decay of the building. More concerning were the subtle signs of recent human activity. A section of grass that had been flattened by foot traffic, cigarette butts that weren't yet soggy from multiple rainfalls, a section of chain link fence that had been cut and carefully repositioned to look intact from a distance. I stood there for probably 20 minutes, pretending to stretch after my run, while actually studying the building. No obvious security cameras, but that didn't mean much. No sounds from inside, but the walls were thick brick that would muffle most noise. No vehicles parked nearby, but there were several access routes that would allow discreet arrival and departure. I should have called the police. I should have reported my suspicions and let trained investigators handle whatever was happening. Instead, I went home and checked the forums again. Viewer 1 had posted an update. They were planning another show for the following weekend, Saturday night, sometime after midnight. They mentioned improved audio quality, better camera angles, and special interactive features for premium subscribers. The casual tone of the post, discussing human suffering like a product launch, made me feel physically sick. I spent the entire week in a state of anxious distraction. My colleagues at the library noticed I was distant and distracted. I caught myself staring out the window during meetings, my mind replaying forum posts and imagining what might be happening in that abandoned building. Friday night, I barely slept. I kept checking the forums, watching for updates, looking for any indication that I'd misunderstood something. But Viewer One continued posting technical updates and responding to questions from other users. Everything suggested that something was definitely planned for the following evening. Saturday evening, I tried to distract myself with normal activities. I cooked dinner, watched television, started reading a book, but by 11 o'clock, I couldn't concentrate on anything except what might be happening just a few miles away. I put on dark clothing and walked to the canal. I told myself I was just going to observe from a distance, maybe document anything suspicious and report it to authorities on Monday morning. I wasn't planning to intervene directly or put myself in danger. The towpath was completely deserted, which wasn't unusual for a Saturday night in October. The streetlights were spaced far apart, creating long stretches of shadow between pools of orange light. By the time I reached the factory, it was nearly midnight. The building looked exactly the same as it had during my daytime visit, but now there were subtle signs of activity. A faint glow from one of the upper floor windows, barely visible behind what looked like blackout material. The sound of a generator running somewhere inside, so quiet it was almost masked by ambient city noise. I found a position behind some overgrown shrubs where I could watch the building without being easily spotted. The generator sound continued, joined occasionally by other mechanical noises I couldn't identify. Once, I thought I heard voices, but I might have been imagining it. Around 1 o'clock, a van arrived. It parked behind the building, in an area not visible from the main road. 2 figures got out and entered through what must have been a rear entrance. They moved with the purposeful efficiency of people following a familiar routine. 30 minutes later, another vehicle arrived, then another. By 2 o'clock, there were 4 vehicles parked behind the building, all positioned to avoid casual observation. I should have left then. I should have gathered whatever evidence I could and reported it to authorities. Instead, I found myself moving closer to the building, trying to find a position where I might be able to see or hear more clearly. The rear of the building had several ground floor windows that were boarded up, but not completely sealed. Through gaps in the boards, I caught glimpses of artificial light and shadows moving inside. The generator noise was louder here, joined by the hum of electronic equipment and occasional voices. I was crouched behind an old shipping container, probably 30 yards from the building, when I heard footsteps approaching from behind me. I turned around slowly, my heart hammering, expecting to see security guards or police officers. Instead, I saw a figure in dark clothing, walking directly towards my hiding position with obvious intent. They weren't trying to be stealthy. They knew exactly where I was. The figure stopped about 10 feet away and spoke in a quiet, conversational tone that was somehow more terrifying than any aggressive challenge would have been. They told me I'd been expected. They said Viewer One had noticed unusual traffic patterns in the forums, someone asking the right questions and showing interest in specific locations. They'd been monitoring forum users more carefully lately, tracking digital footprints and cross-referencing with local activity. They explained that I'd been identified and followed during my previous visit to the building. My regular forum browsing had created a profile that made me interesting to them, someone with genuine curiosity, but no obvious law enforcement connections. They offered me a choice. I could walk away immediately, delete my forum accounts, and never return to this area or these websites. Or I could satisfy my curiosity completely, see exactly what I'd been researching, and become part of their community. They made it sound like a reasonable business proposition. They weren't threatening me with violence, just explaining my options with the calm professionalism of someone making a sales pitch. But the implication was clear. Walking away would require their trust that I'd remain silent about what I'd discovered. Staying would require my participation in activities I'd only observed from a distance. I stood there in the darkness, 30 yards from a building where I suspected horrible things were happening, being offered a choice between complicity and silence. Neither option felt like escape. I told them I needed to think about it. They said I had until the next Saturday to decide. They gave me a secure messaging app and an encrypted contact. They said Viewer One was particularly interested in meeting me, someone who'd shown such dedicated research interest in their work. I walked home in a state of shock that I'm still not sure I've recovered from. The casual professionalism of the encounter was almost more disturbing than any direct threat would have been. They spoke about human suffering like a business operation, about my potential involvement like a job interview. It's been 3 weeks since that conversation. I haven't returned to the forums. I haven't used the contact information they gave me. I've avoided running anywhere near that area of the canal. But I haven't called the police either, because part of me knows they were right about one thing. I had been researching their activities with genuine fascination, not just horror. I had been drawn to the forbidden knowledge, the glimpse into darkness that most people never see. They hadn't completely misread my motivations, and because another part of me knows that if they were sophisticated enough to identify and track me through forum activity, they're probably sophisticated enough to monitor whether I contact authorities. The choice they offered me probably wasn't as simple as they made it sound. I still check my usual websites. I still go to work at the library. I still run along different sections of canal, avoiding the area near Trafford Park. I try to maintain normal routines and convince myself that the whole experience was some sort of elaborate hoax or misunderstanding. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself thinking about Viewer One's invitation, about what exactly I might learn if I satisfied my curiosity completely, about whether the line between observer and participant is as clear as I'd always assumed. The secure messaging app is still installed on my phone. The encrypted contact information is still saved in my notes. Every Saturday evening, I find myself wondering what choice I'm actually going to make. Imagine if the biggest mistake in your life came from being curious about something you saw in a film. That's what happened to my nephew, Tom, and it's why I can't sleep properly anymore. He was 16, the kind of kid who spent his weekends helping his gran with her garden and riding his bike down to the harbour to watch the fishing boats come in. Not the sort you'd expect to get mixed up in something dark, but that's the thing about curiosity. It doesn't discriminate. It started last autumn when he watched some thriller at the cinema in Truro about people being kidnapped and forced to perform for online audiences. The film made it seem like these things actually happened, that there were websites hidden beneath the normal internet where people paid to watch terrible things in real time. Most adults would have dismissed it as Hollywood nonsense, but 16-year-olds don't have that filter yet. Tom lived with his mum in Polperro, one of those picture postcard Cornish villages where everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting thing that usually happens is a tourist getting stuck in the narrow streets with a rental car. His dad had left when he was small, so it was just the two of them in a cottage overlooking the harbour. She worked at the local primary school and trusted him to be sensible while she was out. The trouble began when he started researching whether the film's premise was real. He found a Reddit thread discussing the movie, where users debated its authenticity. Most dismissed it as fiction, but a few claimed to know otherwise. One user posted a cryptic comment: "The rabbit hole goes deeper than Hollywood thinks. PM me if you're actually curious." Tom's curiosity got the better of him. He messaged the user, who responded with a YouTube link disguised as a tutorial for advanced internet privacy. The video seemed innocent enough. A bearded man in a basement explaining VPNs and encryption. But buried in the comments section were breadcrumbs, references to Tor, specific forum names, and invitation codes. It took him several weeks to work out how to access these hidden networks. The learning curve was steep, but he persisted, documenting his progress in a private Discord server he'd created. Looking back, that was his first mistake, creating a digital trail of his journey into the shadows. When he finally managed to connect, he spent hours exploring, fascinated by this parallel internet. Most of what he found was disappointing. Defunct forums, conspiracy sites, and pages that looked like they'd been abandoned for years. But he kept searching, following links and recommendations, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing the very type of content he'd seen in the film. Users shared links and recommendations with clinical detachment, discussing authenticity like film critics. Reading through the posts, he realized that what he thought was pure fiction might actually exist. The sites themselves were surprisingly primitive. Basic interfaces that looked like they'd been cobbled together by amateurs. Most required payments through complicated systems, but several offered preview sections that were freely available. The previews were disturbing enough. Grainy footage of people in windowless rooms, movements too natural to be acted, reactions too genuine to be scripted. What bothered him most was how organized it seemed, despite the amateur appearance. This wasn't random content uploaded by individuals. Someone was running a proper operation with regular schedules and systematic approach. The forums contained discussions about production quality, request systems, and expansion plans. From what he could gather, the operation was smaller than the film had suggested, but more real. It seemed to be an emerging network, testing methods and building capabilities rather than some vast established enterprise. The amateurish appearance was deliberate, designed to look like a few perverts with cameras rather than something more coordinated. The discussions revealed they were actively recruiting both participants and what they called local assets, people who could provide information about potential targets in their areas. They weren't just looking for victims. They needed intelligence gatherers, people who understood local dynamics and could spot opportunities. Tom's mistake was engaging with the forum using the same username he'd used elsewhere online. His digital footprint was surprisingly extensive. Gaming forums, social media, even school project submissions. Anyone looking could piece together his real identity, location, and interests within hours. The first sign they'd noticed him came through his Discord server. Files appeared that he hadn't uploaded. Screenshots of his own posts, maps of Polperro with his cottage marked, even photos of him taken from his school's website. Someone had been systematically cataloging his online presence. His laptop's webcam began activating randomly, the little light blinking on during the night. When he covered it, files on his desktop would be subtly altered, documents renamed, folders reorganized, photos edited with barely visible changes. They were demonstrating access to his digital life, showing him how completely they could invade his privacy. The psychological pressure was subtle but effective. His browsing history would be altered to include sites he'd never visited. His social media accounts would show login attempts from locations across the country, and his email would receive messages that seemed to know details about his daily routine. Sleep became almost impossible. He'd lie awake wondering if the webcam was recording, if his microphone was listening, if his every keystroke was being monitored. The laptop that had been his window to the world became a source of constant anxiety. The surveillance escalated when someone began asking questions about him in the village. His mum mentioned that a stranger had approached her at the school, claiming to be conducting research on rural internet infrastructure. The questions had been specifically about teenage online habits and computer literacy in the area. They'd identified him as potentially useful, a tech-savvy local teenager with detailed knowledge of the community, living in an area with limited police presence and isolated enough for discreet operations. But more than that, they needed a test subject for their Cornwall expansion, and Tom had unknowingly volunteered by documenting his journey into their world. The breakthrough came when he found evidence of their local operations. Forum posts discussed reconnaissance trips to Cornwall, photos of abandoned buildings within driving distance of Polperro, and conversations about the advantages of working in rural areas. They weren't just theoretically interested in his region. They were actively preparing to operate there. More disturbing was discovering that several local teenagers were already being discussed as potential targets. He recognized names from his school, descriptions of people he knew, references to family situations and social media activity. The users weren't just planning, they were already gathering intelligence. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as both an asset and a target hit him hard. His online activities had demonstrated his capabilities, whilst his location made him valuable for local intelligence. By exploring their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploiting curiosity. The direct contact began with a message on his Discord server. "We know you've been watching. Time to be useful." Attached was a single photo, his bedroom window, taken from outside the cottage. The message was clear. They could reach him whenever they wanted. Instead of dramatic confrontations, they offered a simple arrangement: help with basic intelligence gathering, monitoring social media, noting when people traveled, identifying vulnerable individuals, and his online activities would remain private. Refuse and his browsing history would be shared with his mum, his school, the local police. The work started small. Screenshot certain social media posts, note when families mentioned holiday plans, track the online activity of specific teenagers. Nothing that seemed directly harmful, but each task connected him deeper into their operations. Tom tried to resist, but the leverage was too strong. They'd compiled a comprehensive dossier of his dark web exploration, complete with timestamps, screenshots, and a detailed analysis of his interests. His curiosity had been weaponized against him. The psychological control was masterful. They never threatened violence, never demanded anything obviously criminal. Instead, they gradually normalized his cooperation, making each new request seem like a natural progression from the last. His moral boundaries eroded through small compromises that individually seemed manageable. One autumn evening, the power went out across the peninsula during a storm. Not the dramatic blackout of horror films, but the kind of routine outage that rural areas experience regularly. Tom's mum went to stay with a friend whose house had a generator, leaving him alone in the cottage. 2 days later, a small package arrived with no return address. Inside was a USB drive and a single slip of paper with login credentials. The drive contained access to a private forum where his username was already recognized. His handlers had decided his period of basic intelligence gathering was over. It was time for more direct involvement. The USB drive contained detailed profiles of local teenagers, complete with photos, social media analysis, and vulnerability assessments. His job was to verify the information, add local context, and identify the most promising targets. His transformation from observer to participant was complete. He spent the next several hours reading through files that contained painfully detailed information about people he'd known all his life. The profiles weren't just demographic data. They included psychological assessments, family dynamics, and exploitation strategies. Someone had invested serious effort in understanding his community. By dawn, he understood his true role in their operation. He wasn't just providing intelligence, he was helping them select victims from his own community. His local knowledge, gained through a lifetime of village life, was being used to identify which of his neighbors were most vulnerable to manipulation. The trap had been perfectly constructed. His eagerness to understand had provided the initial contact. His digital footprint had given them leverage, and his local knowledge made him indispensable. Every choice he'd made since watching that film had led him deeper into their web. The network's activities in Cornwall expanded gradually over the following months. Tom's intelligence proved accurate and valuable, enabling them to operate with confidence in an area they'd never worked before. Every few weeks, they'd remind him they still had the files. Just in case he forgot, his cooperation had made their expansion possible. The guilt was overwhelming. Missing person reports, worried parents, teenagers who disappeared for days before returning changed, all traced back to information he'd provided. His questions had been transformed into complicity, his knowledge into a weapon against his own community. The authorities remained unaware of the network's activities. They investigated individual incidents without recognizing the pattern, pursued obvious suspects without understanding the sophisticated recruitment and control methods being employed. Their traditional approaches were inadequate for addressing a threat this well organized. Tom's academic performance collapsed as the psychological pressure mounted. He started keeping lists of everything he said to everyone, terrified he might forget who knew what. Teachers noticed his declining grades and withdrawal from social activities, but attributed them to typical teenage stress. The real source of his problems couldn't be discussed with anyone. The network continued to grow, not through dramatic expansion, but through careful cultivation of assets like Tom. They were building a distributed operation, using local knowledge and digital leverage to establish footholds in communities across the country. What had started as curiosity about a film had become participation in something far more sinister. The most disturbing realization was that Tom's story wasn't unique. The network's recruitment methods were systematic and repeatable, designed to convert questions into complicity. They were building a network of reluctant accomplices, each trapped by their own digital footprints and moral compromises. As I write this, Tom is still in Polperro, still providing intelligence, still carrying secrets that age him beyond his years. The boy who just wanted answers about a film has been replaced by someone who understands too much about the darkness that exists beneath the surface of normal life. The network continues to operate and expand, feeding on the natural inquisitiveness of young people who stumble across references to its activities. Each new recruit follows a similar path: initial questions, gradual involvement, eventual complicity. The cycle perpetuates itself, growing stronger with each iteration. But what haunts me most isn't Tom's story, or even the network's continued operation. It's the realization that right now, someone reading this might be wondering if such things could really exist. Someone might be inquisitive enough to start looking, to start searching, to take the first steps down a path that leads to the same destination. The strangest thing about finding yourself in the middle of a horror story is how ordinary everything feels right up until it doesn't. I'm a freelance graphic designer, nothing special, living in a cramped flat above a chip shop in Hackney. The kind of person who orders too much takeaway and falls asleep watching Netflix documentaries. Not exactly the sort you'd expect to stumble into something that would change everything. It started because of Danny, my flatmate's younger brother. He'd been staying with us for a few weeks after dropping out of university, much to his parents' horror. Danny was one of those lads who thought he knew everything about computers, but really just knew how to download things he shouldn't and act smug about it. The kind who'd lecture you about privacy whilst posting every meal on Instagram. One evening in March, I came home to find Danny hunched over his laptop at the kitchen table, looking pale as milk. He quickly shut the screen when I walked in, but not before I caught a glimpse of what looked like a chat room with dozens of messages scrolling past. Nothing unusual there, except Danny looked genuinely shaken, which was odd for someone who spent most of his time arguing with strangers online. Over the next few days, I noticed changes in him. He'd always been a bit of a night owl, but now he was staying up until dawn, emerging from his room only to grab food or use the bathroom. The bags under his eyes grew darker, and he jumped at every small noise. When I asked if he was all right, he just mumbled something about a project he was working on. The following week, Danny disappeared. Not dramatically, just packed his things whilst we were out, and left a note saying he'd decided to go travelling. His brother seemed relieved, honestly. Danny had been getting stranger by the day, barely speaking and spending all his time online. We assumed he'd finally sorted himself out and moved on. 3 months later, I was clearing out the spare room when I found Danny's old external hard drive wedged behind the radiator. Curiosity got the better of me. Most of it was the usual rubbish you'd expect from a 20-year-old, but buried in a folder labeled uni stuff were dozens of screenshots that made my stomach turn. The images showed what appeared to be a streaming interface, dark and minimal, with a video player displaying various rooms. Some looked like basements or warehouses, others like normal bedrooms or kitchens. Each stream had a viewer count and a chat sidebar filled with usernames I couldn't pronounce. The screenshots captured moments that looked disturbingly real. People in distress, sometimes alone, sometimes not. At first, I thought it might be some kind of elaborate horror game or interactive fiction, but the timestamps on the files suggested Danny had been accessing these streams regularly over several weeks. The final screenshot was dated just 2 days before he'd left, showing a room I recognized. It was his bedroom, taken from the angle of his webcam, but the image showed him sleeping, whilst the chat beside it was filled with messages about him. I should have deleted everything and forgotten about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Danny might be in trouble. After some research, I learned about the dark web and how to access it safely. I'm no computer expert, but I'm not completely hopeless either, and the instructions weren't as complicated as I'd expected. Finding the site again took weeks of searching through hidden forums and following cryptic links. When I finally located it, the interface was exactly as Danny's screenshots had shown. A grid of streams, each showing different locations, some with people, others empty. The viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The chat moved too quickly to read properly, a constant scroll of messages in multiple languages. I watched for hours, trying to understand what I was seeing, Most streams seemed to show people going about normal activities, unaware they were being watched. Cooking, reading, sleeping. It felt voyeuristic, but not necessarily sinister. Then I found the premium section. The premium streams required some form of verification I couldn't work out, but the preview thumbnails were enough to make me feel sick. These weren't people living their normal lives. These were deliberate performances, and not the kind anyone would volunteer for. One stream caught my attention because the location looked familiar. The room was sparse, with concrete walls and a single window set high up. It reminded me of the basement storage areas in council housing blocks, the kind where residents keep their Christmas decorations and broken furniture. As I watched, someone entered the frame, but the image quality was too poor to make out details. The chat beside this stream was different from the others. Instead of random messages, users seemed to be making requests or suggestions. I watched in horrifying fascination as these instructions appeared to be followed. The person in the room would move or act according to what the viewers demanded. Over the following weeks, I found myself drawn back to the site regularly. I told myself I was looking for clues about Danny, but really, I think I was just fascinated by the grotesque spectacle of it all. The streams never seemed to end, cycling through different locations and different people. Some faces appeared regularly, others only once. I started recognizing patterns. Certain usernames appeared in multiple chats, seeming to have influence over what happened. Some streams would suddenly cut to black, only to resume hours or days later with new occupants. The premium section grew, offering more extreme content for users who could prove their commitment to the community. The breakthrough came when I spotted Danny in one of the regular streams. He wasn't a victim, he was working behind the camera. I caught glimpses of him adjusting equipment, checking messages, sometimes speaking to people off-screen. He looked different, thinner and more focused, but it was definitely him. The realization that my flatmate's brother wasn't missing, but was actively involved in running these streams changed everything. I started paying closer attention to the technical side, trying to work out how the operation functioned. The streams appeared to be broadcast from multiple locations across the UK, possibly Europe, with sophisticated systems for avoiding detection. More disturbing was the discovery that many viewers weren't just passive observers. They were paying for influence, contributing resources, even providing locations and equipment. The whole thing operated like a twisted social network, with users building reputations and gaining access to more extreme content. I began documenting everything, taking screenshots and notes, thinking I might eventually take it to the police. But the more I learned, the more I realized how difficult that would be. The site was designed to be untraceable, the users anonymous, the evidence ephemeral. Even if authorities could locate the servers, they'd find nothing but empty rooms and abandoned equipment. Then one evening, whilst watching a stream from what looked like an abandoned warehouse in East London, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In the background, barely visible through a grimy window, was the distinctive tower block where I lived. The camera angle suggested the warehouse was less than half a mile from my flat. I spent the next day walking around the industrial estate near my building, looking for anything that matched what I'd seen on screen. Most of the warehouses were still in use or had been converted to flats. But one building at the end of a dead-end road stood empty, its windows boarded up. That night, I watched the stream more carefully, looking for any details that might confirm the location. During a quiet moment, I heard something that made my chest tighten. Through the audio feed came the distant sound of the Northern Line trains pulling into the nearby station. the same sound I heard from my bedroom window every night. The warehouse was practically on my doorstep, and I'd been watching people being held there for weeks without realizing it. I should have called the police immediately, but something held me back. What if I was wrong? What if it was just coincidence? The streams operated on such a scale that surely law enforcement already knew about them. Maybe this was all part of some larger investigation I'd stumble into and compromise. Instead, I decided to take a closer look myself. Just to confirm the location, I told myself. Nothing more than that. The next evening, I walked past the warehouse several times, trying to look casual. The building appeared genuinely abandoned, with no signs of activity. But as I lingered near the entrance, I noticed something odd. Despite the boarded windows and general air of dereliction, there were fresh tire marks in the dirt near the loading bay. I was about to leave when I heard voices coming from inside the building. Low, conversational tones, too muffled to make out words, but definitely present. As I moved closer to try to hear better, my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had sent me a private message on the streaming site. I'd never interacted with anyone there, never even created a proper account, so receiving direct contact was impossible. Yet there it was, a simple message that made my knees weak. The message contained just my full name and address, followed by a single line. "We appreciate dedicated viewers. Please step away from the building." I ran home faster than I'd moved since school sports day, my mind racing with questions about how they'd identified me, how long they'd known I was watching, what else they might have discovered about my life. Back in my flat, I immediately tried to access the streaming site again, but the link no longer worked. Every saved bookmark, every cached page, everything had vanished, as if it had never existed. Even Danny's screenshots from the hard drive were gone, leaving only empty folders. For days afterwards, I barely left the flat. Every noise in the hallway made me jump. Every unfamiliar face on the street seemed suspicious. I kept checking my phone for more messages, my laptop for signs of intrusion, but nothing came. Weeks passed, and gradually, I began to convince myself that I'd overreacted. Maybe the message had been a prank, or a coincidence, or even something I'd imagined in my paranoid state. The warehouse remained abandoned, with no signs of the activity I thought I'd witnessed. But then Danny came back. He appeared at our door one rainy Tuesday morning, looking exactly as he had when he'd left months earlier. Same clothes, same rucksack, even the same cocky smile. His brother welcomed him back without question, and life resumed as if nothing had happened. Except Danny was different now. He moved with purpose, carried himself with confidence, and seemed to know things he shouldn't. He'd ask about my work before I mentioned any projects, reference conversations I'd had with people he'd never met, make casual observations about my routines that felt too specific to be guesses. Most unsettling was the way he'd look at me sometimes, with expression that suggested he knew exactly what I'd been doing during his absence. Not accusatory, just aware, like we shared a secret neither of us would ever discuss. The warehouse at the end of the dead-end road was demolished last month, replaced by a small block of expensive flats. I walk past the construction site regularly, but there's no trace of what might have been there before. The workers I've spoken to say they found nothing unusual when they cleared the building, just the usual debris you'd expect from an abandoned property. Danny still lives with us, still spends hours on his laptop, still emerges from his room at odd hours, looking like he hasn't slept. But now, when I pass him in the hallway, he nods at me with something that might be respect, or acknowledgement, or warning. I never found another working link to the streaming site, though I suspect it's still out there, operating under different names, different systems, different faces. Sometimes, late at night, when the trains have stopped running and the chip shop below has closed, I think I can hear voices through the walls. Quiet conversations, muffled instructions, the soft hum of electronic equipment. But that might just be my imagination, shaped by weeks of watching things I should never have seen. The mind has a way of creating patterns where none exist, finding connections that aren't really there. At least, that's what I tell myself when I wake up at 3 in the morning, convinced someone's been in my room whilst I was sleeping. I think the most important lesson I've learned is that some threats don't announce themselves with dramatic music or warning signs. They slip quietly into your life through the devices you trust most. I learned this 3 months ago, and I haven't slept properly since. I work in digital marketing for a medium-sized agency in Bristol. Nothing particularly exciting, mostly managing social media campaigns and designing promotional materials for local businesses. I've always been glued to my phone, both for work and personal use. My girlfriend used to joke that I'd scroll through Instagram, even during the apocalypse. Ex-girlfriend now, actually. We broke up around a month before all this started. Nothing dramatic. Just one of those relationships that gradually fades out when you realize you're better as friends. After the breakup, I moved into a small flat on the outskirts of the city. One of those newer builds with paper-thin walls where you can hear your neighbors sneeze. I developed this habit of scrolling through my phone in bed before sleep. Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever would keep my mind occupied. I'd always leave my AirDrop on, mainly because I frequently shared files between my phone and laptop, and I was too lazy to keep turning it on and off. I never really thought about the security implications. Why would I? I lived in a decent area, and most AirDrop requests were just people sharing memes on public transport. It was a Tuesday night in early March when it happened. I remember because I'd had a particularly tedious day at work dealing with a client who couldn't decide what shade of blue they wanted for their logo. I'd gotten into bed around midnight, flat dark except for the blue glow of my phone screen, illuminating my face as I mindlessly scrolled through social media. Outside, a light rain tapped against my bedroom window, and somewhere in the distance, a car alarm kept going off intermittently. That's when the AirDrop notification appeared on my screen. Unknown device would like to share a photo. The preview thumbnail was too small to make out clearly, but it looked like some kind of map or location pin. Normally, I'd have declined any random AirDrop requests, but something about being half asleep and curious made me accept it. It's amazing how one thoughtless tap can change everything. The photo loaded, and I immediately felt more alert. It was a Google Maps screenshot with a red pin dropped on a specific location. Below the image were coordinates typed in plain text. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably someone trying to send their location to a friend and accidentally airdropping it to me instead. But something about it made me uncomfortable enough to actually check the coordinates. I copied the numbers and pasted them into Google Maps. The map centered and zoomed in on a location that made my blood run cold. It was my street. Not just my street, but specifically my block of flats. I sat up in bed suddenly wide awake. This had to be a coincidence, right? Maybe a neighbor was trying to send their address to someone and misclicked. I stared at my phone, half expecting another AirDrop to come through with an apology or explanation. None came. I got out of bed and went to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to peer out at the street below. The rain had picked up. blurring the streetlights into hazy orange globes. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No suspicious figures standing under lampposts. No parked cars with people sitting inside them. Just the empty street, wet pavement reflecting the lights. I turned off AirDrop, put my phone on silent, and tried to sleep. I told myself it was nothing. A random coincidence, a technical glitch, or at worst, some neighbor playing a prank. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about those coordinates and how precisely they matched my location. The next morning, I'd almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. In the harsh light of day, the incident seemed less sinister. I even turned AirDrop back on, though I set it to contacts only rather than everyone. I went to work, had another mundane day arguing about color schemes, and returned home feeling foolish about my midnight paranoia. That night, as I was once again in bed scrolling through my phone, another notification appeared. Not AirDrop this time, but an email. The subject line was simply the same coordinates from the night before. The sender's address was a random string of numbers and letters at a domain I didn't recognize. My thumb hovered over the notification for several seconds before I finally tapped it. The email contained no text, just an attachment, a photo. When I opened it, I felt my stomach drop. It was a picture of me from earlier that day, standing at my kitchen window, washing dishes. The photo had clearly been taken from somewhere outside my flat, looking in. I immediately closed the blinds and checked that my door was locked. My heart pounded in my chest as I moved from room to room, making sure all windows were secured. I considered calling the police but hesitated. What would I tell them? That someone sent me coordinates and a photo? They'd hardly consider that an emergency. Instead, I called a friend who works in IT security. I tried to sound calm as I explained what had happened, but there was an edge to my voice that I couldn't hide. He asked about my online presence, whether I'd made anyone angry recently, if I used the same passwords across multiple sites, standard security questions that did nothing to address the fact that someone was physically watching me. He suggested I reset all my passwords, enable two-factor authentication, and check for any unusual apps or permissions on my devices. I did all of that, and also went through my social media, removing location tags from photos and tightening privacy settings. For good measure, I disconnected my smart TV and even put tape over my laptop's webcam. Paranoid, perhaps, but at that point, I didn't care. I barely slept that night, keeping one eye on the door and the other on my phone, which I'd set to airplane mode. The next day at work, I was distracted and irritable. Every notification made me jump, and I kept feeling like someone was watching me. My boss noticed and suggested I take the rest of the week off. I didn't argue. When I got home, I found a small package leaning against my door. No postmark, no delivery information, just a padded envelope with my name handwritten on the front. I stood in the hallway staring at it for what felt like minutes, afraid to touch it. Eventually, I used a pen to drag it inside before closing and locking the door behind me. I should have called the police then. I should have left it unopened. But curiosity, that same fatal curiosity that had made me accept the AirDrop, got the better of me. I carefully opened the envelope, half expecting it to contain something dangerous. Inside was a USB drive and a folded piece of paper. The paper contained more coordinates, different from the first set. When I checked them on my phone, they pointed to a location about 20 miles outside the city, in a rural area I wasn't familiar with. Against my better judgment, I plugged the USB drive into my laptop. It contained a single video file. I clicked play and immediately wished I hadn't. The video showed someone, me, from various angles throughout the previous week. Me leaving my flat in the morning. Me at a cafe near my office. Me shopping at the supermarket. Me through the windows of my flat at night. The footage was clearly taken over several days from different locations, sometimes zoomed in from a distance, sometimes from frighteningly close proximity. The final clip was the most disturbing. It showed me asleep in my bed, filmed from inside my bedroom. The camera moved closer until it was directly over me, looking down at my unconscious face. A gloved hand appeared in the frame, hovering just above my cheek, not quite touching. The video ended with text appearing on screen. The coordinates are a meeting place. Come alone tomorrow at midnight, or the next video goes to everyone in your contact list. I know things about you that would destroy your life. I ripped the USB drive out of my laptop and threw it across the room. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had stood over me while I slept. I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out the door, not stopping until I reached my car. I drove straight to a friend's house on the other side of the city. I told my friend I'd had a break-in, which wasn't entirely untrue. I spent that night on their sofa, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I went to the police station and reported everything. The airdrop, the email, the USB, the video. They took it seriously, especially the footage from inside my flat, but warned me that these cases were difficult to solve. Whoever was doing this was tech-savvy and careful. They advised me not to go to the coordinates and to stay with friends until they could investigate further. I didn't go to the meeting place, of course. I'm not that stupid. Instead, I stayed at my friend's place, changed all my contact information, and eventually moved to a different city altogether. The police never found who was responsible. They suggested it might be connected to the dark web, possibly someone who had accessed my personal information through data breaches and decided to target me for their own twisted entertainment. It's been 3 months now. I've moved twice more since then. I don't use social media anymore. I've changed my name. I keep AirDrop permanently disabled and check for cameras everywhere I go. I sleep with the lights on when I manage to sleep at all. No more videos have appeared, no more coordinates. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I could swear I hear the soft click of a camera shutter. And occasionally, my phone will light up with a notification from an unknown sender that disappears before I can open it. The police have a theory that I was targeted through a dark web service where people pay to have strangers stalked, a form of entertainment for those sick enough to enjoy watching someone's life unravel from fear. They call it real-life streaming or surveillance tourism. The idea that someone paid to watch me, to terrify me, to turn my life into their personal horror show, keeps me awake at night more than any bump in the dark ever could. Because the thing about the dark web is that it's not just some abstract digital space. It's a marketplace where your privacy, your security, your peace of mind can be bought and sold without your knowledge. And once you've been chosen, you never really know if they've stopped watching or just gotten better at hiding. Sometimes I wonder about those coordinates, about what would have happened if I'd gone to that meeting place. But I know I made the right choice. Some questions are better left unanswered, because on the dark web, your life is just content for someone else's entertainment, and the show only ends when they decide it does. Three months ago, I was just a night security guard at a business park in Reading, spending my shifts reading books and doing crosswords. Now, I'm in protective custody somewhere in Wales, and my testimony about what I saw through CCTV cameras could expose a Red Room operation that's been broadcasting murders to thousands of viewers, while I unknowingly watched it all happen in real time. I've worked security for Morrison Security Services for about 2 years. It's easy work most of the time. Monitor CCTV feeds, do periodic building checks, log any incidents in the security report. The business park I cover has about 20 units, mostly small manufacturing companies and storage facilities that operate during normal business hours. My job is to make sure nothing gets broken into overnight. The unit that changed everything was Industrial Solutions Loyalty, a company that rented one of the larger warehouse spaces about 4 months ago. According to their lease application, they were in import-export, dealing with specialized equipment for various industries. They kept normal business hours initially, with delivery trucks arriving during the day and staff leaving by early evening. Industrial Solutions was run by a man called David Chen, who seemed professional and legitimate when he signed the lease. He explained that his company required enhanced security and privacy due to the sensitive nature of their work with international clients. This meant upgrading the CCTV coverage in their section of the business park and installing additional monitoring equipment. The upgraded surveillance system was impressive. High-definition cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recording equipment, and monitoring software that could track movement patterns and identify unusual activity. David explained that his clients required this level of security documentation for insurance and compliance purposes. As the security guard responsible for monitoring these feeds, I was trained to use the new equipment and given specific instructions about documenting any activity around Industrial Solutions. This included logging delivery times, recording visitor details, and maintaining detailed reports about anyone who accessed their facility outside normal business hours. Initially, everything seemed routine. Delivery trucks during the day, occasional evening meetings with what appeared to be international clients, and standard warehouse activities. The enhanced CCTV coverage meant I could monitor their operations more thoroughly than other units, but nothing seemed suspicious or concerning. About 6 weeks after Industrial Solutions moved in, their activity patterns began to change. Instead of finishing by early evening, staff would often remain until very late at night. The types of deliveries also shifted. Fewer commercial trucks and more unmarked vans arriving at unusual hours, often staying for extended periods. David explained these changes when I mentioned them in my security reports. He said the company was expanding into time-sensitive international markets that required round-the-clock operations. The unusual delivery schedule was necessary to coordinate with clients in different time zones who needed immediate access to specialized equipment. The nighttime activities gradually became more frequent and elaborate. I'd watch through the CCTV feeds as people moved equipment around the warehouse, set up what appeared to be temporary work areas, and conducted meetings that sometimes lasted until dawn. The enhanced surveillance system captured everything in remarkable detail. Around this time, David asked me to expand my monitoring responsibilities. Beyond standard security surveillance, he needed detailed documentation of all activities around their facility for what he called operational compliance purposes. This meant reviewing recorded footage, creating timestamped logs of events, and maintaining archives of particularly important activities. The compliance documentation work paid substantially better than standard security duties, and David assured me it was just administrative record-keeping required by his international clients. I welcomed the additional income and found the work straightforward enough, essentially creating detailed reports about what I was already observing through the CCTV system. As weeks passed, the activities I was documenting became increasingly unusual. The warehouse would be reconfigured regularly, with temporary structures assembled and dismantled between sessions. Professional lighting equipment would be set up around specific areas, along with what appeared to be sophisticated recording devices. When I asked David about these activities, he explained that Industrial Solutions had expanded into creating training materials and documentation for their international clients. The temporary setups were necessary for filming instructional videos about equipment operation and safety procedures. The training sessions always followed similar patterns: extensive preparation involving equipment setup and lighting configuration, followed by what appeared to be filming activities, then thorough cleanup and equipment removal. My role was to document the timing and participants involved in these sessions for compliance purposes. The people involved in these training sessions seemed to change regularly, with new participants arriving for each filming event. David explained that this was because they were creating materials for different types of equipment and needed specialists with relevant expertise for each training video. What struck me as odd was how the participants behaved during these sessions. Unlike normal training or instructional filming, the people involved seemed distressed or reluctant. When I mentioned this in my reports, David assured me that realistic safety training required participants to demonstrate genuine concern about potential hazards. About 2 months ago, I started noticing technical equipment around the Industrial Solutions facility that seemed more sophisticated than necessary for creating training videos. Multiple camera angles, professional audio systems, and computer equipment that appeared designed for live broadcasting rather than simple recording. David explained that their clients required real-time access to training materials, necessitating live streaming capabilities. The enhanced technical setup allowed them to broadcast training sessions to international audiences who couldn't attend in person. This explained the sophisticated equipment and the emphasis on precise timing for their filming sessions. My documentation responsibilities expanded to include monitoring the technical aspects of these broadcasts, verifying that streaming equipment was functioning correctly, logging connection quality issues, and maintaining records of broadcast durations and viewer access logs that David's system automatically generated. The viewer logs were remarkable in their scope. Thousands of people from around the world were accessing these training broadcasts, with detailed analytics showing viewing patterns, geographic distribution, and engagement metrics. David's operation was clearly successful in reaching international audiences. 1 month ago, everything changed when I discovered what these broadcasts actually were. While reviewing archived footage for compliance documentation, I noticed that one of the computer monitors visible in the CCTV feed was displaying a dark web interface rather than the normal streaming platform David had described. The interface showed the same warehouse space I'd been monitoring, but it was labeled as a red room with viewer count displays and what appeared to be payment processing systems. The training sessions I'd been documenting weren't educational content. They were live torture and murder broadcasts being streamed to paying audiences on the dark web. The participants I'd watched weren't willing trainers demonstrating safety procedures. They were victims being murdered while thousands of people paid to watch. My detailed compliance documentation had been creating evidence of systematic killing for entertainment, and I'd been unknowingly facilitating the operation by providing security oversight. I realized that Industrial Solutions had never been an import-export company. The entire operation was designed to create a legitimate front for dark web red room broadcasting, using my security monitoring to ensure their activities remained undetected while documenting everything for their own operational purposes. David's emphasis on enhanced security wasn't about protecting valuable equipment. It was about maintaining operational security for systematic murder. The professional CCTV coverage I'd been trained to monitor was partly for his own security, but also to create detailed archives of their broadcasts for premium subscribers. My compliance documentation hadn't been administrative record keeping. It had been creating detailed logs of murder events, participant information, and broadcast analytics that helped David's operation optimize their content for dark web audiences. I'd been an unwitting administrator for a systematic killing operation. When I confronted David about what I'd discovered, he calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved to simply walk away. Months of detailed documentation had created evidence trails that would suggest I was a willing participant, rather than an unknowing observer. My security reports contained information that could only have been gathered through knowing cooperation. David also revealed that my own activities had been under surveillance during this entire period. Security cameras monitoring the security office meant that my reactions to various broadcasts had been documented, showing my gradual normalization of increasingly disturbing content. This footage could be edited to suggest willing participation, rather than unknowing observation. I managed to escape and contact the police, but the investigation has revealed the complexity of prosecuting dark web crimes. The broadcasts were accessed through encrypted networks that make traditional evidence gathering extremely difficult. Most of the direct evidence exists in digital formats that require specialized technical knowledge to authenticate. More problematically, my own involvement creates complications for the prosecution. Months of detailed documentation and security monitoring could be characterized by defense lawyers as evidence of willing participation. My gradual acceptance of increasingly unusual activities could be presented as knowing cooperation rather than professional obligation. The police have moved me to protective custody while they investigate, but they've explained that dark web red room cases are notoriously difficult to prosecute successfully. The technology provides multiple layers of anonymity for operators and viewers, while the evidence often relies on witnesses whose own involvement can be questioned. David's operation has apparently shut down and relocated since my escape, but the police believe it's part of a larger network that operates multiple facilities across the country. Industrial Solutions was just one node in a system that uses legitimate business fronts to hide systematic murder broadcasting. The most disturbing aspect is learning how many people were involved in David's network without understanding what they were facilitating. Delivery drivers, equipment suppliers, cleaning services, and utility workers, all unknowingly supporting an operation that broadcast murder to international audiences. My case has become a test for how effectively law enforcement can prosecute dark web crimes using traditional legal frameworks. The police are trying to build a case that doesn't rely too heavily on my testimony, given the complications created by my unwitting involvement in documenting the operation. I've spent weeks in debriefing sessions, helping investigators understand how David's operation functioned and identifying other potential facilities that might be using similar business models. The scale of the network they've uncovered is far larger than anyone initially suspected. The investigation has revealed that Industrial Solutions was generating substantial revenue through their dark web broadcasts, with thousands of subscribers paying premium rates for access to live murder content. The professional quality and systematic operation made their broadcast particularly valuable to audiences seeking authentic material. I keep thinking about all the victims I watched die through those CCTV feeds, not understanding what I was really observing. People who were murdered while I documented their final moments for compliance reports that helped optimize their killer's broadcasting operation. The police have assured me that my cooperation is essential for prosecuting David's network, but they've also explained that the legal process could take years and that successful convictions are far from guaranteed. Dark web crimes exist in legal grey areas that traditional prosecution methods struggle to address effectively. I'm writing this from a safe house somewhere in Wales, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and the trial process begins. The police believe David's network is still active, and that my testimony poses a significant threat to their continued operations. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to meet with prosecutors who will determine whether my evidence is sufficient to build a case against David's network. But they've warned me that the legal challenges are substantial, and that my own involvement creates complications that defense lawyers will certainly exploit. The most terrifying realization is that David's operation was just one of many similar networks operating across the country. The business park model provides perfect cover for dark web red rooms, using legitimate commercial spaces to hide systematic murder broadcasting, while unknowing security guards document everything. How many other security guards might be unknowingly monitoring murder broadcasts? How many business parks might house similar operations? How many people might be facilitating systematic killing without understanding what they're really observing? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden behind legitimate business fronts, broadcasting authentic murder to paying audiences while ordinary people unknowingly facilitate their activities. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I never thought security work could lead to becoming a witness to systematic murder. I thought the biggest risks were dealing with break-ins or equipment failures. I never imagined that monitoring CCTV feeds could make me complicit in facilitating dark web red room operations. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so horrifying. I spent months watching people die while thinking I was just doing my job, creating detailed documentation that helped optimize their murders for entertainment value. Tomorrow's meeting will determine whether my testimony can help prosecute David's network, or whether the legal complications make a successful case impossible. Either way, I know I'll never be able to work security again. The guard becomes the witness to systematic murder, and there's no way to unsee what I've documented. And somewhere out there, David's network is probably setting up new operations, recruiting new security guards who don't know they're about to become unwitting administrators for the next generation of dark web entertainment. It only takes one bad click to end up somewhere you never intended to go. And once you're there, getting back out isn't always as simple as closing a browser window. I was working part-time security at an office complex in Nottingham, doing the weekend shifts that nobody else wanted. 12-hour days walking around empty buildings, checking doors that were always locked, watching CCTV screens that never showed anything more interesting than the occasional fox crossing the car park. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the boredom was crushing. Most of the time, I'd bring books or magazines to help pass the hours. But eventually, you run out of things to read. That's when I started spending more time online, using the free Wi-Fi in the reception area to browse whatever caught my attention. News sites, social media, the usual time-wasting activities that everyone does when they're trying to make 8 hours feel like less than 8 hours. The progression to darker content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage of accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't show. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of material that gets removed from regular platforms for being too graphic or disturbing. But each forum led to recommendations for others, and the content kept getting more intense. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked police footage, material that existed in the grey areas between legal and illegal, the sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, hidden from casual browsers but accessible if you knew where to look. One forum I found was dedicated to documenting what they called authentic extreme content. The participants claimed to verify whether violent videos were genuine or staged, approaching it like academic research rather than entertainment. They had detailed discussions about production techniques, geographic indicators, and technical analysis that seemed more professional than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as internet mythology, too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually operate. But the forum participants had evidence that suggested otherwise. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. The material was disturbing enough that I initially assumed it was elaborate fiction created by people with too much time and too much imagination. What made me reconsider was the level of technical detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, audience management, and content distribution with the sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by the username Witness X, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share evidence with people who could demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Witness X finally shared some of his archive. The files were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams themselves, there was no way to make a definitive judgment. Witness X explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations to access. Not the sort of thing you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was serious about understanding whether red rooms were real phenomena or elaborate hoaxes, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during boring security shifts, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Witness X assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the stream during one of my weekend shifts, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or converted garage, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion and fear. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like interactive entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes while continuing my security rounds, checking the stream whenever I returned to the reception desk. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around midnight, someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually. Jeans, dark hoodie, regular trainers. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around the space methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me stop mid-patrol and stare at the screen more carefully. In the background of the video, partially visible through what appeared to be a doorway, was a section of distinctive brick wall. Not the concrete walls of the main room, but older-looking brickwork with a particular pattern and color that seemed familiar. I recognized that brickwork because I'd been looking at it every weekend for the past 6 months. It was identical to the external walls of the office complex where I worked security. A building that had been constructed in the 1960s with a specific type of brick that wasn't common in modern construction, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere very close to where I was sitting. I left the reception desk and did a more thorough patrol of the building than usual, paying particular attention to areas I normally just walked past quickly. The office complex consisted of 3 connected buildings around a central courtyard, with various storage areas, maintenance rooms, and basement spaces that I rarely had reason to visit. In the basement of the oldest building, I found a door that was usually locked but was now slightly ajar. Beyond it was a staircase leading to a sub-basement level that I'd never explored, assuming it was just additional storage or building services. The staircase led to a corridor with several rooms branching off it. Most were filled with old office furniture and equipment, but one door was closed and had light visible around the edges. I should have called the police immediately, should have gone back upstairs and reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. Instead, I found myself approaching the door to confirm what I already suspected I'd find. Through a gap in the door frame, I could see the same concrete-walled room I'd been watching on the stream. The same harsh lighting, the same metal table, the same figure in the hoodie making final preparations for whatever they were planning to do, and the same man strapped to the table, who I now realized was in the basement of the building where I was supposed to be providing security. The live stream I'd been watching was happening directly below me, being broadcast to hundreds of viewers who had no idea they were watching events unfold in a Nottingham office complex. I backed away from the door and made it halfway up the stairs before I heard footsteps in the corridor behind me. Someone had heard me moving around and was coming to investigate. I reached the main basement level and tried to make it look like I was conducting a routine security check, but I could hear the person from the sub-basement following me up the stairs. When I turned around, it was the figure from the stream, still wearing the same hoodie, but now I could see their face clearly. Someone who looked completely ordinary. Could have been anyone you might pass on the street without giving them a second glance. They asked what I was doing in the basement, and I explained that I was the security guard conducting routine patrols. They seemed to accept this explanation, mentioning that they were doing some maintenance work downstairs and apologizing if they'd left any doors unlocked. The conversation was perfectly polite and normal, except for the context of what I knew they'd been preparing to do in that concrete room. They walked back towards the sub-basement, and I continued my patrol as if nothing had happened. But I could hear them moving around downstairs, and I knew that whatever had been planned for the live stream was either being postponed or relocated. I finished my shift and left the building at the normal time, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd discovered. Someone was using the office complex to create Red Room content, broadcasting real violence to paying audiences, and I was the only person who knew about it. The logical action was to contact the police with what I'd witnessed, but explaining how I discovered it would require admitting to accessing illegal content online, and I wasn't sure they'd believe such a bizarre story anyway. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running the operation realized I knew about their activities. They'd seen me in the building, knew I worked there regularly, could easily find out my personal details from the security company records. Over the next few days, I researched whether there had been any missing person reports that might correspond to the man I'd seen in the stream. But without knowing when he'd been taken or where from, it was impossible to identify any specific cases. I also started paying more attention to the other people who had access to the office complex: maintenance staff, cleaning crews, building management personnel, anyone who might have keys to areas that weren't normally accessible to security guards. The building management company had records of various contractors who'd worked in the basement areas over the past year. Electrical upgrades, plumbing repairs, installation of additional cabling for internet infrastructure. Any of these projects could have provided cover for someone to set up equipment in the sub-basement without attracting attention. One contractor particularly caught my interest, a small company that had done extensive electrical work throughout the basement levels, installing new power circuits and data connections, the sort of infrastructure improvements that would be necessary for running high-bandwidth streaming equipment. I looked up the company online and found that it was registered to an address that didn't seem to exist. The phone number went to voicemail. The website looked professional, but contained no useful contact information, and there were no customer reviews or business listings that suggested genuine trading activity, which meant either the company was a front for illegal activities, or someone had used fake credentials to gain access to the building for legitimate work that had nothing to do with the Red Rooms. The next weekend, I did a more thorough exploration of the sub-basement during my shift. The concrete room was empty now, but there was clear evidence of recent use. Power cables, camera mounting points, network connections that hadn't been there during the building's original construction. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting that space into a professional streaming facility, and they'd done it without the building owners apparently knowing anything about it. I found other evidence too. A schedule pinned to the wall showing dates and times over the next several weeks. Equipment lists that suggested multiple cameras and professional lighting. Contact details for what appeared to be other locations, possibly part of a larger operation. And most disturbing of all, a folder containing photographs and personal information about various individuals. Names, addresses, daily routines, the sort of detailed surveillance data that would be used for targeting potential victims. I photographed everything I could find and then left the area undisturbed. If this was an ongoing operation rather than a one-off event, there would be more activity in the coming weeks that I could document and report to the authorities. But as I was leaving the sub-basement, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Among the photographs in the folder was one of me. Not a recent photo, but one that had clearly been taken during one of my security patrols over the past few months. The image showed me checking doors in the main building, completely unaware that I was being observed and documented, which meant the people operating the Red Room knew exactly who I was, where I worked, and probably where I lived. I left the building immediately and spent the rest of the weekend trying to decide what to do. Going to the police would provide some protection, but it would also confirm to the operators that I'd discovered their activities and was willing to report them. Not going to the police meant allowing the operation to continue, potentially putting other people at risk, but might keep me safer if they believed I hadn't seen anything significant. In the end, I called in sick on Monday and sent an anonymous tip to the police about suspicious activity in the office complex basement. I provided enough details to justify a thorough search, without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, local news reported that police had discovered what they described as sophisticated criminal operation in a Nottingham office building. 3 people were arrested and various equipment was seized, but no details were provided about what exactly had been found. I never went back to that security job. Told the company I'd found other employment and needed to finish immediately. They weren't particularly bothered. Part-time security guards are easy to replace. But I still think about that concrete room and the casual way the person in the hoodie had spoken to me after I'd interrupted their preparations. How ordinary they'd seemed, despite what they were planning to do. And I think about that photograph of me in the folder, and whether there might be other security guards or maintenance workers in other buildings who've stumbled across similar operations without realizing what they'd found. I was just a care worker in Sheffield, trying to pay off my student loans and build some experience before applying to nursing school. Now I'm hiding in a service station outside York, and tomorrow night thousands of people are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room that I helped set up without realizing what I was doing. I work for a private care agency that provides live-in support for elderly clients who want to remain in their own homes rather than move to residential facilities. It's demanding work, 12-hour shifts, difficult clients, family members who expect miracles, but it pays better than most jobs available to someone with just A-levels and a care certificate. The assignment that changed everything started in late September. I was assigned to provide overnight care for a man named Arthur Henley, an 80-year-old former academic living alone in a large Victorian house in Crooks. Mr. Henley had early-stage dementia and required supervision during the night, as he had a tendency to wander and had fallen several times trying to navigate his house in the dark. The house was impressive but dated, 3 stories, original features, and a basement that Mr. Henley used for storage. He'd been a professor of computer science at Sheffield University before retiring, and the house was filled with books, academic papers, and what appeared to be decades of accumulated technology. Old computers, servers, and networking equipment were scattered throughout various rooms. Mr. Henley was polite but distant during my first few weeks on the assignment. His dementia seemed relatively mild, occasional confusion about dates or names, some difficulty with complex tasks, but generally coherent and self-sufficient during daylight hours. He maintained a regular routine of reading, light gardening, and what he called his research projects in the basement. My role was primarily supervisory, ensuring he didn't wander outside at night, helping if he became confused or distressed, and managing his medication schedule. During the day, Mr. Henley was largely independent, so I had considerable downtime to study for my nursing school applications or catch up on personal tasks. About a month into the assignment, I started noticing some unusual aspects of Mr. Henley's routine. He received frequent deliveries of computer equipment, always paying in cash and insisting on handling the transactions personally. When I asked about his continued interest in technology, he explained that he was working on research projects related to his former academic work. Mr. Henley also had visitors at odd hours, usually late in the evening or very early in the morning. These weren't social calls from friends or family, but business-like meetings with younger people who would arrive with equipment or documents. When I asked about these visits, Mr. Henley explained that he was consulting on technical projects for former colleagues. The basement became increasingly off-limits during this period. Mr. Henley installed new locks and made it clear that his research space was private. I could hear equipment running constantly, humming servers, cooling fans, and what sounded like multiple computers operating simultaneously. The electricity bills must have been substantial. Around this time, Mr. Henley began asking me to help with some of his technical projects. Simple tasks initially: moving equipment, organizing cables, cleaning workspace areas. He offered to pay me extra for this assistance, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The work seemed harmless enough, just basic maintenance and organization. Gradually, Mr. Henley's request became more specific. He needed help setting up camera equipment in various rooms of the house, testing lighting configurations in different spaces, ensuring that recording devices had clear sight lines and optimal audio pickup. He explained that he was documenting his house's architecture and historical features for academic purposes. The camera installations were professional-grade equipment, far more sophisticated than anything needed for simple documentation. Multiple angles in each room, motion sensors, night vision capabilities, and centralized recording systems that fed back to his basement setup. When I commented on the complexity, Mr. Henley explained that thoroughness was essential for proper academic documentation. I also helped Mr. Henley test various aspects of his recording systems. He would have me move through different rooms while he monitored the coverage from his basement, adjusting camera angles and audio levels to ensure optimal capture quality. He said this was necessary to document how people interacted with historical architecture. During these tests, Mr. Henley would give me specific instructions about timing, positioning, and behavior. Stand in certain locations for predetermined durations. React to various stimuli he would introduce. Follow scripted movements through the house while he recorded everything from his monitoring station. The level of detail seemed excessive for architectural documentation. As weeks passed, Mr. Henley's dementia symptoms appeared to fluctuate dramatically. Some days, he seemed completely lucid and organized, managing complex technical projects with expertise that seemed inconsistent with cognitive decline. Other days, he appeared genuinely confused and disoriented, requiring assistance with basic tasks. I began to suspect that Mr. Henley's condition might not be as severe as initially diagnosed, or that he was deliberately exaggerating his symptoms. His moments of clarity always coincided with technical work or visits from his mysterious colleagues. His confusion seemed to occur primarily when I asked questions about his projects or tried to understand what he was really doing. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the worst possible way. Mr. Henley had asked me to test a new camera installation in the basement. claiming he needed to document some architectural features of the foundation. When I went downstairs, I discovered that the space had been completely transformed from a storage area into something resembling a professional studio. Multiple camera angles captured every inch of a central area that had been set up with restraints, medical equipment, and tools that clearly weren't for architectural documentation. Banks of monitors showed various live feeds from around the house, including rooms where I'd helped install cameras. Computer screens displayed dark web sites with streaming interfaces and viewer count displays. Most disturbing was seeing my own image on several monitors. Live feeds showing me in different rooms of the house, recorded footage from previous weeks, and edited compilations of my movements and reactions during Mr. Henley's tests. I realized that his architectural documentation project had been recording me extensively, creating content that was apparently being shared online. Mr. Henley appeared behind me, no longer showing any signs of confusion or dementia. He explained calmly that his condition had been largely fabricated to create a suitable cover for his actual work. Care workers were ideal subjects because they were isolated, had regular schedules, and were accustomed to working in private homes without supervision. He showed me the full extent of his operation. The basement was equipped for live streaming to dark web audiences who paid for authentic, unscripted content. The house had been converted into a production facility where he could create material featuring unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. Mr. Henley's research projects involved documenting potential subjects, testing their reactions to various situations, and gradually preparing them for final broadcasts. The care worker arrangement provided perfect cover, a legitimate reason for someone to be in the house regularly, explaining any unusual behavior or equipment to neighbors or family members. My weeks of helping with camera installations and testing had been preparation for my own broadcast. Mr. Henley's audience had been watching my daily routines, learning my behavior patterns, and anticipating the moment when I would transition from unknowing assistant to featured content. The visitors who came at odd hours weren't academic colleagues. They were part of a network that specialized in creating dark web entertainment using people who had no idea they were being groomed for participation. Care workers, domestic staff, delivery personnel. Anyone whose job provided access to private spaces and isolated working conditions. Mr. Henley explained that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the culmination of months of preparation. His audience had been following my story through surveillance footage, watching me gradually become complicit in setting up the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. I managed to escape while Mr. Henley was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends beyond his house. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of everyone in my life. Running might delay the inevitable, but it won't prevent it. Since leaving Sheffield, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Mr. Henley's operation. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel where I'm staying. A package containing a tablet computer that showed live feeds from Mr. Henley's house. The basement had been prepared for broadcast, with professional lighting and multiple camera angles focused on the central area where I'd unknowingly helped position equipment. Text on the screen explained that tomorrow's broadcast was titled The Care Worker Series Finale, and that thousands of viewers had been following my story from the beginning. They'd watched me arrive for the assignment, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape, My real life had become entertainment for people willing to pay for authentic reactions to genuine danger. The message included details about my movements over the past few days, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving Mr. Henley's house. They knew which trains I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd eaten for my last few meals. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Mr. Henley has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me helping install cameras, testing equipment, and following his instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unwitting assistance. The care agency would have records of my assignment to Mr. Henley's house, my regular presence there, and my involvement in his technical projects. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Mr. Henley's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dementia diagnosis provides perfect cover for his activities. Who would suspect an elderly man with cognitive decline of running a complex dark web broadcasting network? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Care Worker series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves protecting vulnerable people become vulnerable themselves. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Mr. Henley's audience. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's the only place where I can't see any obvious surveillance equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time updates about my location and activities, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond Mr. Henley's house. In roughly 10 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they've provided or continue running. But Mr. Henley has demonstrated that his network can find me anywhere, and his audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Mr. Henley's operation probably targets multiple care workers simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly helping prepare equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many elderly clients might be using their care arrangements as cover for dark web activities? The care industry provides perfect access to vulnerable workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and desperate for employment. Care workers enter private homes, work alone for extended periods, and are expected to assist with whatever tasks their clients require. It's an ideal setup for exploitation. Mr. Henley spent decades in computer science, developing expertise that he's now using to create sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations. His academic background provides credibility. His age and supposed medical condition deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain complex technical infrastructure. The dark web provides anonymity for his viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. He can broadcast authentic suffering to paying audiences without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Mr. Henley's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought my care work would make me a target for this kind of exploitation. I thought the biggest risks were difficult clients or workplace injuries. I never imagined that helping an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months caring for someone I thought was vulnerable, only to discover that I was the vulnerable one all along. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Shift. Mr. Henley's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The care worker becomes the one who needs caring for, and there's no one left to help. Three months ago, I was just a postgraduate student in Manchester, looking for someone to share the rent on a decent two-bedroom flat near the university. Now I'm locked in a bathroom, in a Premier Inn somewhere outside Liverpool, and in roughly 12 hours, thousands of people are going to watch me die on a live stream that my flatmate has been preparing for weeks. I should probably start from the beginning. I'm 23, studying for a master's degree in social work in Manchester. The course is demanding but rewarding. We spend a lot of time discussing vulnerable populations and how to protect people from exploitation. The irony of my current situation isn't lost on me. Finding affordable accommodation in Manchester is nearly impossible on a student budget, so when I saw an advert for someone looking to share a spacious flat in Didsbury, I jumped at the chance. The rent was reasonable, the location was perfect, and the flatmate seemed normal enough based on our brief text exchanges. Her name was Emma. She worked from home doing something with computers, and she preferred a quiet environment for studying and working. Emma was in her late 20s, softly spoken, and obsessively tidy. She kept strange hours, often up all night working, sleeping during the day. But she was respectful about noise levels and always paid her share of bills on time. She'd converted the larger bedroom into both a sleeping area and an elaborate home office setup with multiple monitors, professional lighting equipment, and what appeared to be streaming gear. When I asked about her work, Emma explained that she created content for online platforms. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, mentioning something about niche audiences and specialized streaming services. I assumed she was doing gaming content or tutorials. Lots of people make decent money creating online content these days, and her equipment certainly looked professional enough. Emma rarely had visitors, rarely went out during normal hours, and seemed to live entirely online. She ordered everything for delivery, groceries, meals, even basic household items. The only times I saw her leave the flat were for brief walks at odd hours, usually very late at night or very early in the morning. She seemed almost allergic to natural daylight. About a month after moving in, I started noticing some odd things about Emma's routine. She would receive packages almost daily, not just normal deliveries, but items that required signature confirmation and seemed unusually heavy or bulky. When I asked about them casually, she explained that her work required specialized equipment that needed regular updates or replacements. The packages often arrived when I was at university, but occasionally I'd be home to sign for them. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, industrial cleaning products, and items I couldn't identify wrapped in unmarked packaging. When I mentioned that some of the delivery content seemed unusual, Emma became defensive and explained that her content creation required props and materials that might seem strange to people unfamiliar with her industry. I also started noticing sounds from Emma's room at night, not just typing or video calls, but movement of heavy objects, occasional thuds that suggested furniture being rearranged, and what sounded like construction or assembly work. When I asked about the noise, she apologized and explained that she was upgrading her studio setup for better production quality. Around this time, Emma started asking me personal questions that seemed oddly specific. Details about my course schedule, when I'd be home or away, whether I had family visiting, if I was dating anyone seriously. She framed these as normal flatmate conversations, but something about her interest felt intrusive rather than friendly. She also began showing unusual interest in my social work studies, particularly the modules dealing with vulnerable populations and crisis intervention. Emma would ask detailed questions about what we learned in lectures, how we identified at-risk individuals, and what protocols we followed when someone was in immediate danger. I assumed she was just curious about my studies. One evening, while Emma was out on one of her rare excursions, I heard sounds coming from her room despite knowing she wasn't home. Thinking we might have an intruder, I carefully checked her door and found it unlocked. Inside, her computer setup was more extensive than I'd realized. Multiple monitors showing different websites, several cameras positioned around the room, and equipment I didn't recognize, but that looked expensive and professional. What disturbed me most was seeing my own image on one of the monitors. It appeared to be a live feed from a camera positioned somewhere in the common areas of our flat, showing the kitchen and living room from an angle that would capture anyone moving through the space. Emma had been recording the shared areas of our home without telling me. I confronted her about the surveillance when she returned, but Emma had a reasonable explanation ready. She claimed that she'd installed security cameras after some break-ins in the neighborhood and had forgotten to mention them. She apologized for not discussing it first and offered to adjust the camera angles to respect my privacy better. But over the following days, I started noticing more cameras hidden throughout the flat. Tiny devices positioned to capture different angles of the common areas, all feeding back to Emma's monitoring setup. When I looked more carefully, I realized she had created comprehensive surveillance of our entire living space, recording everything that happened when I was home. I also discovered that Emma had been accessing my personal computer when I was out. Files had been moved, browser history showed searches I hadn't made, and my social media accounts had been accessed from IP addresses I didn't recognize. She'd been systematically gathering information about my personal life, my schedule, my relationships, and my online activities. When I confronted Emma about this invasion of privacy, her demeanor changed completely. She dropped the apologetic, reasonable flatmate persona and became coldly professional. She explained that her work required detailed background information about people in her environment, and that my presence in the flat made me part of her operational security considerations. Emma then showed me exactly what kind of content she created. Her monitors displayed dark websites with addresses I couldn't read, streaming platforms that required special browsers to access, and chat systems where users discussed upcoming broadcasts using terms I didn't understand. Her work wasn't gaming content or tutorials. She was involved in producing live streams for audiences willing to pay for authentic, unscripted content. The surveillance of our flat wasn't for security, it was for content creation. Emma had been documenting my daily routines, my reactions to stress, my interactions with visitors, and my responses to various situations. She'd been creating a detailed profile of my behavior patterns and psychological responses for audiences who paid premium rates for authentic material. Most disturbing was learning that I hadn't randomly responded to a flatmate advertisement. Emma had specifically targeted me after researching my background, my studies, my family situation, and my social connections. She'd identified me as someone who would be suitable for her purposes, isolated enough to be vulnerable, but connected enough to generate interest from her audience. Emma explained that her viewers had been following my story for weeks through the surveillance footage. They'd watched me cook dinner, study for exams, talk on the phone with family, and navigate the stress of postgraduate studies. I'd unknowingly become a character in an ongoing narrative that thousands of people were consuming as entertainment. The final phase of Emma's project was transitioning from passive observation to interactive content. Her audience had paid substantial amounts to move beyond just watching my daily routine to influencing what happened to me. Emma showed me chat logs where viewers discussed scenarios they wanted to see enacted, specific situations they wanted me placed in, and reactions they hoped to capture on camera. I tried to leave immediately, but Emma calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved in her operation to simply walk away. She showed me evidence of my unwitting participation, footage of me in various states of undress, recordings of private phone conversations, and documentation of my daily routines that would be embarrassing if shared publicly. More significantly, Emma revealed that she'd been using my identity for aspects of her dark web activities. Communications sent from my computer, financial transactions processed through accounts opened in my name, and interactions with her network that created digital trails linking me to her operation. If authorities ever investigated her activities, the evidence would suggest I was a willing participant rather than an unwitting victim. Emma's audience had been anticipating this revelation for weeks. The moment when I discovered the truth about my situation was itself content they'd paid to see. My shock, fear, and growing understanding of my predicament had all been broadcast live to viewers who found authentic reactions more entertaining than scripted performances. The final broadcast was scheduled for the following night. Emma's viewers had paid premium rates to see the conclusion of my story, the moment when passive observation became active participation. She explained that my background in social work made me particularly interesting to her audience. People who enjoyed watching those trained to help others become helpless themselves. I managed to escape that night while Emma was distracted with technical preparations. I grabbed what cash I had and left Manchester without telling anyone where I was going. But Emma's surveillance network extended beyond our flat. She'd been monitoring my phone, my email, my social media accounts, and my financial transactions. Every move I made was being tracked and reported back to her operation. Over the past week, I've been moving between different hotels, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads and CCTV cameras, but they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel I'm staying in. A package addressed to a false name I'd only used for one night. Inside was a tablet computer showing a live stream of my current hotel room, apparently filmed from multiple hidden cameras. Text on the screen explained that Emma's audience had been following my escape attempt and were eager to see the conclusion of my story. The message included details about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had been comprehensive despite my attempts at evasion. They knew which trains I'd taken, which hotels I'd stayed in, even which restaurants I'd eaten at. Every step of my escape had been monitored and broadcast to paying viewers. Tonight's broadcast is being promoted as the finale of what Emma's audience calls the Social Worker series. They've been following my story from the beginning, watching me search for accommodation, move in with Emma, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life has become a multi-part series for dark web entertainment. The scheduled broadcast location is an address here in Liverpool. Emma's technical setup has apparently been relocated to continue the production, despite my escape from Manchester. Her audience expects to see the conclusion of my story, and they've invested too much money in following the narrative to accept an anticlimactic ending. I could go to the police, but Emma has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. My computer history, financial records, and communication logs would all support a narrative of voluntary involvement rather than victimization. The surveillance footage could be edited to remove context and present my actions as cooperative rather than unknowing. Emma's operation is too sophisticated, too well planned, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dark web provides anonymity for her viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. She can broadcast from anywhere to anyone without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Social Worker series. They've paid to see someone trained to recognize and prevent exploitation become the victim of exactly the kind of predatory behavior I studied in university. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Emma's audience. I'm writing this from the bathroom of my hotel room because it's the only space where I can't see any obvious camera equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time footage of the main room, tracking my movements even when I think I'm unobserved. In a few hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Emma has demonstrated that her surveillance network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The show, as they say, must go on. The most terrifying realization is that Emma's operation probably has multiple series running simultaneously. How many other people might be living unknowingly under surveillance, gradually being prepared for their own final broadcasts? How many students, workers, and ordinary people might be unwitting stars of dark web entertainment? The technology exists to monitor anyone, anywhere without their knowledge. The dark web provides platforms for consuming authentic suffering as entertainment. And there are people willing to pay substantial amounts to watch real victims discover their situation too late to escape it. I never thought my social work training would become relevant to my own survival. But here I am, recognizing all the signs of systematic exploitation and predatory behavior that I learned to identify in vulnerable populations. The difference is that this time, I'm the vulnerable one. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Session. Emma's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who spent years learning to protect others, but couldn't protect herself. The irony would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. You'd probably be surprised how easy it is to see things you're not meant to, especially when you're looking for them with academic purpose, rather than just morbid curiosity. I was in my first year at Manchester studying journalism, living in one of those cramped student flats near the university, where the heating barely worked and you could hear everything your flatmates did through the paper-thin walls. The course was mostly what you'd expect: media law, ethics, how to structure articles properly. But our lecturer for digital journalism had given us an assignment that seemed more interesting than the usual fare. We were supposed to investigate an internet urban legend and write a piece debunking or confirming it. Most of my coursemates picked safe options like whether those viral videos of people doing impossible stunts were real or staged. I wanted something with more substance, something that would actually demonstrate proper investigative skills. Red rooms seemed like the perfect topic. For those who don't know, the basic premise is that there are live streams hidden somewhere on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most articles about them online were clearly written by people who had never bothered to look for themselves, just repeating the same urban legend details without any actual investigation. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing proper research, maybe find some evidence that they were technically impossible or economically unfeasible, then write a solid debunking piece, the sort of thing that might actually get published somewhere beyond the student newspaper. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about dark web marketplaces and hidden services. Most of the scholarly work focused on drug sales and financial fraud, rather than violent content, but there were enough references to suggest that if someone wanted to host illegal streaming content, the infrastructure certainly existed. From there, I moved to online forums where people claimed to have encountered red rooms. Most of the stories were obviously fictional, full of dramatic details that sounded like they'd been lifted from horror films. But a few accounts had the mundane specificity that usually indicates someone describing something they've actually experienced rather than invented. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. She went by the username Archive Digger and seemed to have genuine technical knowledge rather than just repeating things she'd read elsewhere. After exchanging messages for about a week, she offered to help with my research. She explained that finding specific content on hidden networks required more than just browsing randomly. You needed connections, recommendations, invitations to private areas, the sort of access that took time to build up and couldn't be rushed. Over the next few weeks, Archive Digger introduced me to various people who claimed to have seen disturbing content online. Most turned out to be time wasters or attention seekers, but a few seemed legitimate. They spoke about the technical aspects in ways that suggested real familiarity rather than guesswork. One contact, who called himself Documentary Maker, claimed to have accessed multiple Red Room streams over the past year. He was willing to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I'd proven my serious academic interest rather than casual curiosity. The proof he provided was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction, scenes from unreleased films, or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams myself, I couldn't make a definitive judgment. That's when Documentary Maker offered to arrange access to a live stream. I should probably have declined at that point. My assignment was to investigate whether red rooms existed, not necessarily to witness one firsthand. But journalism requires getting as close to the source as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence one way or another. The access instructions were complex, but not particularly technical. Specific software, rotating passwords, designated times to connect. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while allowing serious viewers to find what they were looking for. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat area below, viewer counter on the side showing about 400 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. Concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, industrial atmosphere. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. She was conscious but not moving much. Occasional struggles against the restraints, periodic attempts to look around the room, but mostly just lying still with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, placing what appeared to be bets on various outcomes. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about 30 minutes before anything significant happened. The woman would occasionally test her restraints or try to speak, though no audio was coming through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, treating her like entertainment rather than a person. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, nothing distinctive or theatrical. No mask or costume, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just an ordinary person moving around the space with practiced efficiency. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera angles, checked equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They seemed to be following a routine that suggested this wasn't their first time doing whatever they were about to do. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. Comments appeared more frequently, with people making requests and suggestions. The viewer count had climbed to over 500. I realized I needed to stop watching before things went further. This was clearly going to become genuine violence, and witnessing it would cross ethical lines that no university assignment could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had panned slightly, showing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the table was a section of wallpaper, an outdated floral pattern in faded blues and greens. It was the sort of decorative choice you might find in an older house that hadn't been renovated in decades. I recognized that wallpaper, not from anywhere recent, but from childhood memories. My grandmother's house in Stockport, where we'd visit every few months when I was growing up. The same pattern had been in her spare bedroom, the room where I'd sleep when we stayed overnight. Gran had died 3 years ago, and the house had been sold to cover care home costs. I'd helped clear it out, remembered stripping that wallpaper from the spare room because the new owners wanted everything neutralized before they moved in. But here it was, in a video supposedly showing a live stream from somewhere on the dark web. Either this was an incredible coincidence, or something was wrong with what I was seeing. I took screenshots of the wallpaper pattern and compared them to photos I had from helping clear Gran's house. The match was exact. Same design, same fading, even the same small tear near the ceiling where the paper had started peeling away from the wall, which meant either the stream wasn't as live as claimed, or it was being broadcast from my grandmother's old house. I checked the property records online. The house had been sold to a couple from London who'd planned to renovate it as a rental property. But according to the electoral register, no one had actually moved in yet. The property appeared to be standing empty. The next day, I took the train to Stockport. Gran's old street looked the same as I remembered. Terraced houses built in the 1930s, small front gardens, the sort of respectable working-class neighborhood where everyone knew each other's business. Her house was about halfway down, distinguishable by the newly installed double glazing and front door that the buyers had fitted before apparently abandoning their renovation plans. I walked past several times, trying to see if there were any signs of occupancy. No cars in the drive, no lights visible through the windows, no indication that anyone was living there. But that didn't necessarily mean the property was empty. Someone could be using it without officially living there. The rear of the house backed onto an alley that ran behind the entire terrace. From there, I could see the spare bedroom window where that distinctive wallpaper had been. The curtains were drawn, but there was a faint glow visible around the edges that suggested lights were on inside. I should have contacted the police at that point. If I was right about what I'd seen, there was serious criminal activity happening in that house. But I had no concrete evidence beyond a wallpaper pattern that could have been coincidental, and I knew how that conversation would sound to a duty officer. Instead, I decided to watch the house for a few hours to see if anyone came or went. I positioned myself in a cafe across the street with a clear view of the front door and settled in with a book and several cups of tea. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened. No movement, no visitors, no signs of life from inside the property. Then, around 4 in the afternoon, a car pulled up outside. 2 people got out, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes that wouldn't have attracted attention anywhere. They looked like the sort of couple you might see in any supermarket or walking through any town centre. Nothing distinctive or memorable about their appearance. They let themselves into the house with keys, suggesting they were either the legal owners or had legitimate access. I watched for another hour, but they didn't come back out. That evening, I checked the streaming site again. The same room was visible, the same wallpaper in the background, but the table was empty now, and the lighting was different. Someone had clearly cleaned the space and reset it for future use. The chat was active with people asking when the next session would begin. Comments suggested this was part of a regular schedule rather than a one-off event. People were discussing previous streams, comparing what they'd seen, making requests for future content. I should have left it there, reported what I'd found to the authorities, and let them handle whatever was happening in that house. My assignment was supposed to be about investigating internet myths, not getting involved in potential criminal activity. But I kept thinking about that room, about what I'd witnessed, about the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as entertainment. Someone needed to document what was happening, to provide evidence that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. I decided to go back to the house. This time I went after dark, parking several streets away and approaching through the back alley. The spare bedroom window still showed that faint glow around the curtain edges, and I could hear the low hum of electronic equipment running inside. There was a small gap in the curtains where they didn't quite meet properly. From the right angle, I could see a slice of the room interior. The space had been completely transformed since I'd last been inside it 3 years ago. The furniture was gone, replaced by industrial equipment and camera gear. Lights on stands, cables running across the floor, the metal table I'd seen in the stream positioned in the center of the room, and sitting at a desk in the corner, facing multiple computer screens, was the man I'd seen get out of the car earlier that afternoon. He was monitoring what appeared to be several different streams simultaneously. Chat windows scrolled with comments in various languages. Viewer counters showed hundreds of people online. Video feeds displayed different rooms that all looked similar to the one I was looking at. This wasn't just one red room. It was some kind of operation running multiple streams from different locations. As I watched, the man picked up a phone and made a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his body language suggested he was giving instructions or coordinating with someone else. After ending the call, he stood up and left the room. I should have left then. Should have gone straight to the police with what I'd seen and let them handle the investigation. Instead, I stayed by the window, curious to see what would happen next. About 10 minutes later, the man returned with someone else, a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, walking unsteadily as if she'd been drugged or was injured. They positioned her on the metal table, and the man began setting up camera equipment for what was clearly going to be another live stream. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the aftermath of criminal activity. I was watching it happen in real time. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I moved, my foot slipped on the wet ground and I knocked over a dustbin in the alley. The noise echoed between the houses, and I saw the man in the room look up sharply towards the window. Our eyes met through the gap in the curtains. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he smiled, not a threatening expression, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give to any unexpected visitor, and reached for something on his desk. I ran, made it back to my car and drove straight home to Manchester, hands shaking as I tried to process what I'd witnessed. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to call the police, but found myself struggling to explain what I'd seen without admitting to trespassing and potentially compromising any investigation. In the end, I made an anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the Stockport address, providing enough details to justify a welfare check without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, I checked local news websites to see if there had been any police activity in the area. Nothing appeared initially, but 2 days later, there was a brief story about a house fire in Stockport that had completely destroyed a property and left 2 people in hospital with smoke inhalation. The address matched my grandmother's old house. I never found out what the police discovered when they responded to my tip, or whether the fire was connected to what I'd witnessed. The couple, who'd been hospitalized, weren't named in any of the news reports, and no charges were ever mentioned in follow-up stories. The streaming sites I'd accessed went offline within a week of the incident. Whether that was due to police action or the operators simply moving their activities elsewhere, I couldn't determine. I ended up writing my assignment about the technical feasibility of red rooms, rather than claiming to have found definitive proof of their existence. Got a decent grade for the research methodology, though my lecturer commented that the conclusion seemed somewhat evasive given the depth of investigation I'd apparently conducted. I never mentioned the Stockport house in my final essay. Sometimes I wonder whether I should have done more to investigate what happened after the fire, whether there were other locations, other victims who could have been helped if I'd been braver about providing detailed information to the authorities. But mostly, I try not to think about that night at all, about the casual way the man had smiled when he saw me watching, about how many other people might have been in that room, in other rooms, in other houses that look perfectly ordinary from the outside. I remember it perfectly, the way my hands shook when I first saw the invitation. Not from fear, mind you, but from pure excitement. Finally, after months of searching through dead links and forum posts that led nowhere, I'd found something real, something that might actually prove that the stories were true. At 17, I was obsessed with urban legends, not the obvious ones that everyone knew, Bloody Mary, the vanishing hitchhiker, that sort of nonsense. I was interested in the modern myths, the digital folklore that had grown up around the internet's darker corners. Stories about hidden websites where you could watch live murders, chat rooms where people planned real crimes, streaming services that broadcast things no civilized society should ever see. My mates thought I was mental, spending my evenings trawling through obscure forums and following breadcrumb trails that usually led to nothing but rickrolls and dead ends. But I knew there had to be something out there. The internet was too vast, too unregulated for these stories to be completely made up. Somewhere in the depths of the dark web, real horrors were happening, and I was determined to find them. The breakthrough came during the summer holidays before my final year at sixth form. My parents had gone to Spain for a fortnight, leaving me alone in our house in Kettering with strict instructions to revise for my A-levels and not throw any parties. Instead, I spent every waking hour diving deeper into corners of the internet I'd never explored before. I'd been using privacy tools for months by then, learned about them from a forum dedicated to internet mysteries. The dark web wasn't as scary as people made it out to be. Mostly just forums and marketplaces that looked like they'd been designed in the 90s. But there were layers beneath the obvious stuff. Communities that required invitations and references to access. The invitation arrived through a private message on an obscure forum about digital anthropology. The sender's username was just a string of random characters, and their profile showed they'd only joined the day before. The message was short, almost casual. They'd noticed my posts about online myths and wondered if I'd be interested in observing something authentic. A research project, they called it, studying human behavior in controlled environments. They included a link to a private chat room and a time. That night at 11:30. No explanation of what I'd be observing or why they'd chosen me specifically. Just an invitation to witness something most people would never see. I should have been suspicious. I should have realized that legitimate researchers don't recruit random teenagers from internet forums. But at 17, the possibility of finally seeing something real, something that would prove all those urban legends had a basis in fact, was too tempting to ignore. The chat room was simple, just a basic interface with a list of active users and a message window. When I connected at the appointed time, there were already 8 people online. They welcomed me warmly, asking where I was from and how I'd heard about the research project. Everyone seemed friendly, genuinely interested in my background and what had brought me to the dark web in the first place. The conversation was surprisingly normal. People discussed university courses, summer jobs, films they'd watched recently. Someone mentioned they were studying psychology at Manchester. Another person talked about their gap year travels. They could have been any group of young people chatting online, except for the undercurrent of anticipation that ran through every exchange. Around midnight, a new user joined, the same random character string who'd invited me. They thanked everyone for participating and explained that tonight's session would be particularly interesting. They'd arranged for us to observe a live demonstration of psychological pressure techniques, something that would help us understand how people responded to stress in controlled situations. A new window opened in my browser, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, facing multiple cameras. The lighting was harsh, clinical, like something from a hospital or laboratory. It looked exactly like the red rooms described in all those urban legends, except there was nothing obviously sinister about it. Just an empty room with professional-looking equipment. The chat exploded with excitement. Everyone seemed genuinely thrilled to be witnessing what they called a breakthrough in behavioral research. They discussed the camera angles, the lighting setup, the professional quality of the production. It felt academic, scientific, like we were part of something important rather than something wrong. Then someone entered the room. It was a young man, probably not much older than me, wearing casual clothes and looking confused about where he was. He examined the chair, the cameras, the concrete walls with growing bewilderment. The researcher who'd invited us explained through the chat that this was a volunteer who'd agreed to participate in the study, though the specific nature of the experiment had been kept confidential to ensure authentic responses. The other viewers began making observations about the subject's behavior, noting his body language and facial expressions with the detached interest of psychology students. They discussed his apparent anxiety levels, speculated about his background, made predictions about how he would respond to different stimuli. I found myself caught up in their enthusiasm. This was exactly what I'd been searching for. Proof that the internet's hidden corners contained genuine research, real experiments that pushed the boundaries of what was considered ethical. The academic tone of the discussion made everything feel legitimate, important, like we were witnessing something that would advance human understanding. The volunteer was asked to sit in the chair. Through the chat, the researcher explained that they would be testing various psychological pressure techniques, measuring how quickly social isolation and peer pressure could influence decision-making. The cameras would record everything for later analysis by university research teams. What followed was subtle at first. The volunteer was asked simple questions through speakers we couldn't see, his answers recorded by the cameras from multiple angles. The chat observers discussed his responses, noting signs of stress or discomfort, predicting how long it would take for the isolation to affect his mental state. But gradually, the atmosphere in the chat began to shift. The academic discussion became more personal, more focused on the individual rather than the research. People started making comments about the volunteer's appearance, his nervousness, the way he kept looking at the cameras as if seeking help that wasn't coming. Someone suggested that the experiment would be more effective with multiple subjects. The researcher agreed, explaining that they'd been hoping to expand the study, but had struggled to find suitable volunteers. The work was too important to abandon, they said, and the insights they were gaining were invaluable. That's when they asked if any of us would be interested in participating directly. The request was casual, almost offhand. They'd learned so much from observing our reactions in the chat, the researcher explained, that having one of us experience the experiment firsthand would provide crucial comparative data. It would only take a few hours, and participants would be contributing to groundbreaking research into human psychology. The other chat users immediately began encouraging me to volunteer. They said I'd shown the most insight during the observation, that my comments had demonstrated a real understanding of the psychological principles at work. The researcher agreed, noting that my posts on the forum had shown exceptional maturity for someone my age. I felt flattered, chosen. These people, who seemed so knowledgeable and sophisticated, were telling me I had something special to offer. The volunteer in the room was clearly finding the experience difficult, but that was the point. Real research required genuine responses, and I would be helping advance scientific understanding in ways most people never could. The arrangements were surprisingly simple. They would send a car to collect me the following evening. The session would take place at a research facility in Birmingham, not far from where I lived. I would be driven home afterwards, and my participation would remain completely confidential. They even mentioned a small payment for my time, though they stressed that the real reward would be the knowledge that I'd contributed to important academic work. I agreed without really thinking it through. The combination of flattery, peer pressure, and genuine curiosity overrode any sensible concerns I might have had. These people seemed legitimate, professional, interested in real research rather than anything sinister. And after months of searching for authentic mysteries, the chance to be part of something genuine was impossible to resist. The car arrived exactly when they'd said it would. A black saloon with tinted windows, driven by a middle-aged man who seemed pleasant enough. He didn't talk much during the journey, just confirmed my name and explained that we'd be arriving at the facility within the hour. But as we drove through Birmingham's outskirts, I began to notice things that didn't feel right. The route we were taking didn't lead to any university campus or research facility I was familiar with. Instead, we seemed to be heading towards an industrial area, full of warehouses and abandoned factories. When I asked about our destination, the driver just smiled and said we'd be there soon. The research facility was deliberately located away from populated areas, he explained, to ensure complete privacy for sensitive experiments. Academic ethics required absolute confidentiality, especially when dealing with cutting-edge psychological research. We pulled up outside a nondescript warehouse with no signs or identifying features. Just a building that could have contained anything, surrounded by empty car parks and darkened windows. The driver led me to a side entrance and used a key card to let us in. Inside, the warehouse had been converted into something that looked more like a television studio than a research facility. Professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras, and in the center of the space, a small concrete room with a single chair facing the cameras. The same room I'd been watching through my computer screen the night before. That's when I realized that the friendly chat room observers, the academic researcher, the volunteer I'd watched with such detached interest, none of it had been real. Or rather, it had been real, but not in the way I'd understood. I hadn't been observing a research project. I'd been watching an audition. The other people were already there, waiting. The same usernames from the chat room, but now revealed as ordinary-looking adults with cameras and recording equipment. They greeted me with the same friendly enthusiasm they'd shown online, explaining that everything was set up for tonight's session. I was the volunteer now, the one who would sit in the chair while others watched and discussed my responses with academic detachment. Except there was nothing academic about it, and the people observing weren't psychology students or researchers. They were just people who enjoyed watching others in distress. The transition happened so gradually that I didn't immediately recognize it as coercion. They asked if I wanted to see the setup, if I was curious about how the equipment worked, whether I'd like to experience the same experiment I'd found so fascinating the night before. Their tone remained friendly, encouraging, as if this was all part of the natural progression from observer to participant. But when I said I'd changed my mind, that I wanted to go home, their demeanor shifted. Not dramatically. They didn't become threatening or aggressive. Instead, they became disappointed, as if I was letting down the team after they'd invested so much time and effort in bringing me there. They reminded me of how enthusiastic I'd been the night before, how much insight I'd shown into the psychological principles at work. They'd specifically chosen me, they said, because I'd demonstrated such maturity and understanding. Backing out now would ruin months of preparation and waste the opportunity to contribute to something genuinely important. The peer pressure was subtle but relentless. They made me feel selfish for wanting to leave, ungrateful for the opportunity I'd been given, immature for not following through on my commitment. And always, underlying everything, was the implication that I didn't really have a choice anymore. I'd come there voluntarily, they pointed out. I'd agreed to participate in the research. I'd been driven to a location I couldn't identify, with people whose real names I didn't know, who would believe that I'd been coerced if I tried to report what was happening. The chair sat in the center of the room, surrounded by cameras and lights, waiting for me to take my place. They assured me it would only take a few hours, that thousands of people online were waiting to observe the session, that my participation would provide valuable insights into human psychology. But I knew now that the people watching wouldn't be interested in academic research. They would be paying customers, anonymous viewers, who enjoyed watching real fear and genuine distress. The urban legends I'd spent months trying to prove were real, and I was about to become part of one. That was 3 months ago. I never sat in the chair, managed to get away when the driver stepped outside for a cigarette break and left the warehouse door unlocked. I ran through unfamiliar streets until I found a main road and flagged down a taxi. Made it home before my parents returned from their holiday. I've never reported what happened, Who would believe that I'd stumbled into a real Red Room operation while searching for urban legends? The police would think I was making it up, or worse, that I'd been involved in something I shouldn't have been. But sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to sleep, I wonder about that chair, whether it's still there, in that converted warehouse in Birmingham's industrial district, whether other teenagers, drawn by the same curiosity that nearly destroyed me, are discovering friendly chat rooms and academic research projects that promise to show them something real. And I wonder whether any of them are smart enough to run when they realize what they've actually found. The invitation messages still arrive occasionally, from different usernames on different forums. Always the same casual tone, the same promise of authentic observation opportunities. I delete them immediately now, but I can't delete the knowledge that somewhere out there the chair is waiting. Have you ever wondered what happens to the parts of yourself you lose in war? Not the obvious bits, the limbs, the hearing, the scars you can see in the mirror. I'm talking about the invisible pieces, the ability to sleep through the night without checking the locks 3 times, the capacity to sit in a restaurant without your back to the wall, the simple faith that most people are fundamentally decent. Those are the parts that don't grow back, no matter how many therapy sessions the doctors threw at you. I came back from Afghanistan in late 2018, medically discharged after an IED took out half my patrol and left me with a collection of metal fragments in my left leg and a head full of memories I couldn't switch off. The physical therapy was straightforward enough. Learn to walk properly again, build up the strength, adapt to the new limitations. The mental side was trickier. The flat they set me up with in Aldershot was decent enough. Ground floor, which suited the leg, and quiet neighbours who minded their own business. The occupational therapist had been very pleased with herself when she'd arranged it. Close to the base for support, she'd said, but far enough away to feel civilian. What she hadn't mentioned was how the silence would press against your ears at night, or how every settling beam and creaking pipe would send your heart racing. Sleep became something that happened to other people. I'd lie there listening to the world outside my window. The occasional car, a fox in the bins, the milk float doing its rounds at 4:30. Sometimes I'd doze off around dawn, only to wake up an hour later feeling worse than when I'd gone to bed. That's how I discovered the internet had a whole world that came alive when the rest of Britain was asleep. Forums for insomniacs, chat rooms for shift workers, communities of people who existed in the margins of normal daylight hours. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just human contact that didn't require explaining why I was awake at 3 a.m. or why crowds made me nervous. The transition from regular internet to the darker corners happened gradually. Someone in an insomnia forum mentioned privacy tools, ways to browse without leaving digital footprints. Given my background, the concept of operational security appealed to me. Old habits, I suppose. In the army, you learn to cover your tracks, to move without being seen, to gather intelligence without revealing your position. Installing Tor felt like putting on body armor, that same sense of protection, of creating barriers between yourself and potential threats. The dark web wasn't what I'd expected. Less criminal marketplace, more like a parallel internet where people could speak freely about things that wouldn't be tolerated on Facebook or Twitter. Political dissidents, whistleblowers, people living under authoritarian regimes. It felt purposeful, almost noble. The first few weeks I just observed. Reading forums about government surveillance, privacy rights, digital freedom. There was something therapeutic about it. being part of a community that understood the value of staying hidden, of operating below the radar. These people got it in a way that civilian therapists never could. It was in one of these privacy forums that I first heard about red rooms, not from someone promoting them, but from a discussion about online myths and digital urban legends. Someone had posted a long thread debunking various dark web horror stories, explaining how most of the sensational stuff you read in newspapers was either exaggerated or completely fabricated. Red rooms, according to this poster, were particularly ridiculous. The technical challenges alone made them impractical. Streaming live video over Tor was unreliable, the latency was terrible, and the bandwidth requirements were enormous. More importantly, they argued, the risk to reward ratio made no sense. Why would criminals expose themselves to that level of surveillance and law enforcement attention when there were easier ways to make money? The post was thorough, well-researched, and completely convincing. It also had the unintended effect of making me curious about whether they actually existed. I told myself it was just intellectual curiosity. After years of intelligence work, you develop a natural skepticism about official narratives. When someone tells you something is impossible, your first instinct is to test that assertion. Not because you want to find something horrific, but because you want to understand how the world actually works, rather than how people say it works. The search took weeks. Most of the links I found led to obvious scams, sites demanding payment upfront or requiring personal information that any sensible person would never provide. Others were clearly honey traps, probably run by law enforcement agencies trying to catch people with questionable intentions. But occasionally, buried deep in technical discussions or hidden in the metadata of seemingly unrelated files, I'd find references that seemed more genuine. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I'd been helping out at a veteran support group, not talking, just making tea and setting up chairs, when I overheard a conversation between two ex-Signals operators about online payment systems. They were discussing the profit margins on different digital services, and one of them mentioned that the real money wasn't in legitimate businesses, but in providing services that people couldn't get through normal channels. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask, but something about the way he'd said it stuck with me. The next time I was browsing the dark web, I started looking at it differently. Instead of searching for red rooms directly, I started following the money, payment processors, digital transfer systems, the financial infrastructure that would be needed to support something like live streaming to paying customers. That's how I found the marketplace. It was hidden several layers deep, accessible only through a series of referral links that changed daily. The front page looked like any other dark web market. Drugs, fake documents, stolen credit card details. But there was a section marked Premium Services that required additional verification to access. The verification process was more thorough than anything I'd encountered. Not just prepayment through untraceable methods, but proof of identity that had to be cross-referenced against previous purchases, references from existing members, even a brief interview conducted through encrypted chat to confirm you weren't law enforcement. It took nearly a month to get approved, and by the time I did, I wasn't sure I actually wanted access anymore. But the same compulsion that had carried me through 3 tours in Afghanistan, the need to see a mission through to completion, kept me going. The Premium Services section was smaller than I'd expected. Maybe 30 or 40 listings, mostly for things that were disturbing, but not particularly surprising. Custom pornography, identity theft services, professional harassment campaigns, the sort of services that existed in the grey areas between legal and illegal, catering to people with money and flexible morals. The listings that interested me were at the bottom of the page, in a subcategory marked Live Entertainment. 3 different providers, each offering real-time streaming services with interactive elements. The descriptions were deliberately vague. Authentic experiences, unscripted content, viewer participation opportunities. But the prices gave them away. These weren't webcam shows or adult entertainment. They were charging thousands of pounds for single sessions. I spent another week researching the providers before making contact with one. Their listing claimed to offer documentary-style content featuring real participants in authentic scenarios. The language was careful, designed to provide plausible deniability while making the actual service clear to interested buyers. The booking process was surprisingly professional. Encrypted email exchanges, detailed technical requirements for viewing, even a customer service representative who walked me through the setup process. They operated like a legitimate business, complete with scheduling systems and technical support. The session was arranged for a Tuesday night at 11:30. I was provided with a unique link and access credentials that would only work during a specific 2-hour window. The technical requirements were extensive: updated browsers, specific security plugins, a reliable internet connection with minimum bandwidth requirements. When the time came, I almost didn't connect. I sat at my laptop for nearly 20 minutes, cursor hovering over the link, trying to decide if I really wanted to see what I was about to see. In the end, it was the same morbid curiosity that had carried me this far. I needed to know if it was real. The stream loaded slowly, buffering every few seconds as the encrypted video fought its way through Tor's layered network. When it finally stabilized, I was looking at what appeared to be a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, and a chair positioned in the center of the frame. For the first 10 minutes, nothing happened. Just an empty room with occasionally flickering lighting. As the video quality adjusted, I was beginning to think I'd been scammed when a figure appeared at the edge of the frame. It was a man in his 40s or 50s, wearing coveralls and latex gloves. He moved methodically around the room, checking equipment I couldn't quite see, adjusting the camera angle, preparing for something. His movements were practiced, professional. This wasn't his first time doing whatever he was about to do. A chat window had appeared beside the video player, showing messages from other viewers. There weren't many, maybe 8 or 10 people total, but they were clearly regulars. They talked about previous sessions, compared notes on different providers, discussed technical aspects of the streaming quality like they were reviewing a television program. Then someone else entered the room. She was young, probably early 20s, and clearly confused about where she was or how she'd gotten there. The man in coveralls guided her to the chair with gentle but firm insistence, speaking to her in what appeared to be a calming manner. She kept looking around the room, taking in the concrete walls and bare bulb and camera equipment with growing alarm. The chat exploded with activity. Viewers were making requests, placing bets, discussing what they wanted to see happen next. Payment details were being shared. Transactions were being arranged in real time. I watched in horrified fascination as what I was witnessing transformed from documentary into auction. I should have closed the browser, should have reported what I was seeing to the police, though I had no idea how to explain how I'd found it, or whether they'd even believe me. Instead, I found myself paralyzed by the same terrible fascination that had carried me through firefights in Helmand, that state of hyper-awareness where time slows down and you observe everything with crystalline clarity while being unable to act. The man in coveralls began responding to specific requests from the chat. He would pause, read something on a screen I couldn't see, then nod or shake his head. Sometimes he would hold up different tools for the camera, letting the viewers choose which one he should use. It was interactive in the most disturbing way possible. A live-streamed crime where the audience was complicit in every decision. Then something changed. The chat messages stopped, replaced by a single repeated warning from multiple users. Terminate session, terminate session, terminate session. The man in coveralls looked directly at the camera, his expression shifting from professional calm to genuine alarm. He moved quickly to something off screen, and seconds later the video cut out entirely. I stared at a blank screen, showing only a connection error message. When I tried to reload the page, the link was dead. The entire marketplace had vanished, as if it had never existed at all. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself that what I'd witnessed had been staged. Elaborate theatre designed to part fools from their money. The production quality had been too professional, the interactive elements too seamless. Real criminals wouldn't operate with such sophisticated customer service and technical infrastructure. But I kept thinking about those final moments before the feed cut out. The way the man's expression had changed when he'd seen those warning messages. The speed with which everything had shut down. It felt less like a performance ending and more like an emergency evacuation. 3 weeks later, I received a package. It arrived by regular post, addressed to my flat with no return address. Inside was a single photograph, printed on ordinary paper with a home printer. It showed the interior of my living room, taken from the position of my laptop screen. I was visible in the background, sitting at my kitchen table, clearly recognizable despite the low light. On the back of the photograph, someone had written a single line in neat handwriting. "We know what you watched." I called the police immediately, reported the break-in, showed them the photograph, explained about the package. But what could they do? No signs of forced entry, nothing stolen, no way to trace where the photograph had come from. The officer who took my statement was polite, but clearly thought I was either paranoid or making it up. I've changed the logs 3 times since then, installed security cameras, motion sensors, even hired a private investigator to check if anyone had been asking questions about me. Nothing. Whoever had been in my flat had left no trace beyond that single photograph. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying awake, listening to the sounds of the building settling around me, I wonder if they ever really left. Because the thing about surveillance is that once you know you're being watched, you never stop feeling those eyes on you. I still get packages occasionally, never more than once a month, always delivered by regular post. Sometimes it's another photograph, my kitchen, my bedroom, the view from my living room window. Once it was a printout of my medical records from the army. Last month it was a copy of my therapy notes from the NHS. Each one carries the same message on the back. We know what you watched. I don't know if it's a threat or just a reminder. I don't know if they want something from me, or if they're simply ensuring I remember what I witnessed. But I've learned that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The worst part isn't the invasion of privacy, or even the constant feeling of being monitored. It's knowing that somewhere out there, that basement with the concrete walls and single bare bulb might still be operating. That other people might be sitting at their computers right now, watching live streams of things that should never happen, placing bets on human suffering like it's a sporting event. And I'm the only one who knows it's real. At least, I hope I'm the only one. Imagine you're lying awake at 3 in the morning, listening to the couple upstairs having another screaming match, and the reality of your new life, if you can call it that, is starting to sink in properly. That's how it started for me anyway. 6 months of sleeping rough on my mate's sofa until I could scrape together enough for the deposit on this place. 38 years old and starting over with nothing but a suitcase and a laptop that's seen better days. The insomnia had been getting worse since the split. Sarah had kept the house, obviously. Her name was on the mortgage. Her parents had helped with the deposit. Fair enough, I suppose. But it didn't make the transition any easier. I tried everything for the sleeplessness. Herbal teas, meditation apps, those expensive blackout curtains that promised to transform your bedroom into a cave. Nothing worked. By 3:30 most nights, I'd given up entirely and found myself hunched over the laptop at my tiny kitchen table, aimlessly scrolling through whatever rubbish the internet had to offer. It was during one of these late-night sessions that I first stumbled across the forums. Not the usual Reddit threads or Facebook groups, deeper than that. Someone on a cryptocurrency discussion board had mentioned something about hidden marketplaces, places where you could find things that weren't available through normal channels. Nothing sinister, mind you, just hard-to-find electronics, rare books, that sort of thing. The conversation had piqued my curiosity. I'd heard about the dark web before, of course. Everyone has. Usually in the context of drug dealers and identity theft, the sort of thing that makes for sensational newspaper headlines. But there was something almost academic about the way these forum users discussed it. They talked about privacy, about digital freedom, about accessing information that governments and corporations would prefer you didn't see. It seemed less criminal, more philosophical. I told myself I just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. The browser installed easily enough, though it took ages to connect through all those layers. When it finally loaded, I found myself staring at a search engine that looked like something from the early days of the internet. Basic, functional, utterly unremarkable. For the first few nights, I just browsed randomly. There were forums dedicated to every conceivable topic, marketplaces selling everything from vintage records to questionable pharmaceutical products, and endless political discussions that made the comments section of any mainstream news site look positively civilized. Most of it was surprisingly mundane, actually. Not the digital den of iniquity I'd been expecting. The red rooms were mentioned in passing during a conversation about live streaming technology. Someone had posted a technical question about bandwidth requirements for real-time video, and another user had made a joke about not needing that much speed unless you were running a red room. Several people had laughed, or at least posted laughing emojis, but I didn't get the reference. A bit of searching revealed that red rooms were supposedly live streams where viewers could watch and direct real-time violence. Urban legend stuff, mostly. Digital folklore. Every explanation I found came with disclaimers about how they probably didn't really exist. How the stories were just myths designed to make the dark web seem more sinister than it actually was. The consensus seemed to be that the technical requirements alone made them impractical. Real-time video streaming over Tor was unreliable at best, and the whole premise seemed more like something from a horror film than actual criminal enterprise. Still, the idea lingered. During those long, sleepless nights, I found myself thinking about it more than I probably should have. Not because I wanted to find one, you understand. The whole concept was revolting, but there was something compulsive about the mystery of it, like picking at a scab or probing a sore tooth with your tongue. It was probably around my 3rd week of regular dark web browsing when I first saw the link. Hidden in a forum discussion about online privacy, posted by a user with a string of random characters for a name. No description, no context, just an address that was significantly longer than the usual ones I'd encountered. Something about it looked different, more complex, more deliberately obscured. I stared at that link for the better part of an hour. Common sense told me to close the browser, make some tea, maybe try to get some sleep. But curiosity is a powerful thing, especially when you're sitting alone in a grotty bedsit at 4 a.m. with nothing but your own thoughts for company. The page took nearly 10 minutes to load. When it finally appeared, it was almost disappointingly simple. Just a black background with a single video player embedded in the center. No text, no navigation, nothing to indicate what I was looking at. The video player showed a loading symbol, slowly spinning against the darkness. Then it started. The feed was grainy, clearly shot with a cheap webcam in poor lighting. It showed what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. There was a single chair in the center, currently empty, and a table pushed against one wall. The image quality was terrible, pixelated and stuttering, with frequent dropouts that left the screen frozen for several seconds at a time. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. Just an empty room, occasionally flickering as the video stream struggled to maintain connection. I was beginning to think it was just some sort of technical test when I noticed the chat window that had appeared beside the video player. The messages were scrolling past too quickly to read properly, but I caught fragments. Usernames that were just random strings of letters and numbers, posting short, cryptic comments. Some seemed to be discussing the technical quality of the stream. Others were asking when something was going to start. A few were considerably more explicit about what they hoped to see. I should have closed the browser then, should have deleted Tor, wiped my browsing history, and pretended I'd never seen any of it. Instead, I found myself refreshing the page, trying to get a clearer picture as the video quality fluctuated wildly. Around 4:30, someone entered the room. It was a man, though the poor image quality made it difficult to make out details. Middle-aged, wearing what looked like overalls or a boiler suit. He moved with purpose, arranging items on the table that I couldn't quite make out through the pixelated mess of the video feed. The chat window exploded with activity, dozens of messages appearing and disappearing faster than I could follow. The man in the overalls seemed to be responding to the chat, though I couldn't hear any audio. He would pause, look directly at the camera, then nod or shake his head. Sometimes he would hold up fingers, 1, 2, 3, as if counting or responding to numerical questions from the viewers. Then he left the room again, and we were back to the empty chair and concrete walls. The waiting was almost worse than whatever was coming next. The chat had settled into a steady rhythm of anticipation and crude speculation. I found myself checking the time obsessively. 4:30 became 4:45, then 5 o'clock, then 10 past. Part of me hoped nothing else would happen, that this was all some elaborate hoax or art project. But another part, a part I didn't particularly want to acknowledge, was curious about what came next. When the door opened again, he wasn't alone. The second figure was smaller, harder to make out in the poor lighting. They moved differently, hesitant, unsteady. As they got closer to the camera, I could see it was a woman, though the video quality made it impossible to determine much else about her appearance. She seemed confused, disoriented. The man in overalls guided her to the chair with what appeared to be gentle insistence. The chat went absolutely mental. Messages were appearing so fast they were just a blur of text. I caught glimpses of betting odds, requests, for specific actions, discussions of payment methods. Bitcoin addresses were being posted and immediately deleted. The whole thing had the atmosphere of a twisted auction, with viewers bidding on what they wanted to see happen next. I should have stopped watching, should have closed the laptop and walked away. But something kept me glued to the screen. Not excitement, not anticipation, but a kind of horrified fascination, like watching a car accident unfold in slow motion. The man in overalls had returned to his table and was selecting tools with the care of a surgeon. The woman in the chair seemed to be talking, though without audio, I could only see her mouth moving. She looked around the room with growing agitation, testing the restraints that I was only now noticing, held her to the chair. Then something changed in the chat. The frenzied betting and crude requests suddenly stopped, replaced by a series of identical messages from different users. Feed compromised, feed compromised, feed compromised. The video cut out entirely. For a moment, I stared at a blank screen showing only a connection error message. Then the browser crashed completely, taking me back to my desktop. When I tried to reload the Tor browser, it wouldn't connect at all, just sat there attempting to establish a connection through the encrypted network without success. I spent the next hour trying to get back online, convinced that my internet connection had failed or that there was some problem with my laptop. But regular websites loaded fine through Chrome. It was only Tor that refused to work, as if something had completely blocked my access to the dark web. By 6 a.m, I'd given up and tried to get some sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that grainy video feed. The empty room, the concrete walls, the woman in the chair. I kept thinking about those final moments before the connection died. The way she'd looked around the room, the careful way the man had selected his tools, the frantic energy of the chat as viewers realized something was wrong. The next few days passed in a haze of exhaustion and paranoia. Tor still wouldn't connect, no matter what I tried. I reinstalled the browser, reset my internet connection, even ran a full virus scan in case I'd picked up some kind of malware. Nothing worked. It was as if my computer had been permanently banned from accessing the dark web entirely. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the email I received 3 days later. It arrived in my regular inbox, not buried in spam or sent through some anonymous service. Just a normal email from what appeared to be a Gmail account with a random string of numbers for an address. The subject line was blank, and the message contained only a single line of text. "We know you were watching." Below that was a screenshot, poor quality, pixelated, but unmistakably from that night. It showed my laptop screen with the red room video playing, but taken from behind and slightly to the side. Someone had been in my bedsit while I was watching, standing just out of my peripheral vision, close enough to photograph my screen over my shoulder. I checked the timestamp on the email. It had been sent at 4:47 a.m., right around the time the video feed had cut out. I called the police, of course, explained about the break-in, showed them the email. But what could they do? No signs of forced entry, nothing stolen, no physical evidence that anyone had been inside my flat. The email could have been sent from anywhere in the world. The screenshot could have been doctored. Without the original video, which I couldn't access anymore, there was no way to prove what I'd actually been watching. The officer who took my statement was polite, but clearly skeptical. He suggested I change my locks and maybe install a security camera, but his tone suggested he thought I was either lying or having some sort of breakdown. I couldn't really blame him. If someone had told me the same story 6 months earlier, I probably would have reacted the same way. That was 2 months ago. I've changed the locks twice, installed a chain and a door alarm, even moved my laptop so I can see the entire room while I'm using it. The insomnia has gotten worse, if anything. Most nights, I just sit at the kitchen table, watching the door and listening for footsteps in the hallway outside. Tor still won't work on my laptop. I've tried everything. Different browsers, VPN services, even buying a completely new computer. Nothing connects. It's as if I've been permanently blacklisted from accessing that part of the internet entirely. But sometimes, late at night, when the building is quiet and I'm sitting alone with just the glow of the laptop screen, for company, I wonder if that's actually protection rather than punishment. Because if they could get into my flat once without leaving any trace, if they could take that photograph without me noticing, if they could block my internet access with such precision, what else might they be capable of? I never found out what happened to the woman in the chair. Never learned whether what I witnessed was real or just an elaborate hoax designed to draw in curious viewers like myself. But I keep thinking about those final messages in the chat, feed compromised, and wondering if maybe, just maybe, someone had been trying to help her, or if they'd simply been warning each other about people like me. The thing that bothers me most isn't the email or the photograph or even the break-in. It's the timing. The feed cut out at exactly the moment when things were about to go too far, as if someone had been monitoring not just the stream but the viewers as well, as if they knew precisely when to pull the plug to leave people like me with just enough glimpse to be haunted, but not enough evidence to cause real trouble. I still get emails sometimes, never more than once a week, always from different addresses, usually just timestamps, 4:43 a.m., 4:51 a.m., 4:38 a.m., but occasionally something more specific. Last week, I received one that simply said, "Still watching." I don't know if they mean they're still watching me, or if they think I'm still watching them. Both possibilities keep me awake at night. Picture this. You're scrolling through your emails one morning and find an invitation to an exclusive event. Premium location, limited attendance, significant financial reward for participation. The kind of opportunity that seems too good to be true, but legitimate enough that you don't immediately delete it. Now picture discovering that the event isn't what you thought it was, and by the time you realize what you've agreed to, it's far too late to back out. I work in market research for a consultancy firm in Leeds. Nothing glamorous, consumer surveys, focus groups, the occasional product launch analysis. The pay is decent enough, but it's the kind of job where you're always looking for ways to supplement your income. Freelance work, weekend surveys, anything that might add a few £100 to your monthly earnings. That's why the email caught my attention. It arrived on a Tuesday morning, mixed in with the usual spam and work correspondence. The subject line was simple enough. Research opportunity, exclusive participation required. The sender was someone called Dr. Sarah Chen from something called the Institute for Behavioral Studies. The email was professionally written, explaining that they were conducting a specialized research project on group dynamics and social behavior. They needed participants with specific qualifications, university educated, working in research or analysis, comfortable with technology and unconventional research methods. The compensation was substantial. £500 for a single evening's participation, with the possibility of ongoing work for suitable candidates. I looked up the Institute for Behavioral Studies online. They had a legitimate-looking website, published research papers, even a few academic staff profiles. Dr. Chen appeared to be a real person with proper credentials from Manchester University. Everything seemed above board, if a bit vague about the actual nature of the research. The application process was straightforward. Basic personal information, employment history, some questions about my comfort level with technology, and unusual research scenarios. They asked about my experience with online platforms, whether I'd used secure communication tools, how I felt about observing human behavior in controlled environments. Within a week, I received confirmation that I'd been selected for the study. The details were sparse but intriguing. I would need to attend a briefing session in Manchester, followed by the main research event later that evening. All travel expenses would be covered, plus the £500 participation fee. The only requirement was that I sign a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement before the briefing. The location was a serviced office building near Manchester city centre. Nothing unusual about that. Lots of research companies rent temporary spaces for focus groups and studies. I arrived on the specified date to find about 20 other people in the waiting area, all roughly my age and background, all looking slightly puzzled about what they'd signed up for. Dr. Chen turned out to be exactly as advertised. A professional academic in her 40s, well-spoken and authoritative. She explained that we would be participating in a study of group behavior and decision-making in high-pressure situations. The research involved observing and interacting with subjects in a controlled environment, measuring our responses to various scenarios. The technology component, she explained, was necessary for participant privacy and research integrity. We would be accessing the observation environment through a secure network, using encrypted connections to ensure anonymity. Each participant would be given a laptop with pre-installed software for the session. We were led to individual workstations in a larger room, each with a laptop and a set of instructions. The software we needed to use was something called Tor browser, which Dr. Chen explained was standard for research requiring participant anonymity. We would be accessing a private research platform that could only be reached through this secure network. The initial briefing made it sound like a sophisticated version of reality television. We would be observing people in various scenarios and making decisions about how situations should develop. Our choices would be aggregated with other participants to determine the direction of the research. It was described as a study of collective decision-making and moral reasoning under pressure. The platform, when we accessed it, looked professional enough. Clean interface, clear instructions, participant guidelines. We were told we would be observing subjects who had volunteered for a separate study and consented to being filmed. Our role was to vote on various scenarios and observe how different situations affected group dynamics. The first session seemed innocuous. We were watching what appeared to be a focus group. 8 people sitting around a table discussing consumer preferences. Our job was to vote on which topics the moderator should introduce next, how the discussion should be guided, what questions would be most revealing about group behavior. It felt like legitimate research, the kind of thing you might see in any market research facility across the country. The participants seemed natural, unaware they were being observed by external researchers. We made our votes through the platform interface, and the focus group moderator would adjust their questioning accordingly. After about an hour, Dr. Chen explained that the next phase would be more intensive. The subjects would be moved to individual observation rooms, where we could study their behavior in isolation. This was where the real research would begin, understanding how people behaved when they thought they were alone, versus how they acted in groups. The individual observation sessions were more uncomfortable. We were watching people in what looked like small windowless rooms, apparently unaware they were being filmed. The platform allowed us to vote on various environmental changes, adjusting lighting, temperature, introducing background noises. The idea was to measure stress responses and coping mechanisms. I started to feel uneasy about the whole thing. The people we were observing seemed genuinely distressed by some of the environmental changes. When we voted to increase the room temperature, we could see them becoming visibly uncomfortable. When background noise was introduced, they showed clear signs of agitation and confusion. Dr. Chen explained that this was normal for behavioral research. The subjects had consented to psychological stress testing as part of their participation agreement. What we were seeing was valuable data about human resilience and adaptation. The distress was temporary and carefully controlled to avoid lasting harm. But as the evening progressed, the scenarios became more extreme. We were voting on whether to restrict access to water, whether to introduce disturbing sounds, whether to dim the lights to near darkness. The people we were observing were showing increasing signs of panic and distress. The platform interface had evolved too. Instead of simple voting options, we were now bidding on scenarios using virtual credits. The higher the bid, the more likely our chosen option would be implemented. It had turned into a kind of auction system, with participants competing to direct the action. Some of the other participants seemed to be enjoying it. I could hear suppressed laughter from nearby workstations when particularly distressing scenarios were implemented. People were bidding aggressively on options that would cause maximum psychological pressure on the subjects. I tried to bid on less harmful options to counteract what the others were doing. But I quickly realized that some people were bidding with what seemed like unlimited virtual credits. Whatever system was in place, some participants had far more influence than others. The worst part was watching the subject's deterioration. What had started as mild discomfort had escalated to genuine terror. These people were trapped in small rooms, subjected to psychological pressure that was clearly beyond anything they could have consented to. And we were the ones directing it, voting on new ways to torment them. I tried to close the laptop and leave, but Dr. Chen approached my workstation. She explained quietly that participants were required to complete the full session to receive payment. More importantly, the non-disclosure agreement I'd signed included specific penalties for early withdrawal or breach of confidentiality. The penalties were substantial. Several £1,000s in compensation for disrupted research. So I stayed. I watched as the scenarios became increasingly extreme, as the subjects were pushed beyond psychological breaking points. I made token bids on harmless options while others seemed to compete for the most creative forms of torment. By the end of the session, several of the subjects had suffered what appeared to be complete psychological breakdowns. They were catatonic, unresponsive, clearly traumatized by whatever they'd experienced in those rooms. The platform recorded our collective decisions and thanked us for our participation in the research study. Dr. Chen provided payment as promised, along with contact information for future research opportunities. She reminded us of our confidentiality obligations and the legal consequences of discussing the research with anyone outside the authorized team. I left Manchester that night feeling sick about what I'd witnessed and participated in. But I also had £500 in my account and the promise of more work if I was interested. The money was more than I made in a week at my regular job. Over the following days, I tried to research the Institute for Behavioral Studies more thoroughly. The website was still there, but when I looked more carefully, the academic papers seemed to be fake. The staff profiles used stock photos, and the university affiliations couldn't be verified. I also started to doubt whether what I'd witnessed was actually research at all. The whole setup felt more like entertainment than academic study. The bidding system, the competitive element, the focus on causing distress rather than understanding behavior, it all suggested something much darker than legitimate research. but I couldn't report it without implicating myself. I'd signed legal documents, participated willingly, even made decisions that contributed to whatever those people had suffered. Any investigation would reveal my involvement and potentially lead to the legal consequences Dr. Chen had warned about. 2 weeks later, I received another invitation. Same format, same professional presentation, but this time the compensation was higher, £1,000 for participation. The email mentioned that I'd been selected for a premium research program based on my previous contributions. I should have deleted it immediately, should have blocked the sender and tried to forget the whole thing had ever happened. But £1,000 was substantial money, and I told myself that maybe I could participate without actively contributing to harm. Maybe I could bid on harmless options, try to protect the subjects rather than torment them. The second session was worse, much worse. The subjects weren't just being psychologically pressured, they were being physically harmed, not severely, but deliberately and systematically. Small injuries, controlled pain, careful degradation designed to break them down completely. And the other participants were enthusiastic about it. They were bidding enormous amounts on scenarios that would cause maximum suffering. The virtual credit system had been replaced with what looked like real money, pounds sterling being transferred in real time to implement specific forms of torture. I realized I wasn't participating in research at all. I was part of an audience paying to watch and direct real torture, broadcast live through the dark web to paying customers around the world. The professional presentation, the academic credentials, the research terminology, it was all camouflage for something much more sinister. The subjects weren't volunteers who had consented to psychological testing. They were victims, probably kidnapped or coerced, being tortured for the entertainment of people wealthy enough to pay premium prices for customized suffering. And I was one of them. By participating, by staying silent, by accepting payment for my involvement, I'd become part of a network that treated human torture as interactive entertainment. The sessions continued monthly. Each time, the compensation increased, and the scenarios became more extreme. I told myself I was trying to minimize harm by bidding on less severe options, but I knew I was just rationalizing my continued participation. The money was addictive. Thousands of pounds for a few hours of watching screens and clicking buttons. More than I made in months at my regular job. It let me move to a better flat, buy things I'd never been able to afford, live a lifestyle that would have been impossible on my normal salary. But I also knew that every session I attended meant more people were being tortured for entertainment. Real people suffering real pain, while audiences around the world paid to watch and participate in their degradation. The network was vast. What I thought was a small research study was actually one node in a global system. There were hundreds of these sessions running simultaneously, different themes and scenarios for different audiences. The technology allowed real-time interaction between viewers and victims, turning torture into a personalized entertainment service. The worst part was realizing how many people were involved. The sessions I attended had dozens of participants, each paying substantial amounts for the privilege of directing human suffering. Multiply that across hundreds of simultaneous sessions, and you're looking at thousands of people who treat torture as entertainment. These weren't criminals or social outcasts. They were people with professional jobs, disposable income, the technical knowledge to access dark web platforms. They were probably colleagues, neighbors, maybe even friends and family members. Normal people who had found a way to pay for something monstrous, while maintaining plausible deniability about their involvement. I still receive invitations to new sessions, premium events, exclusive content, opportunities to direct increasingly extreme scenarios. The compensation offers have reached amounts that would change my life permanently. Enough money to quit my job, buy a house, never worry about financial security again. And I'm tempted. Not because I enjoy watching people suffer, but because the money would solve every problem I have. Because it's easy to rationalize participation when the alternative is returning to financial stress and career uncertainty. The invitations come from different sources now, but they're clearly part of the same network. Academic institutions, research organizations, market research companies, all fronts for the same underlying system. They've probably identified thousands of potential participants, people with the right combination of financial need and moral flexibility to become part of their audience. The person sitting next to you at work might have attended one of these sessions last night. Your university lecturer, your doctor, your neighbor, any of them could be supplementing their income by paying to watch and direct real torture. And the victims could be anyone. People who responded to job advertisements, answered research invitations, trusted professional-looking organizations. People like me, who thought they were participating in legitimate work until it was too late to back out. The next time you see a research invitation with unusually high compensation, or a job opportunity that seems too good to be true, remember that some offers are designed to compromise you gradually, to make you complicit in something horrible through small steps and financial incentives. You might already be on their lists. They might already know exactly what compensation amount would be enough to make you consider participating. What professional presentation would convince you it was legitimate? And once you've attended one session, once you've accepted payment for your participation, you're part of the network whether you want to be or not, because they know that most people, faced with the choice between exposing themselves or staying silent, will choose to protect their own interests, just like I did. It started with a conversation at work. I was having lunch with a colleague from the IT department who'd been going on about online privacy and government surveillance. Nothing particularly radical, just the usual complaints about data collection and targeted advertising that everyone seems to have these days. But then he mentioned something about encrypted networks and hidden services that caught my attention. I'm not particularly tech savvy, mind you. I work in marketing for a small firm in Birmingham, and my computer skills extend about as far as PowerPoint presentations and the occasional Excel spreadsheet. But something about what he'd said intrigued me. The idea that there was this entire hidden layer of the internet that most people never even knew existed, running parallel to our normal browsing. He'd been quite vague about the details, probably assuming I wouldn't be interested or wouldn't understand the technical aspects. But curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself researching it later that evening. It took me the better part of a week to figure out how to access these hidden networks. I won't go into the technical details because, frankly, I barely understood them myself. But after following various online guides and downloading the necessary software, I finally found myself staring at a very basic-looking browser window that promised access to this shadowy corner of the web. The first few sites I visited were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things that were questionable but hardly shocking, and a lot of political discussion that seemed more paranoid than dangerous. It was all rather anticlimactic, to be honest. I'd expected something more sinister, more obviously criminal. But then I stumbled across a link buried deep in one of the forums. It was just a string of random characters with no description, posted by someone with an equally meaningless username. Something about its anonymity made me curious enough to click. The page that loaded was stark black with red text. No fancy graphics, no navigation menu, just a simple message. Live rooms available, premium access only. Below that was a list of what looked like room numbers, each with a small viewer count next to it. Most showed 0 or 1 viewer, but a few had numbers in the teens or 20s. I clicked on one of the rooms with a moderate viewer count, expecting perhaps some sort of chat room or video conference. Instead, I was met with a login screen requesting payment details for what it called viewing privileges. The amounts weren't astronomical, but they weren't trivial either. About what you might spend on a decent meal out. Common sense should have kicked in at that point. I should have closed the browser and forgotten about the whole thing. But curiosity is a powerful motivator, and I found myself entering my card details before I'd really thought it through. The room I entered appeared to be someone's living space, filmed from a fixed camera angle in the corner. It wasn't particularly interesting at first glance. A sofa, a coffee table, some bookshelves. The lighting was dim, and the image quality wasn't great. I began to wonder what exactly I was paying to watch. Then I noticed the timer in the corner of the screen, counting down from what looked like about 40 minutes, and below that, a chat box where viewers could apparently send messages. Most of them seemed to be requests or suggestions, though I couldn't quite make sense of what they were referring to. I was about to leave when a figure entered the frame. They were wearing dark clothing and moved with deliberate, measured steps. What struck me immediately was how they seemed to acknowledge the camera, looking directly at it and nodding slightly, as if greeting the viewers. The person moved to the coffee table and began arranging items on its surface. Even through the grainy video feed, I could see they were being very methodical about it. Tools of some sort laid out in precise rows. The chat activity increased dramatically during this process, with messages appearing faster than I could read them. That's when I began to understand what I was watching. The room had another occupant, someone sitting in a chair that had been just outside the camera's view, until the first person adjusted its angle slightly. This second individual appeared to be restrained, though the poor video quality made it difficult to be certain of details. My finger hovered over the close button on my browser. Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to shut this down and never think about it again. But I found myself frozen, unable to look away from the screen. The timer continued counting down. The chat messages became increasingly specific and disturbing, and the person in dark clothing continued their methodical preparations, occasionally glancing at the camera as if checking on their audience. I want to say that I closed the browser immediately, that I reported what I'd seen to the police and tried to forget about the whole experience. But that wouldn't be entirely truthful. I watched for another 10 minutes before finally managing to close the window. 10 minutes during which I witnessed things that I still can't properly process, let alone describe. 10 minutes that have fundamentally changed how I see the world around me. The worst part wasn't even what I saw, though that was horrific enough. It was the realization of how easily I'd found it, how simple the payment process had been, and how many other viewers were in that room with me. People just like me, presumably, sitting in their homes and choosing to watch something unspeakable unfold in real time. I deleted all the software from my computer that night and tried to convince myself it had all been some sort of elaborate fake. Special effects, actors, a sick form of entertainment designed to shock gullible viewers. But deep down, I knew better. The next few days passed in a haze. I couldn't concentrate at work, couldn't sleep properly, couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed some invisible line that I could never uncross. I'd become complicit in something terrible simply by being a witness to it. But worse than the guilt was the curiosity that lingered. Questions that I couldn't get out of my head. Who were those people? Where was that room? Were there others? How many others? It took me nearly a week to resist the urge to log back in. When I finally did, the site had changed. The room I'd visited was no longer on the list, replaced by others with different numbers but similar viewer counts. The black and red interface was exactly the same, as was the payment system. It was as if nothing had happened, as if what I'd witnessed had been just another evening's entertainment that was now archived somewhere in the digital ether. I clicked on a different room this time, then another. Each one showed a similar setup, a fixed camera angle, a timer, a chat box, and eventually the same type of methodical preparation I'd seen before. The third room I visited was different though. The camera angle was wider, showing more of the space. It looked like a basement or cellar with concrete walls and harsh lighting. Multiple chairs were visible in the frame, though only one was occupied initially. As I watched, more figures entered the room. They moved with the same deliberate precision I'd observed before, but there were more of them this time. The chat activity exploded as viewers reacted to this development, and I found myself reading messages that made my stomach turn. The timer for this room showed nearly 2 hours remaining. I realized then that this wasn't just some sick individual operating alone. This was organized, professional. There were multiple locations, multiple performers, and clearly multiple audiences willing to pay for access. The scale of it hit me like a physical blow. How many rooms were there? How many viewers? How long had this been going on? And most disturbingly, how had it remained hidden for so long if access was this straightforward? I started keeping a notebook after that, documenting room numbers, viewer counts, and any details I could discern about the locations. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd eventually find a way to report this to the authorities. But really, I think I was just trying to make sense of something that defied comprehension. The rooms seemed to operate on different schedules. Some were active during typical evening hours in the UK. Others seemed timed for different zones entirely. The production values varied as well. Some were clearly amateur setups with poor lighting and single cameras, while others showed signs of more sophisticated equipment and planning. What remained consistent was the audience participation element. Viewers could influence what happened through the chat system, though I never fully understood the mechanics of how requests were prioritized or implemented. There seemed to be some sort of hierarchy among the viewers, with certain usernames appearing to carry more weight than others. I began recognizing regular participants, usernames that appeared across multiple rooms, sometimes making similar requests or comments. It was like discovering a community of people united by their shared interest in witnessing these events. A community that I was now, technically, part of. The realization made me physically ill. But I kept watching, night after night, room after room. I told myself I was documenting evidence, but I knew that was just an excuse. The truth was that I'd become addicted to the horror of it, addicted to being witness to things that most people couldn't even imagine existed. The rooms began to feel familiar. I started recognizing certain locations that appeared repeatedly, suggesting these weren't random one-off events. Some rooms seemed to have regular schedules, with timers appearing at predictable intervals. Others were more sporadic, popping up without warning and disappearing just as quickly. I also began to notice patterns in the chat conversations, certain phrases that seemed to have specific meanings, references to other sites that I didn't dare investigate, and occasionally discussions about meeting in person, though these messages would disappear quickly. Someone was clearly watching the conversations. Someone was controlling who could access these rooms, taking the payments, and presumably organizing what happened in them. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. 3 weeks into my nightly visits, something happened that changed everything. I was watching a room that had become one of my regular stops, a space that looked like a converted garage, with medical equipment visible in the background. The timer showed about 30 minutes remaining when a new figure entered the frame. This person was different from the usual performers. They moved hesitantly, looking around as if confused or disoriented. And when they turned toward the camera, I could see their face clearly for the first time. I recognized them, not personally, but from the news. It was someone who'd been reported missing from Manchester about a month earlier. A university student whose disappearance had made the local headlines and prompted police appeals for information. The room's chat exploded with activity as other viewers apparently made the same connection. Messages referencing news articles, speculating about timelines, discussing the implications. Some viewers seemed excited by this development, while others expressed concern about the increased risk. I sat staring at my screen, paralyzed by the implications of what I was seeing. This wasn't just some underground entertainment network. These were real people. People who were being held against their will. People whose families were presumably still hoping for their safe return. I should have called the police immediately. Should have screenshot everything, documented the room details, and handed it all over to the authorities. But instead, I found myself continuing to watch, transfixed by the horror of it all. The missing student was clearly distressed, looking around the room frantically and trying to communicate with someone off camera. The usual methodical preparations began, but this time they seemed different, more urgent. The chat discussion had shifted as well, with viewers debating whether this level of publicity was worth the risk. 20 minutes into the session, something unprecedented happened. The feed cut out abruptly, replaced by a simple error message. The room disappeared from the available list, and when I tried to access it again, I received a message saying it was no longer available. The chat was buzzing with speculation about what had gone wrong. Some viewers suggested technical difficulties, others worried about police intervention. A few seemed angry about losing access to what they'd paid for. But within an hour, the room was back online with a different number and what appeared to be a completely different setup. The missing student was nowhere to be seen, and the usual proceedings continued as if nothing had happened. I never saw that particular individual again in any of the rooms I visited. Whether they'd been moved to a different location, or whether something worse had happened, I have no way of knowing. But their brief appearance had shattered any remaining illusions I'd maintained about the nature of what I was witnessing. These weren't volunteers or actors. These were victims. I stopped taking notes after that night, stopped trying to convince myself that I was gathering evidence for some future police report. Instead, I simply watched, night after night, consumed by a fascination that I knew was deeply wrong but couldn't seem to break. The rooms continued to operate with clockwork precision. New locations appeared regularly, while others disappeared without explanation. The viewer counts remained steady, suggesting a stable audience for this content, and the chat discussions continued to reveal the depth of this underground community. I began to wonder about the other viewers. Who were they? Where did they live? What did they do during the day before logging in to watch these sessions? Were they people I might know, might work with, might pass on the street? The anonymity of it all was perhaps the most disturbing aspect. Everyone was hidden behind usernames, participating in something horrific while maintaining their normal lives in the physical world. I was doing the same thing after all. During the day, I'd sit in meetings at work, discussing marketing strategies and quarterly targets, all while knowing that I'd be spending my evening watching things that would probably result in prison sentences for everyone involved. The disconnect was surreal. My sleep became increasingly erratic. When I did manage to drift off, I'd have vivid dreams about the rooms I'd visited, the faces I'd seen, the conversations I'd read. I'd wake up feeling complicit, as if I'd been physically present for these events rather than just watching from behind a screen. The guilt was overwhelming, but not enough to make me stop. It's been nearly 2 months now since I first found that initial link. I've seen things that I'll never be able to forget, learned things about human nature that I wish I could unlearn. And yet, most nights, I still find myself opening that familiar black browser window and navigating to those hidden corners of the internet. I tell myself I'll report it eventually, that I'll find the courage to contact the authorities and provide whatever information I can. But I know I won't, because doing so would mean admitting my own role in all of this, my own complicity in what amounts to a form of digital voyeurism of the worst kind. The most terrifying realization is how easy it all is, how simple it was to access, how straightforward the payment system, how seamlessly it all operates alongside the normal internet that everyone else uses. If I could stumble across it so easily, how many others are doing the same thing? How many people are out there right now, watching these rooms, participating in this community? And perhaps most disturbing of all, how many more rooms are there that I haven't found yet? The timer in the corner of my current room shows 14 minutes remaining. The chat is active as usual, filled with the same types of requests and comments I've become accustomed to reading. Another evening for an audience of anonymous viewers, each of us safely hidden behind our screens, pretending that what we're witnessing isn't real. But it is real, and tomorrow night, I'll probably be back here again, watching another room, seeing another victim, being part of something that exists in the shadows of our connected world. I never meant to find it, but now that I have, I can't seem to look away. Isn't it strange how sometimes the thing that gets you banned from everywhere respectable is exactly what prepares you for places where respectability would just make you a target? I was 24 and living in a bedsit in Newcastle when I got permanently banned from the last mainstream poker platform that would accept UK players. Not for cheating, I wasn't good enough at the game to cheat successfully, but for what they politely called persistent antisocial behavior in chat rooms. Turns out that calling other players idiots when they made obviously stupid moves violated community standards, even when you were demonstrably correct about their lack of skill. After about 18 months of warnings and temporary suspensions, they decided I was too disruptive for their family-friendly environment. The problem was that I'd gotten addicted to the thrill of high-stakes games against players who thought they were cleverer than they actually were. Losing access to legitimate platforms meant either giving up poker entirely or finding alternatives that operated outside normal regulatory frameworks. The dark web had plenty of gambling sites that didn't care about your previous behavior on mainstream platforms. Anonymous rooms where you could play against people from around the world without worrying about identity verification or community standards. The sort of places that attracted players who'd been banned elsewhere or preferred to keep their activities private. I started with straightforward poker rooms that functioned exactly like legitimate sites except for the lack of regulation and player protection. The games were often higher quality than mainstream platforms because everyone there was serious about gambling rather than just casual entertainment. But the anonymous nature of these sites meant they attracted more than just poker players. People shared information about other hidden services, discussed activities that wouldn't be tolerated on the regular internet, treated the whole dark web like a private club for people who didn't fit into conventional online spaces. After about 6 months of regular play, I started hearing about rooms that offered more than just card games. Places where you could bet on real events happening in real time, often with the ability to influence outcomes through collective audience participation. The concept seemed like a natural evolution of online gambling. Instead of betting on the outcome of artificial games with predetermined odds, you could wager on genuine events with unpredictable results. The sort of authentic uncertainty that serious gamblers were always seeking. One player I'd gotten to know through regular games mentioned that he'd accessed rooms where you could watch and bet on what he called live action streams. Events broadcast from various locations where viewers could place bets on outcomes while they were happening. He was deliberately vague about the specific nature of these events, but his description suggested they were considerably more intense than typical sports betting or casino games. The sort of content that would explain why they needed to operate through hidden services rather than legitimate platforms. After proving my reliability through months of regular poker play, he offered to share access details for one of these live-action rooms. He warned me that the content might be disturbing for people who weren't prepared for genuine uncertainty and real consequences. I should have asked more questions about what exactly I'd be watching and betting on. But the thrill of accessing something exclusive and potentially profitable overrode my caution about getting involved in activities I didn't fully understand. The access process was similar to the poker rooms I'd been using, just with additional security measures that suggested the content was more sensitive than card games. When I finally connected to the live action room, the interface was more sophisticated than anything I'd encountered before. Multiple video feeds showed different locations, each with associated betting options and viewer participation features. The quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting serious investments in equipment and infrastructure. Most of the feeds showed empty rooms or static scenes, but one was obviously active with something happening in real time. A basement or converted garage space with someone strapped to a metal table in the center of the frame. The betting options were unlike anything I'd seen before. Not simple win-lose propositions, but complex wagers on specific outcomes, duration of events, audience participation effects, the sort of sophisticated gambling mechanics that would appeal to serious players rather than casual observers. I placed a small bet on the duration of the current event, thinking I was wagering on some kind of performance or staged competition. The other participants in the room seemed experienced, placing larger bets with the confidence of people who understood what they were watching. About 30 minutes into my observation, someone entered the video frame and began making preparations that made it clear this wasn't a performance or competition. This was real violence happening in real time, with an audience betting on specific aspects of what was going to occur. I should have left the room immediately and tried to forget what I'd seen, but the gambling mechanics were genuinely engaging, and I found myself placing additional bets despite being disturbed by the content I was watching. The other participants treated it like any other form of gambling, discussing odds and strategies with the clinical detachment of professional players. Their casual approach to extremely disturbing content was somehow more unsettling than the violence itself. Over the next few weeks, I found myself returning to the live action rooms regularly, not because I enjoyed watching violence, but because the gambling was unlike anything I'd experienced before. genuine uncertainty combined with immediate results and the ability to influence outcomes through betting patterns. The rooms hosted different types of events on different schedules, all involving real people in real situations with unpredictable outcomes. The production quality varied, but the gambling mechanics were consistently sophisticated and engaging. What bothered me most wasn't the violence itself, but the gradual realization that some events appeared to be happening locally rather than in distant foreign countries. Background details that suggested British locations, architectural features I recognized, even glimpses of packaging or signage that looked familiar. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for incidents that might correspond to events I'd seen in the live-action rooms. Without specific dates or clear geographic indicators, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained incidents than you'd normally expect. One case particularly caught my attention because it involved someone who'd gone missing from Newcastle, not far from where I lived. They disappeared after leaving a pub in the city centre, and despite extensive searches, no trace had been found. The physical description and age matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the live streams, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the timing and circumstances were consistent enough to be disturbing. The possibility that people from my own area might be involved in the events I'd been betting on made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract gambling on distant events. It could be involving people who lived in my city, used the same pubs, walked the same streets. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Former poker player claims to have found evidence of live violence streams while gambling on illegal platforms. They'd probably assume I was making up stories to deflect attention from my own illegal gambling activities. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running these rooms discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world events. I'd been participating regularly for weeks, placing bets and contributing to room discussions in ways that could potentially be traced back to me. I decided to be more cautious about which rooms I accessed and how much personal information I revealed through my betting patterns. But I also found myself unable to stop participating entirely, partly because of the gambling addiction, but also because I'd become fascinated by the mechanics of how these rooms functioned. The betting systems were remarkably sophisticated, suggesting serious technical expertise and financial investment. The video quality was professional, the streaming was reliable, and the audience participation features worked flawlessly, despite the obviously illegal nature of the content. Someone was running what amounted to a high-tech gambling business based on real violence, with all the infrastructure and technical sophistication you'd expect from legitimate online casinos. The sort of professional activity that required significant resources and long-term planning. About 2 months after I'd started accessing the live-action rooms, I received a private message from someone who claimed to be interested in my betting patterns and analytical approach to the events. They said they'd noticed my consistent participation and wondered if I might be interested in additional opportunities that weren't available to casual participants. More exclusive rooms with higher stakes and more sophisticated gambling mechanics. The offer felt like a natural progression from regular participation to VIP access, the sort of reward system that legitimate gambling sites used to retain valuable customers. But something about the tone of the message made me uncomfortable. It suggested they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than I'd realized, tracking not just my bets, but my overall approach to the content. The level of surveillance implied either sophisticated technical capabilities or dedicated human observers. I didn't respond immediately, telling myself I needed time to consider whether I wanted to become more deeply involved in activities that were obviously illegal and potentially dangerous. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect by people who demonstrated they had access to considerable resources and weren't constrained by normal legal boundaries. The next evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was out buying groceries. Inside was a single piece of paper with information that made my hands shake as I read it. It was a printout of my betting history from the live action rooms, showing not just the amounts I'd wagered, but detailed analysis of my patterns, preferences, and successful predictions. Information that should have been private, but had obviously been compiled by someone with complete access to the room's records. At the bottom of the page was a handwritten note with a simple message. We should meet. No signature, no contact details. Just those 3 words that made it clear someone wanted to discuss my participation in person, rather than through anonymous online messages. The note was accompanied by an address in Newcastle city centre and a time the following evening, a location I recognized as a legitimate business area rather than anywhere obviously dangerous or suspicious. I spent the rest of the evening trying to decide whether to attend the meeting or disappear entirely from the dark web gambling scene. Either choice felt risky. Meeting unknown people who demonstrated extensive surveillance capabilities, or refusing contact with individuals who clearly had significant resources and few legal constraints. In the end, curiosity and concern about the consequences of non-compliance made me decide to attend the meeting. But I also made arrangements to have someone check on me if I didn't return home by a specific time. The meeting location was a coffee shop in a busy part of the city centre, the sort of public space where nothing obviously threatening could happen without witnesses. I arrived early and positioned myself where I could observe the entrance while appearing to read a newspaper. The person who approached my table looked completely ordinary. Mid-30s, well-dressed, the sort of professional you might see in any business district. Nothing that would make them stand out in a crowd or suggest involvement in illegal activities. They sat down without introduction and began discussing my participation in the live-action rooms with the casual familiarity of someone reviewing performance metrics with a valued employee. My betting patterns, analytical skills, ability to predict outcomes that other participants missed. The conversation felt like a job interview disguised as social interaction. They were evaluating my suitability for something more involved than passive participation, though they remained vague about what exactly that involvement would entail. After about 20 minutes of discussion, they made an offer that confirmed my worst suspicions about how deep I'd gotten into something I didn't understand. They wanted me to help select participants for future events. Not directly involved in violence, they assured me, just providing input about which types of people would create the most engaging content for gambling audiences. My analytical skills and understanding of what made events unpredictable would be valuable for improving the quality of their streams. The offer was presented as a natural progression from successful gambling to behind-the-scenes involvement, with financial compensation that was considerably more attractive than my current benefits and part-time work income. I told them I needed time to consider the opportunity, hoping to end the conversation without committing to anything, while also avoiding outright rejection that might have immediate consequences. They seemed to accept this response, mentioning that they understood such decisions required careful consideration. But they also made it clear that my previous participation had already made me part of their community in ways that couldn't be easily undone. As they left, they handed me a mobile phone and explained that they'd be in touch about my decision within the next few days. The phone was for communication purposes only and shouldn't be used for any other activities. I took the phone home and spent the evening trying to process what had just happened. My casual gambling on illegal platforms had somehow evolved into recruitment for activities that went far beyond passive participation in online betting. The phone remained silent for 2 days, during which I convinced myself that maybe they decided to pursue other candidates and I could return to normal life without further complications. Then it rang. The voice was different from the person I'd met, but the message was clear. They'd selected a potential participant for an upcoming event and wanted my input about whether this person would create engaging content for their audience. They provided an address and asked me to observe the location for a few hours, noting daily routines and habits that might be relevant for planning purposes. Nothing directly harmful, they assured me, just gathering information that would help them make better decisions about content development. I should have thrown the phone away and moved to a different city immediately. Should have contacted the police despite the risks, to myself, and tried to prevent whatever they were planning. Instead, I found myself walking past the address they'd provided, observing someone who looked like they could have been me in different circumstances. Someone living alone, following predictable routines, vulnerable in ways they probably didn't even realize. I never reported back about what I'd observed, and I never answered the phone when it rang again over the following weeks. But I also never threw it away or tried to escape the situation entirely. Because part of me knew that people who went to such lengths to recruit assistance wouldn't simply accept non-cooperation as a final answer. And another part of me was curious about how far this could go, how much control they really had, whether someone like me could find a way to benefit from association with people who clearly had resources and opportunities that weren't available through legitimate channels. The phone is still in my flat, charged and waiting. Sometimes I think about what would happen if I answered it, what they might offer now that enough time has passed for them to assume I've had adequate opportunity to consider their proposition. But mostly I think about the person I observed and whether they're still following the same routine I documented, still unaware that someone has been watching them with professional interest. There's a moment when you realize that boredom can be more dangerous than any addiction. It creeps up slowly, day after day, of the same routine, until suddenly you're willing to do almost anything just to feel something different. That's how I ended up in a situation that still keeps me awake at night, checking the locks on my door and wondering if those footsteps in the hallway outside are just my imagination. I was in my second year at Leeds, studying media communications. One of those degrees that sounds impressive but basically prepares you for nothing except disappointment. Living in a grotty flat in Headingley that I could barely afford on my student loan. Spending most evenings alone because my flatmates had either dropped out or transferred to proper universities where they actually learned useful skills. The flat was everything you'd expect from student accommodation that charged £300 a month. Damp patches on the ceiling, heating that worked when it felt like it, and walls so thin you could hear the neighbours arguing about whose turn it was to buy toilet roll. My room was just large enough for a single bed, a desk that wobbled if you looked at it wrong, and a wardrobe that smelled permanently of mildew. Most nights followed the same pattern. Lectures during the day where lecturers who'd never worked in media told us about industries they'd only read about in textbooks. Then back to the flat for microwave meals and whatever passed for entertainment on my ancient laptop. I'd scroll through social media, watch YouTube videos, occasionally attempt to do coursework that felt increasingly pointless with each passing week. That's how I discovered the forums. Not deliberately. I was researching something for an essay about digital communities when I stumbled across discussions that went deeper than anything I'd seen on mainstream platforms. People talking about privacy, digital freedom, the parts of the internet that existed beyond corporate oversight. It seemed more real than anything I was learning in lectures, more honest than the sanitized world of Facebook and Instagram. The transition to exploring these hidden communities happened gradually. Someone would mention a forum that required special access, or reference a discussion happening on platforms I'd never heard of. Gradually, I learned about tools that could hide your digital footprint, networks that existed parallel to the regular internet but invisible to casual users. It wasn't difficult to access once you knew where to look. There were guides, communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few weeks, I had access to a whole parallel internet that felt more authentic than anything I'd encountered in my media studies courses. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Political discussions that would be censored elsewhere, marketplaces for things that existed in legal grey areas, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate surveillance. It felt like discovering a hidden city that existed alongside the one everyone else knew about. The first few months, I just observed, reading forums about digital rights, privacy advocacy, discussions of philosophy and politics that went deeper than anything happening in university seminars. There was something addictive about being part of these communities, people who seemed more intelligent, more informed, more aware of how the world actually worked than anyone I knew in real life. I started contributing to discussions, sharing thoughts about media manipulation and corporate control of information. My posts were well received, and gradually I began to build a reputation within certain communities. People started recognizing my username, inviting me to private forums with more exclusive content. That's where I first heard about live streaming communities. Not the obvious stuff, gaming streams and social media influencers, but underground networks that broadcast content you couldn't find anywhere else. Documentary footage from conflict zones, investigative reports that mainstream media wouldn't touch, real journalism that existed outside corporate control. The concept appealed to me immediately. As someone studying media, the idea of accessing unfiltered content, seeing events as they actually happened rather than how they were packaged for mass consumption, felt like the logical extension of everything I was learning about information control and narrative manipulation. The invitation came through a private message from someone I'd been discussing media theory with for several weeks. They'd noticed my interest in authentic journalism and wondered if I'd like to observe some live investigative work. A research collective, they called it, documenting social experiments and human behavior studies that universities wouldn't approve, but which provided genuine insights into psychology and social dynamics. They included access details for a private streaming platform and a scheduled time, that Thursday at 10:30. No explanation of what specific research I'd be observing, just an invitation to witness something most people would never see. The academic framing made it feel legitimate, important, like I was being offered access to cutting-edge research that would enhance my understanding of media and human behavior. The streaming platform was simple but professional-looking. Clean interface, high-quality video feeds, chat functionality that allowed viewers to discuss what they were observing. When I connected at the appointed time, there were already about 15 people online, and they welcomed me warmly. The conversation was exactly what I'd expected from an academic community. People discussed research methodologies, shared insights about psychological principles, debated the ethics of observational studies. Someone mentioned they were pursuing a PhD in social psychology at Durham. Another person talked about their work in documentary filmmaking. They seemed like exactly the kind of intelligent, engaged people I'd been hoping to find in university, but never had. The research subject that night was social isolation and peer pressure. We were observing how an individual responded to being placed in an unfamiliar environment with limited social contact, measuring their psychological adaptation and decision-making under stress. The academic discussion was fascinating. People analyzed body language, predicted behavioral responses, shared relevant research from established psychology journals. The observation space was a small, clinical-looking room with white walls and professional lighting. A single chair faced multiple cameras, and monitoring equipment lined one wall. It looked exactly like the kind of setup you'd expect from a legitimate research facility. Clean and organized, and obviously expensive. The subject was a young man, probably around my age, who'd volunteered for what he believed was a standard psychology experiment. The researchers explained through the chat that he'd been told he was participating in a study about decision-making under stress, which was technically accurate, but didn't reveal the full scope of what was being measured. What followed was subtle psychological manipulation presented as scientific methodology. The subject was asked to make increasingly difficult choices, each decision designed to measure his responses to social pressure and isolation. The academic observers discussed his reactions with clinical detachment, noting signs of stress and predicting how his behavior would change as the experiment progressed. I found myself genuinely engaged with the research. This was the kind of real-world psychology that my university courses only touched on theoretically. Here was an actual experiment, measuring genuine human responses in controlled conditions. The academic discussion was more sophisticated than anything happening in my lectures, and I felt privileged to be observing cutting-edge research as it happened. Over the following weeks, I became a regular participant in these observation sessions. Different subjects, different experimental scenarios, but always the same rigorous academic approach. The research collective was studying various aspects of human psychology: social conformity, authority compliance, stress responses, decision-making under pressure. Each session provided new insights that enhanced my understanding of media manipulation and audience psychology. The other observers were consistently impressive. Postgraduate students, academic researchers, documentary filmmakers interested in authentic human behavior. They shared reading recommendations, discussed theoretical frameworks, debated ethical considerations with the kind of intellectual sophistication I'd been hoping to find in university. These felt like the real education I'd been looking for. My contributions to the discussions were increasingly valued by the group. They seemed impressed by my insights into media theory and audience psychology, often asking for my perspective on how different experimental scenarios might be perceived by mainstream audiences. Gradually, I began to feel like a genuine member of the research community rather than just an observer. That's when they started suggesting I might be interested in contributing more directly to the research. The suggestion came casually, almost as an afterthought, during a particularly engaging discussion about experimental methodology. Someone mentioned that having perspectives from different academic backgrounds would enhance the research, and several people agreed that my media studies knowledge would provide valuable insights into audience psychology and narrative construction. The research coordinator, the person who'd originally invited me, explained that they were always looking for participants who understood the academic value of the work. Someone with my background could contribute both as an observer and as a subject, providing comparative data about how media-literate individuals responded to the same experimental conditions they'd been testing on less educated volunteers. I felt flattered. These people, whose intelligence and academic credentials I respected, were telling me I had something valuable to offer. They weren't just inviting me to observe research, they were asking me to become part of it, to contribute to studies that could advance understanding of human psychology and media manipulation. The logistics were straightforward. They operated several research facilities around the country, including one in Manchester that would be convenient for me to reach from Leeds. Sessions typically lasted a few hours, and participants were compensated for their time. More importantly, I would be contributing to research that had genuine academic value, work that might eventually be published in respected journals. I agreed without hesitation. The opportunity to be part of legitimate psychological research, especially research that aligned with my academic interests, was exactly the kind of experience that would distinguish my degree from the theoretical nonsense most of my classmates were learning. The arrangements were handled through encrypted messaging, which seemed appropriate for sensitive research that hadn't yet been published. They provided an address in Manchester's city centre and a time, the following Saturday at 2 in the afternoon. I was told to bring identification and any questions I might have about the research methodology. The building was exactly what I'd expected from a legitimate research facility. Modern office block in Manchester's business district, professional signage, security desk in the lobby. I gave my name to the receptionist, who confirmed my appointment and directed me to the 7th floor. The research coordinator met me at the lift, an academic-looking woman in her 40s who introduced herself as Dr. Sarah Mitchell. She seemed exactly right for the role, speaking with the kind of measured authority I associated with university lecturers, but with more genuine warmth than most of my actual professors managed. The facility itself was impressive. Clean corridors lined with office doors bearing academic titles, research laboratories with expensive-looking equipment, meeting rooms where serious-looking people discussed what appeared to be legitimate academic work. Everything reinforced the impression that this was real research being conducted by qualified professionals. Dr. Mitchell explained the day's experimental protocol as we walked towards the observation room. They were testing responses to social isolation, combined with peer pressure, measuring how quickly intelligent individuals adapted their behavior when placed in unfamiliar social situations. My media studies background made me an ideal subject, she explained, because I would be more aware than most people of the techniques being used, allowing them to measure the effectiveness of these methods on educated, media-literate participants. The observation room was larger than it had appeared through the streaming platform. The same clinical white walls and professional lighting, but seeing it in person made the setup seem even more legitimate. This was clearly expensive equipment, operated by people who knew what they were doing. Other members of the research team were present, people I recognized from the streaming sessions, though seeing them in person made them seem more human, more relatable. They greeted me warmly, expressing genuine excitement about my participation in the research. Someone mentioned that my insights during previous observation sessions had been particularly valuable, and they were looking forward to seeing how I responded as a subject rather than an observer. The initial part of the experiment was exactly what I'd expected. Basic questionnaires about my background and psychological profile, measurements of baseline stress indicators, explanations of the monitoring equipment that would track my responses throughout the session. Everything was conducted with the kind of professional methodology I associated with legitimate academic research. Then they explained the specific experimental scenario. I would be placed in the observation chair and asked to make a series of decisions while being monitored by the research team. The decisions would start simple but gradually become more complex, measuring how my responses changed as social pressure increased. The other team members would observe through a live stream, documenting my reactions and discussing my behavior in real time. The academic framing made everything seem reasonable, even beneficial. This was research that could advance understanding of media manipulation and audience psychology. My participation would contribute to studies that might eventually help people recognize and resist propaganda techniques. The work had genuine social value, and I was privileged to be part of it. I took my place in the observation chair, facing the cameras that would broadcast my responses to the research team. The lighting was professional but not uncomfortable, and the monitoring equipment was less intrusive than I'd expected. Dr. Mitchell explained that the session would last approximately 2 hours, during which I would be asked to respond to various scenarios while my psychological and physiological responses were measured. The first scenarios were straightforward, simple decision-making exercises designed to establish baseline measurements. I was asked to choose between different options, while the research team observed my thought processes. The discussions I could hear through speakers in the room were exactly what I'd participated in during previous sessions. Academic analysis of body language, stress indicators, decision-making patterns. But gradually, the scenarios became more personal. Instead of abstract choices, I was asked to discuss my own life, my fears, my ambitions. The research team's observations became more focused on my individual psychology rather than general human behavior. Their academic discussions started including specific details about my background that I hadn't provided during the initial questionnaires. That's when I began to realize something was wrong. The information they were discussing, details about my university course, my financial situation, my family background, hadn't come from anything I told them during the session. They knew about my student debt, my poor relationship with my parents, my lack of close friendships at university, information that could only have come from extensive research into my personal life. Dr. Mitchell noticed my growing discomfort and explained that background research was standard procedure for this type of psychological study. They needed to understand participants' motivational frameworks to properly analyze their responses. The information had been gathered through standard academic channels, student records, social media analysis, public databases. Nothing invasive, just the kind of background research that any legitimate study would require. But the academic observers' discussions were becoming less clinical and more personal. They talked about my loneliness, my desperation for intellectual connection, my willingness to do almost anything to feel part of a community that valued my contributions. Their analysis was accurate but felt invasive, like they were dissecting my personality for entertainment rather than scientific understanding. The scenarios they presented became increasingly uncomfortable. Instead of simple decision-making exercises, I was asked to discuss my deepest insecurities, my most embarrassing experiences, my greatest fears. The research team's observations became correspondingly more intimate, analyzing not just my responses, but my motivations, my psychological vulnerabilities, my desperate need for validation. When I expressed discomfort with the direction the session was taking, Dr. Mitchell assured me that this was normal. Psychological research often required participants to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves. The temporary discomfort I was experiencing was necessary for the research to have genuine value. Backing out now would invalidate hours of preparation and waste the opportunity to contribute to important academic work. The pressure was subtle but persistent. They reminded me of how enthusiastic I'd been about participating, how much I'd valued being part of the research community, how disappointed they would be if I couldn't follow through on my commitment. The academic framing made my reluctance seem immature, unintellectual, as if I was prioritizing my personal comfort over scientific advancement. But the observers' discussions were becoming less about research and more about entertainment. They talked about my responses as if I was performing for their amusement, rather than contributing to academic study. Their analysis of my psychology became increasingly invasive, dissecting my personality with the kind of casual cruelty that had nothing to do with scientific methodology. That's when I realized that the academic observers weren't researchers or graduate students. They were paying customers, anonymous viewers who enjoyed watching real psychological manipulation presented as legitimate research. The sophisticated discussions, the academic credentials, the professional facility, all of it was elaborate theater designed to make victims complicit in their own exploitation. I tried to leave, but Dr. Mitchell explained that the session wasn't complete. They'd invested significant resources in this research, and my participation was crucial for the data to have statistical validity. Leaving now would waste months of preparation and invalidate everything they'd learned. More importantly, I'd signed consent forms agreeing to participate in the full experimental protocol. The consent forms I'd signed so casually were more comprehensive than I'd realized. I'd agreed not just to participate in psychological research, but to continue until the academic objectives were met. I'd waived rights to withdraw consent during the session, acknowledging that temporary discomfort was necessary for legitimate research. I'd even agreed to confidentiality clauses that would prevent me from discussing the specific methodologies being used. The observers' discussions became openly predatory. They talked about how long I would resist, what it would take to break down my remaining psychological defenses, how much payment they were willing to make for specific responses. The academic pretense was dropped entirely, replaced by the casual cruelty of people who enjoyed watching others suffer. But I was still in the chair, facing cameras that broadcast my growing panic to anonymous viewers who were betting on my psychological breakdown. The professional lighting that had seemed so legitimate now felt harsh, clinical, designed to capture every detail of my distress for the entertainment of people I would never see. Dr. Mitchell continued to frame everything in academic terms, but her explanations became increasingly hollow. This was research into psychological resilience, she insisted. My responses were providing valuable data about stress management and social compliance. The temporary discomfort I was experiencing was necessary for the advancement of human understanding. The session continued for hours. Psychological pressure disguised as research methodology, invasive questioning presented as scientific inquiry, deliberate humiliation framed as academic observation. The anonymous viewers discussed my responses with the detached interest of people watching a particularly engaging television program, placing bets on how long I would maintain my composure. I don't remember exactly how I got away. The details are blurred by stress and the psychological manipulation I'd endured. I think there was some kind of technical problem with the streaming equipment, a brief moment when the observers were distracted, and I managed to leave the chair and find the exit. Or maybe Dr. Mitchell simply decided the session had provided enough entertainment for the paying viewers. I found myself on a Manchester street with no clear memory of how I'd gotten there. The business district looked normal, professional, exactly like somewhere legitimate research might be conducted. But I knew now that the building I'd just left was something else entirely. A facility designed to exploit people's desire for intellectual connection and academic validation. The journey back to Leeds was a blur. I sat on the train staring out the window, trying to process what had happened. The academic discussions I'd found so engaging, the research community I'd felt so privileged to join, the intellectual validation I'd craved so desperately. All of it had been designed to make me complicit in my own exploitation. That was 8 months ago. I've never reported what happened. Who would believe that a legitimate-seeming research facility was actually a sophisticated operation designed to exploit curious students? The academic credentials seemed real. The facility was professional, and I'd participated voluntarily after signing consent forms that probably covered every legal requirement. But I've learned to recognize the signs now. The casual invitations to observe research, the flattery about academic insight, the gradual escalation from observer to participant. The same patterns that led me into that room are being used to recruit other people, other students, who are bored and lonely and desperate for intellectual connection. I still get invitations occasionally, from different usernames on different platforms. Always the same academic framing, the same promise of authentic research opportunities. I delete them immediately, but I can't delete the knowledge that somewhere out there people are still being recruited for research projects that have nothing to do with advancing human understanding. The flat in Headingley feels different now. The thin walls and broken heating that once seemed like minor inconveniences now feel like vulnerabilities. I've changed my daily routines, varied my schedule, become more careful about what personal information I share online. But sometimes, late at night, when the building is quiet and I'm lying awake listening to footsteps in the corridor, I wonder if they know where I live. Because the thing about that kind of operation is that they don't just exploit you once and move on. They build profiles, gather information, create detailed psychological assessments that could be valuable for future projects. I was part of their research for months before I became a subject, and they learned everything they needed to know about what motivates me, what frightens me, what I'm willing to do for validation and intellectual connection. The academic community I thought I'd found doesn't exist. Real research happens in universities with proper oversight and ethical guidelines. But the desire for intellectual connection, for being part of something important and meaningful, is real enough. And there are people who understand how to exploit that desire, how to make isolation and boredom feel like academic opportunity. I'm finishing my degree this year, though media communications feels even more pointless now than it did before. The theoretical frameworks we study in lectures seem naive compared to what I've learned about psychological manipulation and social engineering. But I've also learned that the real world is full of people who understand human psychology better than any university course could teach. The chair is still out there somewhere, in a professional-looking facility with academic credentials and research equipment. And they're still recruiting participants, still finding people who are bored enough and lonely enough and desperate enough for intellectual validation to sign consent forms they don't fully understand. Sometimes I think about the young man I observed during my first session, the volunteer who thought he was participating in standard psychological research. I wonder if he ever realized what was really happening, if he managed to leave before they asked him to become a regular participant, if he's somewhere now checking logs and listening for footsteps and wondering if those casual invitations he receives are what they claim to be. Because once you've been in that chair, once you felt those cameras capturing every detail of your psychological breakdown for the entertainment of anonymous viewers, you never really feel safe again. The academic pretense might be dropped, the session might end, but the knowledge that there are people out there who enjoy watching human suffering remains. person sitting next to you on the bus this morning might have spent last night watching someone die for entertainment. Your neighbor, your colleague, maybe even someone in your own family could be part of a network that treats human suffering like a pay-per-view sporting event. You think I'm being dramatic, talking about urban legends and internet folklore, but I've seen the application forms. I know how they recruit people, because I filled one out myself. It started when I was unemployed and desperate. 6 months out of university with a degree in psychology and no prospects beyond 0-hour contracts at call centers. My student loan was hanging over me like a sword. Rent was due, and my parents kept asking when I was going to get a proper job. The kind of desperation that makes you consider things you'd normally never touch. I was browsing job sites when I found the posting. It wasn't on the usual platforms, not Indeed or Reed or any of the mainstream ones. This was on a forum I'd stumbled across while looking for freelance work, the kind of place where people advertise cash-in-hand jobs that don't ask too many questions about your employment history. The post was vague but intriguing. Remote work, flexible hours, good pay for the right candidate. It mentioned psychological assessment and evaluation work, which seemed perfect for someone with my background. The pay was mentioned as being well above average, around £40 an hour for part-time work. For someone living on beans on toast and instant noodles, it sounded too good to be true. The application process was unusual. Instead of a CV and cover letter, they wanted you to fill out what they called a psychological profile assessment. Questions about your tolerance for disturbing content, your ability to remain objective in stressful situations, your views on personal privacy and consent. They asked about your internet usage, whether you'd ever access the dark web, how comfortable you were with cryptocurrency transactions. I should have been suspicious, but I was broke and desperate. I answered honestly about most things, maybe embellished my experience with difficult psychological cases from my university placements. The questions about disturbing content I assumed were standard for psychology work. You often have to deal with traumatic material when working with victims of abuse or violence. They got back to me within days, which was faster than any legitimate employer I'd contacted. The response came from an encrypted email service I'd never heard of, with instructions to download a specific browser and access a website through something called the Tor network. They explained this was for security purposes, to protect client confidentiality and ensure the privacy of sensitive psychological assessments. The website looked professional enough. Clean design, corporate language about psychological services and remote consultation work. There was information about their client base, wealthy individuals seeking discreet psychological profiling of people in their lives, ex-partners, business rivals, employees they suspected of disloyalty. The kind of grey area work that exists in the spaces between legal and illegal. My job, they explained, would be to observe individuals through various means and provide psychological assessments of their behavior, mental state, and likely responses to different situations. The pay was excellent because the work required complete discretion and a strong stomach for morally ambiguous situations. The first assignment seemed straightforward enough. I was given access to what they called an observation session, essentially a live video feed of someone's home. A woman in her 30s, living alone in what looked like a converted flat in London. The feed showed multiple angles of her living space, apparently from hidden cameras that had been installed without her knowledge. My job was to observe her routine over the course of a week and write a detailed psychological profile. Her habits, her emotional responses to different situations, her vulnerabilities and strengths. They were particularly interested in how she might react to unexpected stress or threatening situations. The The money was deposited into my account within hours of accepting the assignment. Real money, more than I'd seen in months. Enough to pay rent, buy proper food, maybe even start paying down some of my student debt. All for what seemed like glorified people watching. The woman's routine was mundane. She worked from home, had video calls with colleagues, ate meals while watching Netflix, went to bed around 11 each night. I took notes on her behavior, her apparent emotional state, the way she responded to work stress or personal phone calls. It felt invasive, but I told myself this was just advanced market research or corporate intelligence gathering. After a week, I submitted my report and received payment immediately. The feedback was positive, and they offered me another assignment. This time the pay was higher, the observation period longer. I was building a reputation within their system, proving myself reliable and thorough. The assignments gradually became more intensive. Instead of just observing people in their homes, I was given access to feeds from multiple locations. Someone's workplace, their gym, their regular cafe. The psychological profiles became more detailed, focusing on specific vulnerabilities and potential breaking points. How someone might react to blackmail, what would cause them to have a mental breakdown, which family members they cared about most. I started to realize that these weren't just psychological assessments for corporate clients. The level of detail they wanted, the focus on vulnerabilities and stress responses, suggested something more sinister. But by then, I was earning more money than most of my university friends with proper jobs. I'd moved to a better flat, bought new clothes, started paying off my debts properly for the first time since graduation. The rationalization was easy. I wasn't hurting anyone directly. I was just observing and writing reports. Whatever clients did with that information wasn't my responsibility. I was providing a professional service, using my psychology training for legitimate consultation work. The fact that it operated through the dark web was just about client privacy and commercial discretion. The breakthrough assignment changed everything. Instead of just observing someone's routine, I was given access to what they called an interactive session. The target was a man in his 40s, living alone in Birmingham. The setup was similar, hidden cameras throughout his flat, but this time there were other viewers logged into the session. I could see a chat sidebar where other people were commenting on what they were watching. At first, it seemed like professional colleagues sharing observations and insights. But as the session continued, the comments became more disturbing. People were making suggestions about what should happen next, placing what looked like bets on how the target would respond to different scenarios. Then the phone started ringing in the man's flat. He answered it, and I watched his face change from confusion to fear. He hung up quickly, but the phone rang again immediately. This pattern continued for nearly an hour. Phone calls that clearly distressed him, followed by brief periods of peace, then more calls. The people in the chat were reacting with excitement, commenting on his stress responses and psychological deterioration. I realized I wasn't just observing anymore. I was watching someone being deliberately tormented, and the psychological profile I'd been asked to create was being used to determine the most effective ways to break him down mentally. The next few hours were horrific. The phone calls escalated to sounds outside his flat, footsteps in the hallway, knocking on doors, car alarms going off in the street below. Each incident was clearly orchestrated based on the psychological weaknesses identified in profiles like the one I'd written. The man became increasingly paranoid and distressed, eventually barricading himself in his bedroom, while the chat exploded with commentary and what were clearly financial transactions. People were paying to watch this man's psychological torture and paying extra to suggest new ways to torment him. The amounts being discussed were substantial. Hundreds of pounds for specific requests, thousands for extended sessions. This wasn't corporate intelligence gathering. It was entertainment for people who enjoyed watching others suffer. I tried to close the browser, but found I couldn't log out of the session. A message appeared saying that all observers were required to complete the full assignment to receive payment. More disturbing was the implication that my participation was being recorded, and that leaving early would result in consequences for my future employment with the organization. So I watched. For another 6 hours, I watched as this man was systematically broken down through carefully orchestrated psychological pressure. The torment was designed using the same principles I'd learned in university: how to identify and exploit psychological vulnerabilities, how to create maximum distress through targeted manipulation. By morning, the man was catatonic with fear. He'd stopped responding to the phone calls and sounds outside his flat, just sitting in his bedroom staring at the wall. The chat had moved on to discussing how long it would take him to recover, whether he'd seek professional help, and how his mental state could be further exploited in future sessions. The payment for that assignment was more than I'd earned in the previous month combined. Along with the money came an invitation to become what they called a premium observer, with access to more exclusive content and higher paying assignments. The invitation mentioned that my psychological insights had been particularly valuable in designing effective torment strategies. I should have stopped then, should have deleted the browser, blocked the email addresses, pretended none of it had ever happened. But the money was addictive, and I'd already crossed lines I never thought I would. Each assignment pushed the boundaries a little further, normalized behavior that would have horrified me months earlier. The premium sessions were worse, much worse. Instead of just psychological torment, they escalated to physical interventions. Break-ins while people were away, designed to create paranoia and fear. Items moved or stolen to make targets question their own sanity. In extreme cases, actual physical harm, though this was presented as being carried out by independent contractors rather than the organization itself. The worst part was how systematic it all was. They had psychological profiles on thousands of people, detailed vulnerability assessments that could be used to destroy someone's mental health with surgical precision. The observers weren't just paying to watch random suffering. They were commissioning bespoke psychological torture based on scientific principles of human behavior. And I was part of it. My psychology degree, the knowledge I'd gained studying human behavior and mental health, was being used to cause maximum psychological damage to innocent people. I was helping to turn human suffering into entertainment for people wealthy enough to pay for front row seats to someone else's destruction. The organization started offering me more than just observation work. They wanted me to help develop new techniques, to use my academic background to design more effective methods of psychological manipulation. The pay for this consultancy work was enormous. More money than most people earn in a year for work that could be done in a few hours. I told myself I was just providing academic insight, that I wasn't directly involved in implementing the techniques, but I knew exactly how my research was being used. Every principle of psychological pressure I explained, every vulnerability I identified, every technique I suggested would be used to torment real people for the entertainment of paying viewers. The money let me live a life I'd never imagined possible. Expensive flat in London, designer clothes, holidays abroad, meals at restaurants I'd only read about in magazines. My parents were proud of how successful I'd become, how quickly I'd turned my life around after university. Friends were envious of my apparent success in such a competitive field. But I couldn't sleep properly anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faces of the people I'd watched being tormented. The man in Birmingham was just the first. There had been dozens since then, each one carefully selected and systematically destroyed for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering like a particularly engaging video game. The organization's reach was vast. They had contacts in security companies who could install hidden cameras, telecommunications workers who could intercept phone calls, even people in local councils who could provide information about vulnerable individuals. What I'd stumbled into wasn't just a website. It was a network that extended into legitimate institutions and businesses. The viewers weren't just random perverts either. The amounts of money being spent suggested wealthy individuals, possibly including people in positions of power and influence. Politicians, business leaders, celebrities, anyone with enough money and moral flexibility to pay premium prices for customized human suffering. After nearly a year of this work, I started to receive different kinds of assignments. Instead of just observing existing targets, I was asked to identify potential new ones. People in my personal life who might be suitable for psychological profiling and eventual targeting. Friends, family members, former classmates, anyone who might provide entertaining content for the organization's clients. The requests came with substantial financial incentives, bonuses for successful recruitment, ongoing payments for providing personal information about potential targets, premium rates for people I had close access to. They were particularly interested in my family, specifically my younger sister, who was starting university and living alone for the first time. That's when I realized I'd become more than just an employee. I was part of the network now, expected to provide targets from my own life in exchange for continued financial support. The organization had gradually normalized increasingly extreme behavior, using financial incentives and the threat of exposure to ensure compliance. I tried to quit, sent an email saying I was no longer available for assignments, that I wanted to end my association with the organization. The response was swift and terrifying. They had detailed records of my involvement, including video evidence of my participation in the interactive sessions. They knew where I lived, where my family lived, details about my personal life that I'd never shared with anyone. The message was clear. I could continue working for them voluntarily, or I could become one of their targets. They had enough information about my psychological profile to design a torment program that would be perfectly calibrated to my specific vulnerabilities and fears. More concerning was the implication that they'd been profiling me from the beginning. My initial application, the gradual escalation of assignments, the financial dependency they'd created, it had all been carefully planned to ensure my compliance. I wasn't just an employee who'd stumbled into something dark. I was a target who'd been recruited and conditioned to participate in my own exploitation. I'm still working for them, still writing psychological profiles, still participating in interactive sessions, still helping to design new methods of psychological torture. The money continues to flow into my account, and I continue to live a life that looks successful and comfortable from the outside. But I know what I really am now. I'm not a successful psychology consultant or a remote work entrepreneur. I'm a collaborator in an industry that treats human suffering as entertainment. Someone who uses academic knowledge to help wealthy perverts torment innocent people for fun. And the worst part is that I can't be the only one. The organization is too large, too sophisticated, too well connected to rely on just a few recruited academics. There must be hundreds of people like me, qualified professionals who started with legitimate seeming work and gradually found themselves complicit in something monstrous. Your therapist, your university lecturer, your GP, any of them could be supplementing their income by helping to design psychological torture programs. The person who who assessed your mental health, who has access to your vulnerabilities and fears, might be selling that information to people who want to use it against you. The next time you feel like someone's watching you, like someone knows more about your personal life than they should, like someone's deliberately trying to make you paranoid or distressed, you might not be imagining it. You might be someone's premium entertainment, carefully selected and systematically tormented by professionals who know exactly which psychological buttons to push. And somewhere, people are paying good money to watch it happen. For weeks, I'd felt her eyes following me around my new flat. The woman no one would talk about, the previous tenant who'd vanished without a trace. Now I know why the rent was so cheap in one of London's most expensive neighborhoods. Now I understand the strange stains beneath the fresh paint. And now I realize I might be next. My name is Madeline Cox, and I'm going to tell you about the 18 months I spent living in flat 16B, Cold Harbour Lane, and how I uncovered the truth about Rebecca Walsh, the woman who disappeared before I arrived, the woman whose possessions kept turning up in my walls, and the building manager who knew far more than he was telling. It began with a suspiciously good deal on a Victorian conversion flat in Brixton. January 2019. I'd just landed a curator position at a small modern art gallery in central London. And after 3 months of sofa surfing with increasingly impatient university friends, I was desperate for my own space. The advert appeared in my feed late one night. 1-bedroom flat, recently renovated, private garden access, £900 per month including utilities. In London, this was unheard of. Similar properties in the area went for twice that. I should have questioned it. I should have walked away. But when you're 27, earning barely enough to live on, and sleeping on an increasingly lumpy sofa in someone else's flat, skepticism takes a back seat to opportunity. I arranged a viewing for the next day. Cold Harbour Lane cuts through Brixton like a scar, lined with Victorian terraces that have seen better days. Number 16 stood at the quieter end, a once grand townhouse now carved into 6 separate flats. The facade retained hints of former elegance, ornate cornicing, sash windows, a tiled path leading to a heavy front door. But something about it seemed off-kilter, as though the entire structure was gradually sinking on one side. Martin Ellis, the building manager, met me in the communal hallway. Mid-50s, perpetually damp-looking, with thinning hair combed over a shiny scalp, and a smile that never reached his watery eyes. The kind of man who stands slightly too close when speaking. He jangled his keys with nervous energy as he led me up creaking stairs to the first floor. "It's been completely redone," he explained, unlocking the door to 16B. New kitchen, new bathroom, fresh paint throughout. The flat was surprisingly spacious for London. A decent-sized living room with original fireplace, sealed up of course. A small but functional kitchen. A bathroom with actual full-size bath. And a bedroom overlooking a shared garden. The renovation work was evident everywhere. The place smelled of fresh paint and new carpet. Everything gleamed with that unlived-in quality of recent refurbishment. I should have asked why. I should have wondered about the previous tenant. Instead, I asked where to sign. The rent required a surprisingly small deposit. The paperwork was minimal. Martin seemed eager to have the place occupied quickly. All red flags I ignored in my desperation for affordable housing in Zone 2. I moved in 2 days later, my possessions fitting into the back of a single taxi. Clothes, books, a laptop, and a few framed photographs. The sum total of a life lived mostly in temporary accommodations. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I unpacked my meager possessions, bought some second-hand furniture, settled into my new job at the gallery. My neighbours were largely invisible, the kind of Londoners who avoid eye contact in the hallway and close their doors quickly when they hear footsteps on the stairs. Only Mrs. Patterson in 16A, an elderly widow who'd lived in the building since the 1970s, made any effort at friendliness, inviting me in for tea my second week. Her flat was a time capsule. Antimacassars on faded armchairs, porcelain figurines on every surface, the lingering smell of boiled cabbage and lavender polish. Her walls were lined with photographs spanning decades. Children who had grown into adults with children of their own. A stern-looking husband long deceased. Holiday snapshots from British seaside towns. A life thoroughly lived and meticulously documented. She asked polite questions about my job, my family back in Manchester, whether I was courting. I answered between sips of too sweet tea from bone china cups so thin they seemed almost translucent. She mentioned having seen many tenants come and go over the years. Young people mostly, she said, none staying very long. Then, as I was leaving, she gripped my wrist with surprising strength. They painted over it, I suppose. Her voice had dropped to a whisper. Painted over what? The wall in your bedroom, the stain that wouldn't come out. Before I could ask what she meant, she retreated into her flat, bolting the door with finality. The sound of multiple locks engaging echoed in the hallway. 1, 2, 3. More than seemed necessary, even in London. That night, I examined my bedroom walls with a rising sense of unease. The paint was even, matte white, unremarkable. But as I ran my fingers along the wall that separated my flat from the external fire escape, I noticed a slight difference in texture in one section, approximately 1 meter square, where the plaster felt newer than the surrounding area. I tried to dismiss Mrs. Patterson's comment as the ramblings of a lonely old woman, but that night I dreamed of seeping dark liquid, of paint bubbling and peeling back to reveal something underneath. I woke at 3:17 a.m., the precise time I would wake for the next 18 months, heart racing, convinced someone was in the room with me. By morning, I'd rationalized everything. Old buildings make noises. New paint has a different texture over patched areas. Elderly neighbors say cryptic things. None of it means anything sinister. Then I found the first item. I was hanging a framed print in the living room, tapping a nail into what I thought was a solid wall, when the plaster crumbled unexpectedly, creating a small hole. Frustrated, I fetched a torch to assess the damage, peering into the dark cavity. Something glinted back at me. Using a coat hanger, I managed to hook and extract a delicate silver bracelet, tarnished but clearly expensive. The clasp was broken, as though it had been torn from someone's wrist. I should have gone to the police then. Instead, I convinced myself it must have fallen into the wall cavity during renovation work. I cleaned it up, placed it in my jewelry box, and patched the hole. A week later, while attempting to unblock a persistently slow bathroom drain, I found a clump of long, dark hair wrapped around the trap. My own hair is blonde and short. The hair was at least 30 centimeters long, dark chestnut, and appeared to have been forcibly pulled out. Several strands still had follicles attached. That evening, I finally questioned Martin about the previous tenant. I caught him in the hallway, halfway through changing a light bulb. His reaction to my casual inquiry was immediate. A tightening around the eyes, a twitch in his left cheek. "Student," he said, eyes fixed on the bulb. "Exchange student. Went back to Spain, or maybe it was Italy." He screwed the bulb in with more force than necessary. Why'd you ask? I mentioned finding the bracelet. His hand slipped, shattering the bulb. A thin line of blood appeared on his palm. Must have been left by the builders, he said, wiping his hand on his trousers, leaving a smear of crimson. Chuck it out. That night, I finally did what I should have done before signing the lease. I searched online for information about 16B Cold Harbor Lane. It took some digging, but eventually I found it. A small article from 13 months earlier in a local community newspaper. Concern growing for missing woman. Rebecca Walsh, 25, had not been seen since December 2017. Her last known address, my flat. The article included a photograph. Rebecca had long dark hair, high cheekbones, and serious eyes that seemed to look directly at me. Around her wrist was a silver bracelet identical to the one I'd found in my wall. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I called in sick to work and began a more thorough investigation. I discovered that Rebecca had been a PhD student, researching historical crime at King's College London. She'd lived alone, kept to herself, but was close to her sister in Bristol. After missing her weekly call with that sister, she was reported missing. Police had investigated but found nothing suspicious. The theory was that she'd left voluntarily, possibly due to academic pressure. The case remained open but inactive. Further research revealed unsettling patterns. Local social media groups mentioned other disappearances from the Brixton area over the years. Nothing that appeared connected, nothing that had generated major headlines, but a steady trickle of young women who had simply vanished. Most had been explained away as people moving on with their lives, cutting ties, starting fresh elsewhere. Several had last been seen near Cold Harbor Lane. I found her sister, Claire Walsh, on social media and sent a message explaining who I was and what I'd found. She responded within hours, her profile picture showing the same high cheekbones and serious eyes as Rebecca, but with short blonde hair, a disconcerting mirror of our own physical differences. We met the following day at a cafe 3 streets away from Cold Harbor Lane. Claire was visibly exhausted, with the hollow-eyed look of someone who had been grieving for too long without resolution. When I handed her the bracelet, she held it like something infinitely precious and infinitely painful. I gave her this for her 25th birthday, she said. She never took it off. Claire had never believed the voluntary disappearance theory. Rebecca was dedicated to her research, had just received additional funding, and had been excited about new evidence she'd discovered relating to historical murders in Brixton. The police had interviewed Martin, the other tenants, Rebecca's classmates and professors. No leads. After 6 months, the investigation had effectively stalled. Most disturbingly, Claire told me that Rebecca had mentioned feeling watched in the weeks before her disappearance. She'd complained about noises in the walls, about missing personal items that would reappear in strange places, about a persistent feeling that someone had been in her flat while she was out. She'd changed the locks twice, had considered breaking her lease and moving elsewhere, had begun documenting everything in a journal that disappeared along with her. I didn't tell Claire about the hair in the drain or the patched section of wall. I didn't share my growing conviction that Rebecca had never left Cold Harbor Lane. Some truths are too heavy to place on shoulders already bowed by grief. But that evening, I examined my flat with new eyes. The fresh paint, the new carpet, the replaced section of wall. The renovations weren't improvements. They were erasures. I began to notice other things. The floorboard near the bedroom window that sounded different when stepped on. The the section of kitchen tile work that didn't quite match the rest, the slight discoloration on the ceiling above the shower, visible only in certain light. My flat was a palimpsest. Rebecca's existence scraped away, painted over, but still faintly visible if you knew where to look. And Martin's behavior grew increasingly erratic. I'd catch him watching me from the garden when I left for work. He invented reasons to check my smoke alarms, my radiators, my windows. Once, returning unexpectedly after forgetting my access card for the gallery, I found him standing in my living room, seemingly doing nothing at all. He claimed he was investigating a leak from the flat above. There was no leak, and the flat above had been empty for months. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of every unusual feature in the flat. I recorded the times Martin appeared without explanation. I noted every unexplained sound, every misplaced object, every strange smell. I created a detailed floor plan, marking areas where the renovation seemed most recent or most thorough. And I researched Rebecca Walsh's research. Through academic databases, I found her published work on historical crimes in South London, particularly a series of unsolved murders in Brixton between 1889 and 1891. 4 young women, all tenants of the same boarding house, all found with their throats cut and peculiar items sealed inside their body cavities. Buttons, coins, locks of hair. The killer was never identified, but Rebecca had been pursuing a theory that the boarding house owner, one Martin Ellis Sr., had been responsible. The contemporary Martin Ellis was his great-grandson. That connection should have sent me to the police immediately. Instead, motivated by some misguided sense that I needed more evidence, I decided to investigate further. I contacted Rebecca's academic supervisor, who confirmed her research had taken an unexpected turn in her final weeks. She discovered documents suggesting the historical Martin Ellis hadn't died in 1892, as previously believed, but had changed his name and continued running boarding houses in various London neighbourhoods, each associated with disappearances that were never connected to him. She became quite obsessed, the supervisor told me. She was convinced there was a family pattern, that something had been passed down through generations. I told her she was straying into unprovable territory, that it would damage her academic credibility. The original boarding house, I discovered with growing horror, had stood at the exact location of 16 Cold Harbour Lane. Through public records and extensive genealogical research, I traced the Ellis family history. Martin Ellis Sr. had 5 children. 3 sons continued the family business of property management across different parts of London. Their children did the same. The current Martin Ellis was the last male descendant of the original boarding house owner, inheriting properties that had remained in family hands for generations. I discovered something else too. Every property managed by an Ellis had experienced at least one unexplained disappearance per decade. Young women, usually living alone, often students or newly arrived in London. Each case investigated separately. Each eventually filed away as a voluntary departure or possible suicide. None ever connected to the Ellis family. None ever solved. Around this time, about 6 months into my tenancy, I began to feel watched not just by Martin, but by someone else. I'd wake at exactly 3:17 a.m. with the certainty that someone was standing in the darkest corner of my bedroom. Objects would move slightly between when I left for work and when I returned. The silver bracelet, which I'd kept after Claire couldn't bear to take it, repeatedly migrated from my jewelry box to my bedside table. I began to fear I was losing my grip on reality. Was I inventing connections because of Rebecca's research? Was I experiencing the same paranoia that might have driven her to leave suddenly? Or was something more sinister at work? The fear became physical. I lost weight, developed insomnia, jumped at every noise, started leaving lights on all night, wedged chairs against my door when sleeping. I was living in a constant state of heightened awareness that left me exhausted but unable to relax. I considered moving out, but my meager salary and London's impossible rental market meant I had nowhere else to go. Besides, a part of me felt responsible to Rebecca, to learn what had happened, to ensure she wasn't simply forgotten, written off as another young woman who couldn't handle the pressures of life. The turning point came 9 months into my tenancy. A thunderstorm had knocked out power to the building. As I fumbled with candles, one rolled under the bed. Reaching for it, my fingers found a loose floorboard. Prying it up revealed a small cavity containing a notebook, Rebecca's research journal. The final entry, dated December 14th, 2017, read, M. Watching constantly. Found keys missing again. Located murder weapon in basement storage area. Photographed and documented. Evidence conclusive of familial pattern. Going to police tomorrow morning. There was no entry for December 15th. Rebecca had disappeared on the night of December 14th. The journal detailed her growing certainty that Martin Ellis was following in his ancestors' footsteps. She'd tracked a pattern of disappearances. Young women who had rented flats or rooms in properties managed by the Ellis family over generations. Never enough from a single property to raise suspicion. Always explained away as people moving on. She'd identified 17 potential victims dating back to 1952. And she'd found something in the basement. The basement of 16 Cold Harbour Lane was officially condemned, deemed structurally unsound after subsidence in the 1990s. I'd never seen the door unlocked, but according to Rebecca's journal, Martin kept it accessible and used it for storage. Rebecca described discovering a hidden room within the basement, accessed through a false wall behind old shelving units. Inside, she'd found items belonging to missing women dating back decades, driver's licenses, jewelry, clothing, all meticulously preserved and labeled. And something else, a collection of antique surgical tools passed down through generations of the Ellis family, one of which, a particular curved knife, matched descriptions of the weapon used in the 1889 to 1891 killings. Most disturbing of all were the photographs. According to Rebecca's journal, she'd found albums containing pictures of women in various stages of what she described as ceremonial preparation. The journal didn't elaborate, but her academic articles on the historical murders detailed how victims were prepared before death. Bathed, dressed in white, positioned in specific poses meant to mimic classical paintings of sleeping women. I called Claire immediately, sharing what I'd found. She urged me to go to the police. I agreed to meet her the next morning at the local station, journal in hand. That night, the power went out again. No storm this time. Just my flat, plunged into darkness at 11:42 p.m. I reached for my phone to use as a torch, but it was dead. Fully charged moments before, now completely unresponsive. The spare torch in my bedside drawer was missing. The candles had mysteriously disappeared, and from the hallway outside my flat came the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. I didn't wait to see who would enter. Grabbing Rebecca's journal, I locked myself in the bathroom, the only room with a window large enough to climb through. As I heard my front door open, I forced the bathroom window sash up and squeezed out onto the narrow fire escape. The metal was slick with rain, my bare feet struggling for purchase. Below, the garden was pitch black. Above, the the windows of the upper flats showed no lights, no witnesses. I climbed upward, reasoning that the roof offered more escape options than the garden, where I'd be trapped by high walls. I had reached the top floor when I heard the bathroom window open below. A torch beam swept the fire escape, then settled on my retreating form. Heavy footsteps began to ascend the metal staircase. The roof access door was secured with a padlock, but years of neglect had weakened its housing. One desperate kick splintered the wood around it, allowing me onto the roof. Rain made the slate tiles treacherous. I scrambled across, trying to reach the adjoining building, aware of pursuit growing closer. That's when I saw it, the disturbed section of roof where slates had been recently removed and replaced. The exact spot that would be above the bedroom in my flat. The exact location of the stained wall that had been replastered and painted. In my moment of horrified realization, I slipped. The journal flew from my grasp, skidding across wet slate and disappearing over the edge. I lunged for it, too late, instead finding myself face to face with Martin Ellis, silhouetted against the night sky, something long and metallic gleaming in his hand. "She was asking too many questions too," he said, his voice eerily calm. "About family traditions, about keeping things in the family." The curved knife in his hand matched the description in Rebecca's journal. An antique surgical tool with an ivory handle, its blade gleaming despite its age. He advanced slowly, unhurried, as though we had all the time in the world, as though the outcome was predetermined. "We've been here since before this area had a name," he continued, gesturing vaguely at the surrounding streets with his free hand. "Maintaining properties, maintaining traditions, keeping the family strong. Each generation learns from the last. Each generation improves the technique." I braced for the impact of whatever weapon he held. Instead, from the street below came sudden flashing blue lights. Someone had called the police. Later, I would learn it was Mrs. Patterson, watching from her window as she did every night, witnessing my desperate roof escape. Martin hesitated, calculating his options. That moment of indecision saved my life. He turned to flee, lost his footing on the wet slate, and fell, not to the street, but through the weakened section of roof he himself had previously disturbed. The crash echoed through the building, followed by silence. The police found Martin Ellis impaled on a Victorian cast-iron radiator in what had been my bedroom. When they prized up the floorboards beneath where he fell, they discovered the first of the bodies, Rebecca Walsh, exactly where I had slept for 9 months, separated from me by a thin layer of new flooring. The subsequent investigation revealed the full horror of Cold Harbour Lane. 6 bodies were recovered from various concealed locations within the building. The oldest had been there since 1984. Each had been killed in the same way as the historical victims Rebecca had researched. Throat cut, personal items sealed inside body cavities. Each had been a tenant. Each had started asking questions. In Martin's private rooms in the basement, accessible through a concealed entrance he had created, police found meticulous records dating back decades. Like his ancestor, he had been documenting his work. Unlike his ancestor, he had kept trophies, jewelry, identification, clothing. A family tradition passed down through generations. The basement chamber was a museum of horror. Victorian surgical tools displayed alongside modern scalpels. Antique furniture arranged to recreate the setting of historical photographs. Journals detailing procedures and improvements to techniques pioneered by ancestors. And most disturbing of all, a family grimoire, a handwritten book passed down through generations of Ellis men, detailing their beliefs about capturing the essence of young women to strengthen the family bloodline. It wasn't merely murder. It was ritual, ceremony, religion, each killing meticulously planned and executed according to traditions established in the 1880s. Each victim selected for specific qualities, intelligence, curiosity, independence, that the Ellis men believed would strengthen their lineage when absorbed through their ceremonies. Claire Walsh attended each court hearing during Martin's trial. He had survived his fall, though permanently paralyzed below the waist. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. Throughout the proceedings, he maintained the same eerie calm I'd witnessed on the roof, speaking only once, to correct the prosecutor on the exact number of his victims. The official count was 23, not 17. Further investigation revealed connections to other properties around London, buildings managed by distant cousins of the Ellis family, each with their own history of disappearances. The full extent of the family's activities may never be known. Some relatives disappeared before they could be questioned. Some properties were mysteriously destroyed by fire before they could be searched. The ripples extended outward, suggesting a network larger and more organized than anyone had initially suspected. I never returned to Cold Harbour Lane. My possessions were collected by police, processed as potential evidence, eventually returned months later. I moved first to a hotel, then to a shared house in North London, finally back to Manchester. My curator position was held for me, but I couldn't stay in London. Every dark corner, every strange noise, every unexpected movement triggered overwhelming panic. The nightmares persisted, not of Martin Ellis or his knife, but of Rebecca Walsh beneath my bed, of sleeping directly above her decomposing body for months, of her trying to warn me through the thin barrier between us, of her watching me through cracks in the walls, attempting to communicate what she had discovered. The psychological impact was diagnosed as PTSD. I spent months in therapy, learning to manage the constant hypervigilance, the insomnia, the panic attacks. Slowly, gradually, I began to rebuild something resembling a normal life. I took a position at a small gallery in Manchester, rented a modern flat in a building less than 10 years old, researched the owners extensively before signing anything. Claire and I remain in contact, united by circumstance, by trauma, by the shared experience of having brushed against true evil. We exchange messages weekly. She's finished her sister's research, published the definitive account of the Ellis family crime spanning 5 generations. I haven't read it. Some knowledge is too heavy to carry. Number 16, Cold Harbour Lane, was demolished last year. The land remains vacant. Development plans repeatedly delayed by structural concerns. Locals avoid it. Estate agents can't sell it. The ground, they say, won't settle properly. The foundations keep shifting, as though something beneath the surface refuses to rest. Sometimes I dream of Rebecca Walsh, not as I imagine she was in her final moments, but as I felt her throughout my time in that flat, watchful, persistent, refusing to be erased. In my dreams, she's trying to tell me something, her mouth moving soundlessly behind the wall. I wake always at the same time, 3:17 a.m., the time the police determined she died. I don't believe in ghosts. What haunted 16B Cold Harbour Lane wasn't supernatural, but the most natural thing of all, the human capacity for evil, passed down through blood, hidden behind fresh paint and new carpets, and a caretaker's smile. The true horror isn't that monsters exist, it's that they look just like us, hold keys to our homes, and wait patiently for decades to continue family traditions. The journal was never recovered, somewhere in the ruins of Cold Harbour Lane. Rebecca's final evidence remains buried. Martin Ellis will die in prison. But I sometimes wonder about the broader family tree, about cousins and distant relatives who might maintain other properties in other cities, about family traditions that span generations, about the weight of blood and history, and how some stains can never truly be painted over. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself researching property ownership records, tracking surnames connected to the Ellis family, mapping disappearances across decades and locations, building my own version of Rebecca's research. I don't know what I'll do with this information, whether I'll publish it, share it with authorities, or simply keep it as insurance against the day I might encounter another building manager with too many keys and a smile that never reaches his eyes. I've moved 3 times since leaving London, each time to newer buildings with professional management companies and electronic security. Each time researching the history extensively before signing anything. My current flat is in a converted industrial building, all exposed brick and steel beams, no hidden spaces, no room for secrets. Yet still I wake at 3:17 a.m., convinced someone is watching me through the walls. Check your walls, know your landlord, and remember, the most dangerous predators are those who hold the keys to the places we consider safe. Though it's been 8 months since I found the laptop hidden behind the water tank in our loft and discovered that the man I'd been married to for 6 years wasn't who I thought he was. David and I had what everyone considered a stable relationship. We'd met through mutual friends in Manchester, moved in together after about a year, got married 3 years later in a small ceremony that felt perfect for both of us. He worked in logistics for a mid-sized company. I taught primary school. Ordinary jobs, ordinary lives, the sort of comfortable domesticity that most couples aspire to. We lived in a Victorian terrace in Chorlton that we'd bought together, splitting the mortgage payments and household responsibilities in ways that felt fair and sustainable. David handled most of the practical stuff, bills, maintenance, the technical side of running a household, while I focused on the social aspects like keeping in touch with friends and family. It was a good arrangement that worked well for both our personalities. David was naturally private and preferred dealing with systems rather than people, while I enjoyed the interpersonal side of life that he found draining. We complemented each other in ways that made the relationship feel balanced and secure. The only thing that occasionally bothered me was how secretive David could be about his computer activities. Not suspicious secretive, just protective of his digital space in ways that seemed excessive for someone with nothing to hide. Separate user accounts, passwords I didn't know, laptops that he'd close when I entered the room. He explained it as work-related confidentiality requirements and general preference for privacy, which seemed reasonable enough. I had my own phone and computer for personal use, and it's not like I needed access to his devices for any practical reason. But after 6 years of marriage, the casual secrecy started feeling less like reasonable boundaries and more like active concealment, especially when he'd receive messages at odd hours that would make him immediately reach for his phone with an urgency that seemed disproportionate to routine work communication. The discovery happened by accident while I was looking for Christmas decorations in the loft. David was away for a few days on a work trip, and I decided to get the house ready for the holidays while he was gone. The decorations were stored in boxes near the water tank, and while moving them, I knocked over a small holdall that I'd never seen before. Inside the holdall was a laptop I didn't recognize. Not David's work machine or the personal computer he used downstairs, but a third device that he'd apparently been keeping hidden from me. It was password protected, But David had always been predictable with passwords, variations on dates and names that were significant to our relationship. I shouldn't have tried to access it, should have put it back where I'd found it and pretended I'd never seen it. But curiosity got the better of me, especially when the password turned out to be a combination of our wedding date and my middle name. The desktop contained folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, streaming software, communication applications I'd never heard of. Nothing obviously illegal at first glance, but arranged in ways that suggested activities David had never mentioned to me. One folder contained what appeared to be technical documentation for broadcast equipment, cameras, lighting, audio recording devices. Professional quality gear that would cost thousands of pounds and wasn't the sort of thing David had ever shown interest in owning. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of streaming and content creation. The conversations were carefully worded, but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal or socially acceptable. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list. Recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures, the sort of content that explained why David had been keeping this laptop hidden. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something David had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate and professional. The lighting was carefully arranged, and in the background I could hear David's voice giving instructions to someone off camera. The video showed a basement space that I'd never seen before, but with architectural details that suggested it was local rather than foreign. British electrical fittings, building materials that were common in the UK, background sounds that seemed typically Manchester. Most disturbing was the casual way David spoke during the recording. Not the voice of someone being forced to participate in criminal activity, but someone who was clearly in control and experienced with this type of content creation. I closed the file and sat in the loft trying to process what I'd discovered. The man I'd been married to for 6 years, who taught me to drive and remembered my birthday and helped me mark schoolwork in the evenings, was apparently creating violent content for audiences on hidden parts of the internet. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of David's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing activity that he'd been maintaining throughout our relationship. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and locations that made it clear David wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and expertise. Though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific geographic details, what bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what David was doing, but the systematic way he'd been concealing it from me. Separate bank accounts I'd never known about, rental agreements for properties I'd never visited, equipment purchases that hadn't appeared on our joint financial statements. He'd been living a completely separate life that required significant time, money, and planning. The sort of elaborate deception that takes years to establish and maintain without detection. I put the laptop back where I'd found it and spent the rest of the day trying to decide what to do with what I'd discovered. Reporting David to the police would destroy our marriage and probably result in serious criminal charges. But continuing to live with someone who created violent content felt impossible now that I knew what he was capable of. When David returned from his work trip, I tried to act normally while observing him more carefully than I'd ever done before, looking for signs of the person I'd seen in those recordings, trying to reconcile the loving husband I thought I knew with someone who spent his free time creating content that most people would find horrifying. He seemed exactly the same as always, affectionate, considerate, interested in my work and our shared plans for the future. If I hadn't seen the evidence myself, I'd never have suspected he was involved in anything more disturbing than occasional overtime at his logistics job. But I found myself paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The times when he worked late or went out for drinks with colleagues whose names he never mentioned. The phone calls he'd take in another room, the messages that arrived at unusual hours. Most unsettling was realizing how much of our life together had been structured around David's hidden activities without me recognizing it. Weekends, when he'd encourage me to visit friends or family while he stayed home to catch up on work. Evening plans that would be cancelled at short notice because something urgent had come up. I'd always assumed he was just busy with legitimate work responsibilities. Now I understood that he'd been managing our relationship around his criminal activities, ensuring I wouldn't be present when he needed to focus on content creation. About 2 weeks after discovering the laptop, I decided to follow David when he said he was going out for drinks with work colleagues. Not because I wanted to confront him, but because I needed to understand the scale of what he was involved in. He drove to an industrial area on the outskirts of Manchester, parking outside a warehouse that looked abandoned from the road. But there were other cars in the car park and lights visible through windows that had been covered from inside. I watched from a distance as David let himself into the building with his own key, suggesting he had regular access to the property. Other people arrived over the next hour, all entering the same way, all behaving like they were attending a routine business meeting. That's when I realized David wasn't just creating violent content. He was running some kind of organized activity that involved multiple people and significant infrastructure. The warehouse, the equipment, the regular schedule suggested something much more substantial than I'd initially understood. I drove home and spent the evening researching what I could find online about the type of content David was creating. Most sources dismissed red rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. David would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement, which meant the mild-mannered logistics worker I'd been married to was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks and complications that implied for anyone connected to him. Over the next few weeks, I found myself becoming increasingly paranoid about our safety and my own legal liability. If David's activities were discovered by police, would I be considered an accomplice for having lived with him? Would our shared finances implicate me in funding criminal activities? More immediately, I was worried about what David might do if he discovered that I knew about his hidden life. The violence I'd seen in those recordings demonstrated he was capable of extreme actions when the situation required it. I started making preparations to leave without telling David directly what I'd discovered, opening my own bank account, researching rental properties, making excuses to spend more time away from home, building the foundation for escape while trying to maintain the appearance of normal married life. But David wasn't stupid, and after 6 years of marriage, he knew my habits well enough to notice changes in my behavior. He started asking questions about why I seemed distracted, whether something was bothering me, if there were problems with work or our relationship. I tried to deflect his concerns with vague references to stress and tiredness, but his questions became more specific and persistent. as if he suspected I'd discovered something that explained my change in attitude, but wasn't sure exactly what I knew. One evening, he mentioned that he'd been thinking about making some changes to his work situation, maybe taking on different responsibilities that would require less travel and evening commitments, spending more time at home with me. The conversation felt like a test to see how I'd react to the prospect of David being around more often, whether I'd welcome the increased time together or seem uncomfortable with the idea of closer observation. I tried to respond positively while internally panicking about what it would mean to have David monitoring my activities more closely while I was planning to leave him. That night, I couldn't sleep for thinking about the trapped feeling of being married to someone who created violent content for entertainment and who might become violent himself if he felt threatened by exposure. The next morning, I found that the laptop in the loft had been moved. Not obviously disturbed, just positioned slightly differently than I'd left it after my initial discovery, as if someone had checked to see whether it had been accessed recently, which meant David knew I'd found it, knew I'd seen the evidence of his activities, and was now deciding what to do about my knowledge. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching emergency accommodation and legal advice for people in dangerous domestic situations. But how do you explain to support services that your husband isn't physically abusive, but creates content that demonstrates he's capable of extreme violence against strangers? That evening, David came home with flowers and suggestions for a weekend away together. A romantic trip to the Lake District, just the two of us, no distractions from work or technology. The offer felt like an ultimatum disguised as a romantic gesture. Either accept that our marriage would continue as if nothing had changed, or face consequences that I wasn't prepared to contemplate. I told him the weekend away sounded lovely and started planning how to disappear before we were supposed to leave together. But I'm still here, 8 months later, sleeping next to someone who smiles when he kisses me goodnight and creates violent content in hidden locations during his free time, because leaving would mean acknowledging what I know, and acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that the last 6 years of my life were built on foundations I never understood. And because I'm not sure someone who's invested this much time and effort in maintaining a secret life would simply let me walk away with knowledge that could destroy everything he's built. It's funny how sometimes a single scene in a terrible film can completely destroy your life. I was 16, sprawled across Chloe's bedroom floor during one of our regular Friday night sleepovers, half watching some forgettable thriller she'd found on Netflix. We were painting our nails and complaining about college drama when this one scene came on. The protagonist accidentally accessing a live stream where someone was being tortured. Real torture, not movie violence. The camera lingered on the victim's face for what felt like ages, whilst anonymous viewers typed commands in a chat box beside the video. Chloe made some joke about how unrealistic it was, but I couldn't stop thinking about that terrified expression, about whether places like that actually existed. The next Monday at college, I found myself asking our media studies teacher about it during lunch break. Mr. Henderson was one of those lecturers who actually seemed to know about real-world technology, not just textbook theory. When I mentioned the film and asked whether such things actually existed, his expression changed completely. He told me to forget about it, that curiosity about certain corners of the internet could lead to serious trouble. That response only made me more interested. I'd always been the type to pick at loose threads until the whole thing unraveled. When I was younger, it was taking apart radios and mobile phones to see how they worked. As I got older, it became researching topics that other people seemed reluctant to discuss. The dark web fell into that category perfectly, something adults whispered about but never properly explained. My research started innocently enough. I spent hours reading articles about online privacy, digital anonymity, and the history of encrypted networks. Most sources treated the subject academically, discussing the legitimate uses for secure browsing and the importance of protecting digital freedom. But buried within these discussions were casual references to more sinister applications. The technical setup was surprisingly straightforward. Within a week of starting my research, I'd managed to access the hidden networks that everyone talked about, but few seemed to have actually visited. My parents worked long hours. Mum as a nurse at Queen's Medical Centre, Dad managing a small engineering firm, so I had plenty of unsupervised time at home to explore. Initially, the dark web was disappointing. Most sites looked amateurish, with basic layouts and minimal content. I found forums discussing digital privacy, marketplaces selling questionable goods, and endless political discussions. Nothing particularly shocking or dangerous, just people who preferred anonymity for their online activities. But I kept digging deeper. The first hint of something more serious came through a forum dedicated to extreme content. Users discussed videos and streams that weren't available through conventional platforms, sharing links and recommendations for increasingly disturbing material. The conversations were coded, using euphemisms and references that took me weeks to decode. Red rooms were mentioned occasionally, always in hushed, reverent tones. According to the discussions I found, these were live streams where viewers could watch, and sometimes direct, real violence against unwilling participants. Most users claimed they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to frighten newcomers. But a few insisted they were real, sharing cryptic instructions for accessing genuine broadcasts. The more I read, the more convinced I became that something authentic existed beneath all the speculation and mythology. Users would reference specific streams, discussing technical details and sharing reactions that seemed too genuine to be fabricated. There was a consistency to their accounts that suggested shared experiences rather than collaborative fiction. After nearly a month of research, I finally gained access to a private forum that claimed to host legitimate Red Room broadcasts. The verification process was extensive, requiring proof of serious interest and understanding of digital security protocols. I had to demonstrate my knowledge of encryption, provide references from other underground communities, and pass several tests designed to weed out casual browsers and potential law enforcement. The forum itself was unlike anything I'd encountered in my weeks of exploration. Professional-looking, well-organized, with strict rules about behavior and content sharing. Users were required to maintain consistent personas, contribute meaningfully to discussions, and demonstrate ongoing commitment to the community. This wasn't a place for tourists or thrill seekers. Live broadcasts were announced days in advance, with detailed information about technical requirements and viewing protocols. The descriptions were deliberately vague, referring to interactive experiences and immersive content without explicitly stating what viewers would witness. But the anticipation in the forums was obvious. Users discussing upcoming streams with an excitement that made my stomach turn. I told myself I was conducting research, satisfying academic curiosity about a phenomenon I'd only read about. Part of me still believed these broadcasts would turn out to be elaborate hoaxes, carefully staged performances designed to convince gullible viewers. But another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was genuinely excited about the possibility of witnessing something real and forbidden. The first stream I attended was scheduled for a Wednesday evening. I waited until my parents had gone to bed, then settled in my bedroom with my laptop and a pair of headphones. The technical setup was more complex than regular streaming, requiring specific software and connection protocols. By the time everything was configured properly, I was sweating despite the cool October weather. The broadcast began precisely at midnight. Unlike the grainy, amateurish content I'd expected, the image quality was exceptional. Multiple camera angles showed what appeared to be a basement or cellar, professionally lit and equipped with various items I couldn't immediately identify. The production values rivaled anything on mainstream television. A figure wearing dark clothing and a simple mask entered the frame, moving with methodical precision as they prepared the space for whatever was about to happen. They never spoke directly to the camera, but occasionally gestured towards specific areas or objects, suggesting they were aware of the viewing audience. Then the victim was brought in. I use that word deliberately now, though at the time I couldn't bring myself to think of them that way. They appeared confused, disoriented, looking around the space as if trying to understand their situation. They seemed to be about my age, maybe slightly older, with the kind of ordinary appearance that made them feel real rather than like an actor in a performance. What followed was the systematic destruction of another human being. Not quickly, not mercifully, but slowly and deliberately, with clear attention to the viewing audience's presumed preferences. The masked figure would occasionally pause to check messages from viewers, sometimes adjusting their approach based on suggestions or requests. I should have stopped watching immediately, should have closed the laptop and tried to forget what I'd seen. Instead, I found myself transfixed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional presentation, the interactive elements, the victim's genuine terror, everything confirmed that this wasn't a performance or simulation. The stream continued for nearly 3 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and shaking uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and frightened was no longer moving. The masked figure began methodically cleaning the space, removing evidence of what had occurred with the same professional efficiency they'd shown throughout. In the final minutes, the figure addressed the camera directly. Though their voice was digitally altered, they thanked viewers for their participation and announced that the next live broadcast was already being planned. They mentioned that premium subscribers would receive access to archived content and special interactive features. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened bedroom. Outside, I could hear the familiar sounds of my neighborhood. Cars passing, a dog barking, the hum of street lights, normal sounds from a normal Tuesday night in a normal suburb. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't attend college the next day, or the day after that. When I finally returned, everything seemed different. Conversations with friends felt hollow and meaningless. Lessons about media literacy and digital citizenship took on sinister new meanings. I found myself studying my classmates and teachers, wondering what darkness might lurk beneath their ordinary facades. The forum sent me several messages over the following weeks, automated notifications about upcoming streams, invitations to participate in community discussions, offers to upgrade my membership status for access to exclusive content. I ignored them all, but I never deleted my account or blocked the communications. That was 6 months ago. I've tried to move on, focus on my A-levels, think about university applications. I changed my browsing habits, deleted software I'd installed, even convinced my parents to upgrade our home internet security. I told myself these were practical precautions, unrelated to what I'd witnessed online. But the images haven't faded. If anything, they've become more vivid over time. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but the realization of my own complicity. The knowledge that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. I've started noticing things around Nottingham that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in residential areas with tinted windows and multiple aerials. People who seem to be observing rather than simply passing through. Buildings with more security cameras than their apparent purpose would justify. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Last week, I received a package at our house. No return address, just my name written in careful block letters. Inside was a small webcam and a handwritten note with a local address. The note simply said, "Ready for the next level. Thursday 11 p.m. I threw the camera in my bedroom bin immediately, but I memorized the address before disposing of the note. The location is in one of the industrial areas near the canal, somewhere I'd never had reason to visit. I looked it up online. It's registered as storage units, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for furniture or business equipment. Nothing suspicious about it, at least not on the surface. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and focus on my coursework, my university applications, my plans for a normal future. But Thursday is tomorrow night, and I know exactly how to get to that address on the night buses. The webcam is back on my desk now. I retrieved it from the bin this morning, telling myself I just wanted to examine it more closely. It's a high-quality device, the kind that would produce professional-looking footage in the right lighting conditions. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined. And once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. My parents are working late tomorrow. Mum has a night shift. Dad has some crisis at the engineering firm. The house will be empty from about 7 o'clock onwards. Plenty of time to travel across the city and back without anyone noticing my absence. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the growing certainty that I want to find out what comes next. That the viewer I was 6 months ago isn't satisfied with watching anymore. Thursday night is 12 hours away. After nearly 8 years managing the procurement department at a manufacturing firm in Sheffield, I found myself with 3 months severance pay and absolutely no idea what to do with my time. My wife had left the previous autumn, something about needing space and finding herself. So it was just me rattling around our terraced house near Hillsborough, trying to make sense of what felt like my life falling apart. Unemployment benefit meetings became my only real human contact. The job centre appointments every fortnight, sitting across from advisors who looked barely old enough to vote, discussing my transferable skills and career objectives. Between those soul-crushing sessions, I filled my days with daytime television and long walks through the city centre, watching everyone else hurry to places they needed to be. That's when I started spending more time online. Not job hunting. I'd given up on that after the first month of automated rejection emails. Instead, I found myself drawn into forums and message boards, places where people discussed everything from conspiracy theories to urban exploration. It was on one of these communities that I first heard about the hidden parts of the internet, the areas that ordinary browsers couldn't reach. A user called Dark Matter 47 had posted about accessing restricted networks, claiming there were entire communities operating beyond normal search engines. The post was vague but intriguing, mentioning special software that could bypass conventional internet filters. Other users replied with technical terms I didn't understand, and references to places that sounded almost mythical. My curiosity got the better of me. I'd always been reasonably tech-savvy. Nothing professional, but enough to troubleshoot computer problems and set up home networks. Within a few hours of reading that initial post, I'd managed to access what they called the dark web. The process was surprisingly straightforward, once you knew what you were looking for. The first few weeks were disappointing. Most sites looked like they'd been designed in the late 90s, with basic layouts and poor navigation. I found marketplaces selling questionable goods, political forums full of paranoid rambling, and endless discussions about digital privacy. Nothing seemed particularly shocking or dangerous, just a collection of people who preferred anonymity. Then I discovered the streaming communities. It started with a link shared in a private message from someone who'd noticed my activity on various boards. The link led to a forum dedicated to exclusive content, videos and live streams that weren't available through conventional platforms. The description claimed these were raw, unfiltered broadcasts from around the world, the kind of footage that mainstream media wouldn't dare show. Most of the content was exactly what you'd expect. Grainy videos of protests, industrial accidents, medical procedures. The sort of thing that satisfied a morbid curiosity but wasn't particularly disturbing. Users would comment on the footage, discussing technical aspects or sharing similar experiences. It felt like being part of a secret documentary society. The live streams were different. These weren't recordings but real-time broadcasts, usually announced hours in advance with cryptic titles and brief descriptions. I started attending these sessions regularly, partly out of boredom and partly from a growing fascination with this hidden world. Most streams were mundane. Someone broadcasting from a construction site after hours, or footage from security cameras in empty office buildings. Occasionally, there would be something more interesting. Abandoned locations, restricted areas, or informal tours of places the public couldn't normally access. The chat alongside these streams was usually sparse, with viewers making brief technical comments or asking questions about locations. It was during my third month of unemployment that I noticed a pattern emerging. Certain usernames appeared regularly in the more exclusive streams, and these users seemed to have access to content that required special invitations. They would reference private rooms and special sessions using language that suggested something beyond urban exploration or architectural voyeurism. One evening, a user called Streamwatcher sent me a private message. They'd noticed my regular participation and wondered if I might be interested in accessing premium content. The message was carefully worded, discussing immersive experiences and unique perspectives without explicitly stating what this involved. They explained that access required verification, not payment, but proof of genuine interest and discretion. The verification process took nearly a week. I had to provide details about my online activity, answer questions about my motivations, and demonstrate my understanding of digital security. Throughout this process, Streamwatcher remained professional but vague about what I was actually applying for. They mentioned that the content was intense and not suitable for casual viewers, but assured me that everything was legal and consensual. When my access was finally approved, I received instructions for joining a stream scheduled for the following Friday evening. The message included specific technical requirements and warned that recording or sharing content would result in immediate exclusion and potential consequences. The session was described as a live interactive experience, lasting approximately 2 hours. Friday arrived with typical British weather, persistent drizzle that had been falling since morning. I'd spent the day feeling increasingly nervous about the evening stream, unsure what I'd committed myself to. By the time the session was due to begin, I'd convinced myself it would probably be another disappointing urban exploration broadcast. The stream started promptly at 9 o'clock. Unlike previous sessions, this one had no visible chat function. Instead, viewers could send private messages to the host, who would occasionally respond by adjusting camera angles or moving to different areas of what appeared to be a basement or underground space. The image quality was excellent, far superior to the usual grainy footage I'd become accustomed to. The location looked like a converted cellar, with concrete walls and professional lighting equipment. A single figure wearing dark clothing moved through the frame, preparing various items on a metal table. Their face was never visible, either kept off camera or obscured by shadows. What happened next changed everything I thought I understood about human nature and my own moral boundaries. The figure gestured towards something outside the camera's view, and another person entered the frame. This individual appeared confused, uncertain, looking around the space as if trying to understand where they were. The host began what could only be described as a performance, but one that became increasingly disturbing as it progressed. What started as psychological intimidation gradually escalated into physical harassment. The confused person, I still can't bring myself to think of them as a victim, even though that's clearly what they were, seemed to realize their situation and began showing obvious signs of distress. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing to the authorities. Instead, I found myself frozen, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional lighting, the multiple camera angles, the host's methodical approach, everything suggested this was far from spontaneous. Other viewers were clearly watching. Messages appeared on screen occasionally, brief comments from the host acknowledging specific usernames. Some messages contained suggestions or requests, which the host would sometimes implement. It became clear that this wasn't just a broadcast, but an interactive experience where viewers could influence what happened. The session continued for nearly 2 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and trembling uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and uncertain was no longer moving. The host calmly began cleaning the space, methodically removing evidence of what had occurred. In the final minutes, the host addressed the camera directly. Though their face remained hidden, they spoke clearly about the successful session and thanked viewers for their participation. They mentioned that recordings would be available through private channels and that the next live session was already being planned. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened living room. Outside, the rain continued falling, and I could hear traffic passing on the main road. Normal sounds from a normal evening in a normal neighborhood. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw fragments of what I'd witnessed. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but my own inaction. The realization that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. The following week, I received another message from Streamwatcher. They thanked me for attending the session and asked for feedback on the experience. They mentioned that my viewing history suggested I was a committed participant and wondered if I'd be interested in more exclusive content. The message included links to archived sessions and information about becoming a premium member. I deleted the message without responding, but I didn't delete the links, That was 3 months ago. I found a new job, nothing exciting, just administrative work for the local council, and I'm slowly rebuilding some semblance of normal life. I changed internet providers, replaced my computer, even moved to a different area of the city. I told myself these were practical decisions, unrelated to what I'd seen online. But I still have those links. They're saved in a folder buried deep in my new computer's file system, hidden among dozens of other directories. I haven't accessed them, but I know they're there. Sometimes, late at night, when sleep won't come, I find myself navigating closer to that folder, my cursor hovering over the links. I've started noticing things around the city that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in unusual locations, people who seem to be watching rather than simply waiting. Buildings with multiple security cameras that don't match their apparent purpose. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Yesterday, I received a package at my new address. No return details, just my name and the correct postcode written in careful block letters. Inside was a small wireless camera and a handwritten note with an address across town. The note simply said, "Your turn to contribute." Friday 9 p.m. I've thrown the camera away twice now. Both times, I've gone back to retrieve it from the bin. The address is in an area I don't know well, somewhere near the industrial estates on the outskirts of Sheffield. I looked it up online. It's registered as a storage facility, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for household items or business equipment. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and carry on with my new job, my clean computer, my attempts at normal life. But Friday is tomorrow, and I know exactly how long it takes to drive to that address. The camera is sitting on my kitchen table now, next to my car keys. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined, and once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. The rain is starting again outside. Same persistent drizzle that was falling the night everything changed. In about 24 hours, I'll either be at home, trying to sleep through another night of guilt and confusion, or I'll be somewhere else entirely. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the fear of how much I want to find out. The strangest part is that I was invited, not by someone I knew, obviously. The message just appeared in my university email one morning, buried between assignment reminders and spam about student loans. The subject line was blank, and the sender was just a string of random letters and numbers that looked like someone had mashed their keyboard. I almost deleted it without opening it. Would have, probably, if I hadn't been procrastinating on my dissertation about media psychology. Instead, I clicked it while eating cereal and half watching morning television. The email contained a single line of text and what looked like a web address, though not one I recognized. The text was simple enough. You've been selected for exclusive access. Interest in human behavior noted. That last bit made me pause. My dissertation was about online behavior and digital voyeurism, something I'd been researching for months. I'd written papers on it, posted about it in academic forums, even given a presentation to my media studies class. Someone had clearly been paying attention to my work. I'm not stupid. I knew this was probably some sort of scam or phishing attempt. but the timing was too coincidental to ignore, and curiosity has always been my weakness. I copied the address and decided to investigate. The link didn't work in my normal browser. After some trial and error, I realized I needed different software to access it. It took me most of the afternoon to figure out the technical side, but eventually I found myself staring at a basic web page with a dark background and minimal text. "Welcome," it said. "Your academic interest in observational behavior has been noted. Please confirm your identity to proceed." Below that was a form asking for basic details. Nothing too personal, just my name, age, and location. I hesitated for a long moment before filling it out. After all, if this was related to my research, it might actually be useful for my dissertation. The next page was more interesting. It explained that I was being granted access to what it called live behavioral studies, real-time observations of human subjects in various scenarios. The text was clinical and academic in tone, describing these as opportunities to witness genuine human reactions under stress. It sounded like exactly the sort of thing that would be invaluable for my research, assuming it was legitimate. The page also mentioned that access was limited and that sessions were scheduled at specific times. A timetable showed several slots over the coming week, each lasting about an hour. I bookmarked the page and spent the next day thinking about it. On one hand, it could be a genuine research opportunity. On the other, it could be anything from a student prank to something more sinister. But my dissertation deadline was approaching, and I needed fresh material. The first session was scheduled for that Thursday evening. I logged in about 10 minutes early, not sure what to expect. The page had changed to show a simple black screen with a timer counting down from 5 minutes. Below that was a text box where I could apparently type messages, though I wasn't sure who would see them. When the timer reached 0, the black screen was replaced by what looked like a live video feed. The image quality wasn't great, and the lighting was dim, but I could make out what appeared to be a small room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty. Other viewers had apparently joined the session. Messages began appearing in the text box, short comments and observations that suggested people were treating this as some sort of academic exercise. Someone mentioned psychological stress responses. Another person referenced behavioral studies they'd read about. Then someone entered the room on screen. They were wearing ordinary clothes and moved hesitantly, looking around as if unsure where they were supposed to be. When they sat in the chair, I could see they appeared uncomfortable, shifting frequently and glancing toward what I assumed was a camera. The messages from other viewers became more analytical. Comments about body language, stress indicators, fight or flight responses. It felt like watching a psychology experiment, though I couldn't understand what the actual study was supposed to measure. After about 20 minutes, another person entered the frame. This individual moved with more purpose, carrying what looked like a clipboard or notepad. They began asking questions that I couldn't hear, but the seated person's reactions were visible enough. Increasing agitation, attempts to get up from the chair, obvious distress. The academic tone of the viewer comments started to shift. People were noting the ethical implications of the study, questioning the consent processes, wondering about the institutional review board approval. I found myself typing similar concerns. But then something changed in the room. The person with the clipboard set it aside and picked up something else. Even through the poor video quality, I could see the seated individual's reaction was immediate and intense. Pure terror. The viewer messages became more urgent. People were demanding to know what institution was running this study, what the protocols were, whether there were safety measures in place, but no one seemed to be responding to our concerns. I watched for another 10 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore. Whatever this was, it wasn't a legitimate academic study. I closed the browser and tried to convince myself that what I'd seen had been some sort of performance art or elaborate role-play scenario. But I couldn't stop thinking about the fear in that person's eyes. I didn't log in again for several days. Instead, I tried to focus on my dissertation, using more conventional research sources and avoiding the strange website entirely. But the images from that session kept creeping back into my thoughts, and I found myself wondering what had happened after I'd logged off. The next scheduled session was the following Tuesday. Despite my better judgment, I found myself logging in again, telling myself I needed to understand what I'd witnessed before I could put it behind me. This time, the room was different, larger, with better lighting, and what looked like medical equipment visible in the background. The setup felt more professional, more organized. The viewer count was higher too. Apparently, word was spreading about these sessions. The subject who entered this room was clearly distressed from the moment they appeared on screen. They were looking around frantically, trying door handles that didn't seem to open, calling out to someone I couldn't see. The academic comments from viewers had disappeared entirely, replaced by expressions of shock and demands for explanation. That's when I realized what I was actually watching. These weren't psychology experiments or behavioral studies. These were something else entirely. Something that had been disguised as academic research to attract viewers like me. People whose legitimate interest in human behavior could be exploited. I should have left immediately. Should have closed my laptop and reported what I'd seen to the police. But instead, I found myself transfixed by the horror of it all. The realization that I'd been deliberately targeted, specifically chosen because of my academic interests, made it feel personal in a way that was hard to ignore. The person running these sessions had studied my work, identified me as someone who might be interested in observing human behavior, and then systematically drawn me in with appeals to my academic curiosity. I'd been manipulated, and the manipulation had worked perfectly. Over the following weeks, I continued logging into the sessions. Not because I wanted to see what happened. The content was disturbing enough that I often found myself looking away from the screen, but because I needed to understand the scope of what I'd stumbled into. Each session featured a different room, a different setup, different individuals. But the pattern was always the same. Someone would be brought into the space, clearly against their will, and then subjected to experiences that became progressively more disturbing. The viewer base seemed to be growing steadily. Comments suggested that people were sharing access with others, spreading the links through various channels. But what struck me most was how many viewers seemed to have been recruited the same way I had, through appeals to academic or professional interests. There were psychology students like myself, but also medical students, sociology researchers, and people working in law enforcement or social services. All of us had been identified as individuals whose legitimate professional interests could be used to justify initial access. It was a brilliant recruitment strategy, really. Rather than trying to find people who were actively seeking out disturbing content, they targeted those of us who might have valid reasons for wanting to observe human behavior under stress. Our professional credentials gave us cover, even to ourselves. I started keeping notes about the sessions, documenting what I observed and trying to identify patterns. I told myself this was evidence gathering, that I was building a case to present to the authorities. But really, I think I was just trying to make sense of my own complicity. Because that's what it was, ultimately, complicity. Every time I logged in, every minute I spent watching, I was participating in something terrible. The fact that I'd been manipulated into it didn't change the reality of my involvement. The sessions began to feel routine after a while. I'd recognize certain rooms that appeared repeatedly, suggesting these weren't one-off events, but part of some ongoing operation. The timing seemed coordinated too. Sessions in different rooms would start at staggered intervals, allowing viewers to move between them. But what disturbed me most was how normal it all started to feel. The initial shock wore off, replaced by a kind of numb fascination. I'd find myself critiquing the camera angles or noting technical details rather than focusing on what was actually happening to the people on screen. That normalization was perhaps the most frightening aspect of the whole experience. How quickly something horrific could become just another part of my routine. How easily I could compartmentalize it, separating my normal life from these evening sessions where I'd watch unspeakable things unfold. About 6 weeks after that first session, something changed. I logged in as usual, but instead of the familiar room selection screen, I was greeted by a different message. "Thank you for your participation in our observational study," it read. "Your engagement has been noted and appreciated. You have been selected for advanced access privileges." Below that was a new set of options I hadn't seen before. Different types of sessions, different levels of access, different ways to participate. The language was still clinical and academic, but the implications were clear enough. I was being offered the chance to move from passive observer to active participant. The message explained that my consistent attendance and demonstrated interest qualified me for what they called collaborative sessions, events where viewers could provide input and direction rather than simply observing. The language made it sound like a natural progression, the next step in an ongoing research project. But I knew better by then. This wasn't about research or academic study. This was about gradually drawing people deeper into something terrible, using their initial curiosity as a hook to secure their continued involvement. The truly disturbing part was how tempting the offer was. After weeks of watching passively, the idea of having some control over what happened was oddly appealing. Not because I wanted to cause harm, but because the powerlessness of being just an observer had become its own form of torture. I stared at that message for nearly an hour before closing the browser without responding. But I kept thinking about it over the following days. The progression they were offering felt inevitable, like a path I'd been on since that first invitation email. That's when I finally understood the full scope of what I'd encountered. This wasn't just about providing content for people who were already predisposed to watch it. It was about creating those people, gradually converting ordinary individuals into active participants through careful manipulation and escalation. They'd identified me as someone with legitimate academic interests, drawn me in with appeals to those interests, normalized my participation through repeated exposure, and then offered me a path to deeper involvement. Each step had felt logical and justifiable at the time. How many others had received similar invitations? How many had progressed further down this path than I had? And how many people who ended up in those rooms had started as viewers, gradually drawn into participation through the same process I'd experienced? I deleted all the bookmarks and access software from my computer that night, tried to put the whole experience behind me and focus on finishing my dissertation through conventional research methods. But the questions wouldn't leave me alone. 3 months later, I received another email. Different sender, different format, but the same basic message. I'd been selected for access to exclusive content based on my demonstrated interest in human behavior. This time, they were offering access to what they called historical archives, recordings of previous sessions that I could review at my own pace. I deleted the email immediately, But the fact that it had found me again, despite my efforts to distance myself from the whole thing, was deeply unsettling. Somehow, my participation in those sessions had marked me permanently. I was now part of their recruitment database, someone to be contacted periodically with new opportunities for involvement. That was nearly a year ago now. I've received 4 more emails since then, each offering different types of access, different levels of participation. The language has evolved slightly each time, becoming more sophisticated in its appeals to my academic interests. I've deleted them all without opening the links, but I'll admit that the temptation is still there. The curiosity that got me involved in the first place hasn't disappeared, and part of me wonders what I might have missed by stepping away. That's the most frightening realization of all. Not that such things exist, or that people participate in them, but how easily I could have become one of those participants. How the right combination of manipulation and escalation could turn someone like me, someone who considers themselves ethical and rational, into an active collaborator in something terrible. The dissertation I eventually submitted focused on digital manipulation and the psychology of online recruitment. I got a first-class mark and several offers for postgraduate study, but I declined them all. The idea of pursuing further research into human behavior no longer appeals to me the way it once did, because I know now how that interest can be used against you, how academic curiosity can become a vulnerability, exploited by people who understand exactly how to identify and target individuals like me. The emails still come occasionally, usually around the time of academic deadlines or conference seasons, when students and researchers might be most desperate for new material. The timing is never coincidental. I wonder sometimes about the other people who were in those viewer sessions with me, whether they received similar follow-up invitations, whether any of them accepted the offers for increased participation, whether some of the people I saw in later sessions had started as viewers themselves. The thought keeps me awake some nights. The possibility that I witnessed people who had started exactly where I did, drawn in by the same appeals to academic interest, gradually manipulated into deeper involvement until they found themselves on the other side of the camera. I tell myself I made the right choice by walking away, but part of me will always wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed, if I'd accepted those offers for advanced access, whether I would have had the strength to resist the gradual escalation, or whether I would have become something I never thought I could be. That uncertainty is perhaps the most disturbing legacy of the whole experience. The knowledge that the line between observer and participant, between victim and perpetrator, might be thinner than any of us would like to believe. The latest email arrived just yesterday. Same pattern, different wording. They're still out there, still recruiting, still finding new ways to identify and exploit people's legitimate interests for terrible purposes. I deleted it like all the others, but for just a moment, I hesitated before clicking delete, and that hesitation terrifies me more than anything I saw in those sessions. The human mind has a terrible habit of wandering into places it shouldn't go. Mine certainly did. 78 days ago, I was just another burned-out journalism student at the University of Manchester, drowning in student debt and desperate for a dissertation that might actually matter. Now I'm writing this from a service station somewhere in Wales, looking over my shoulder every 30 seconds, convinced that thousands of invisible eyes are tracking my every move. And the worst part? I brought this all on myself with nothing more than curiosity and an investigation into internet urban legends that turned out to be horrifyingly real. I work at a small online news outlet in Leeds. Nothing special, just writing clickbait articles and repackaging trending stories when I'm not working on my dissertation about the dark corners of internet culture. The job barely paid the rent for my dingy flat in Headingley, which is probably why I developed an obsession with investigating internet urban legends for my dissertation. I wanted a breakthrough story, something that would get me noticed. My girlfriend used to warn me about going too deep into those rabbit holes before she moved to Edinburgh for her dream job. Now it's just me, my research notes, and too much time on my hands. The first time I accessed the dark web, it was underwhelming. Most of the sites were just marketplaces for drugs or counterfeit goods, nothing you wouldn't expect. Forums discussing privacy rights, whistleblower platforms. I was specifically researching the myth of red rooms for my thesis, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even influence. Every expert I'd interviewed insisted they were just urban legends, no actual evidence of their existence. The ultimate internet boogeyman story. For 3 months I just observed, following forum threads and communicating with anonymous sources who claimed to have witnessed these broadcasts. Most were obviously lying, embellishing stories they'd heard elsewhere. I created a detailed map of these claims, tracking patterns and inconsistencies, looking for anything that might suggest truth behind the myths. I never participated in anything illegal. I just watched, collected testimonies, told myself it was all for academic research and journalism. That's when I found the first breadcrumb. It wasn't even from the dark web, but from a message board dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. A user with no posting history had responded to a thread debunking red rooms. The post contained nothing but a string of characters that looked like an encryption key. Others in the thread dismissed it as trolling, but something about it caught my attention. The format was unlike anything I'd seen before. Not a standard URL or a simple cipher. I should have left it alone. I know that now. But at the time, I convinced myself that following this lead was important for my thesis, for exposing the truth about internet urban legends. So I copied the string and spent about a week analyzing it, eventually determining it was a complex access token for a hidden service. When I finally used the key, it brought me to what looked like a waiting room, just a black page with a counter showing 9,412 and slowly ticking up. No other information, no links, no way to interact with it. I observed it for days, watching the number climb to just over 10,000 before the page suddenly changed. The new page contained only a message: observer status granted. Below it was a countdown timer set to 72 hours and a Bitcoin wallet address. The message explained that to maintain observer status, a contribution of 0.05 Bitcoin was required before the timer expired. Not a huge amount, about $1,800 at the time, but not insignificant either. I almost closed the window right then. This was clearly heading into territory I didn't want to be involved with, but a part of me, the part that couldn't stop wondering what was behind all these layers, kept the tab open. I didn't send any Bitcoin, obviously. I just watched the timer count down, curious about what would happen when it reached zero. Nothing happened when the timer expired. The page simply refreshed to show the same waiting room with the counter I'd seen before, now at around 11,000. I figured that was it. I'd been denied access for not paying and was bumped back to the beginning. Fine by me. I actually felt relieved and went to bed resolving to drop this whole exploration. The next morning, I woke up to an email from an address consisting of random characters. No subject line. The body contained only the same Bitcoin wallet address from the website and the words, "Final notice, 24 hours." I hadn't given my email to anyone. I hadn't logged into anything. There was no way they should have been able to connect my browsing to my personal email. I checked my system for malware, ran multiple scans, reviewed my network logs. Nothing unusual appeared. I changed all my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication everywhere it wasn't already active, and even reformatted my main computer. The email bothered me more than I wanted to admit, not because of the implied threat, but because it meant my security had been compromised somehow. That evening, I received a text message from an unknown number. It consisted of 5 words. "We see you, observer." I blocked the number immediately, then spent hours checking my apartment for hidden cameras or signs of intrusion. Finding nothing, I convinced myself it was just an intimidation tactic, probably automated to scare people into paying. I didn't sleep well that night, or the night after. By the 3rd day, when the 24 hours had long expired, I started to relax slightly. Nothing had happened. No more messages. I went to work, came home, ordered takeout. Normal life resumed. Until I received a package. It arrived on my doorstep with no postage or shipping label. Just a small brown box sealed with clear packing tape. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note with 7 words. From one observer to another. Your choice. I didn't plug in the drive. I'm not an idiot. Instead, I used an old air-gapped laptop to safely examine its contents. The drive contained a single video file about 3 minutes long. The thumbnail showed what looked like a poorly lit room. I hesitated before playing it. Everything in me said not to look, but curiosity. That same damn curiosity that had started this whole thing, won out. The video showed a room with concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor, and a person, I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, sitting in a metal chair in the center. They wore a black hood over their head and their hands were bound behind them. In the corner of the frame was a timestamp from 2 days earlier and a view counter that showed 16. In the bottom right corner was a chat window with messages scrolling by, usernames obscured. As I continued watching, frozen in horror, a figure in a featureless white mask entered the frame. They carried what looked like medical instruments on a small tray. The bound person began struggling against their restraints. The masked figure set down the tray and held up what appeared to be a scalpel to the camera, as if displaying it for the viewers. The chat window erupted with activity. The masked figure approached the bound person slowly, methodically. They placed the scalpel against the person's exposed forearm, causing them to flinch. The figure looked directly at the camera, head tilted questioningly. Then the chat window changed. A single message appeared in red text. Shallow cut, 200 USD. I stopped the video, my stomach heaving. I destroyed the laptop and the USB drive, smashed them both with a hammer, then disposed of the pieces in different dumpsters across the city. I reported the package to the police anonymously, but without more information about where it came from. I knew they couldn't do much. For weeks afterward, I lived in constant anxiety. I changed my phone number, created new email addresses, even considered moving. But nothing else happened. No more messages, no more packages. Eventually, the fear began to subside, replaced by a persistent low-grade dread that I tried to ignore. Then, about 2 months later, I noticed something unusual on my network traffic monitor. A tool I'd been running obsessively since the incident. An unknown device was connecting to my Wi-Fi for brief periods, usually late at night. The MAC address didn't match any of my devices. I changed my network password immediately, but the device connected again the next night. I set up additional monitoring tools, trying to identify what this device was and what it was doing on my network. All I could determine was that it was accessing my network storage, specifically folders containing personal photos and documents. The next day, I came home from work to find my apartment exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail. My laptop was open. I always close it before leaving. On the screen was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed, taken the night before. In the corner of the image was that same counter I'd seen on the website months ago, now well over 20,000, and a chat window with messages I couldn't read. At the bottom of the screen, a single line of text, "Subject acquisition pending. Vote now." I packed a bag and left immediately, checked into a Travelodge under a false name, paid in cash. I called in sick to work for the next week. I considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd stumbled across something on the dark web, and now unknown people were watching me sleep? That they'd somehow compromised my devices despite all my security precautions? They'd either think I was paranoid or involved in something illegal myself. In the hotel, I spent hours researching how to disappear completely, how to create a new identity, how to live off the grid. I withdrew most of my savings in cash, bought a pay-as-you-go mobile, and started making plans to leave the country. The night before I planned to leave, I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of my hotel room door opening. I'd engaged the safety latch before sleeping, so the door only opened a few inches before catching. Through the gap, I could see a figure standing in the hallway. They stood there for several long seconds, not moving, not trying to force the door further. Then they slipped a piece of paper through the gap and left. I waited, heart pounding, for nearly an hour before I worked up the courage to retrieve the paper. On it was printed a QR code and 3 words: "Your audience awaits." I didn't scan the code. Instead, I left immediately, abandoning most of my belongings in the hotel room. I drove non-stop for several hours, eventually reaching a small village in the Scottish Highlands where I knew no one. I paid 3 months' rent in advance for a cottage outside the village, using a different name. The place had no internet connection, which was exactly what I wanted. For the first month, I jumped at every sound. I kept the curtains drawn at all times and rarely ventured into the village. But as weeks passed, with no sign of being followed, I began to relax slightly. Maybe they'd lost interest. Maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. I found work at a local hardware shop, kept to myself, started building a new life. I bought a basic mobile but used it only for calls to work. No internet, no social media, no digital footprint. I convinced myself I was safe. Until last night. I was restocking shelves at the shop when a customer approached. A man I'd never seen before in a village where I recognized most faces by now. He asked for help finding Ethernet cables, of all things. As I led him to the correct aisle, he mentioned offhandedly that he was setting up a new security system. Something about the way he said it made me uneasy. The word security system hung in the air between us. I tried to maintain my composure, asking what kind of system he was installing. He examined a package of cables, turning it over in his hands. His eyes never left the packaging as he spoke about being fascinated by observation, seeing without being seen, how some people never realize how visible they really are. I mumbled something about checking the stockroom and retreated to the back room, heart racing. It could have been an innocent conversation. It probably was. But the word choice, observation, hit too close to home. When I returned, the man was gone. In his place, on the shelf where the router cables were displayed, was a small piece of paper. On it was written a number, 57,249. Below the number was a date, 3 days from now, and the word scheduled. The counter, their audience had grown. I'm writing this now from a library computer 2 counties away. I left Scotland immediately after my shift ended yesterday. I haven't been back to the cottage. I left everything behind again. I know what you're thinking, that I'm being paranoid, seeing connections where there are none. Maybe you're right. Maybe that man was just a customer making conversation, and the paper with the number was unrelated. Maybe the entire thing, the website, the USB drive, the hotel visitor, has a rational explanation that doesn't involve what I fear it does. But I've seen the reality of what I once thought was just an urban legend. I've seen a person bound to a chair while anonymous viewers bid on what would happen to them next. I've seen how the torturer looked at the camera, waiting for instructions. I've seen my own face displayed with a scheduled date. I can feel eyes on me constantly now. I notice security cameras tracking my movements. I see people looking at their phones when I walk by, as if they're checking something, confirming something. I don't know if they're still watching because I found something I shouldn't have, or if I've become the next scheduled broadcast, the victim rather than the observer. But I know I can't keep running forever. Resources are limited, vigilance fades, mistakes happen. Sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I see that counter ticking upward. I wonder how many are watching at any given moment. I wonder what they're waiting to see. I wonder what amounts they'll bid to decide my fate. I never sent that Bitcoin payment, never officially subscribed to whatever service I'd stumbled across. But I'm starting to think that doesn't matter. That maybe the payment was never the point. Maybe the real currency is attention, views, engagement. The thrill of watching someone who doesn't know they're being watched until they do. I'm going to post this as a warning. Don't go looking for red rooms. Don't convince yourself it's just research or morbid curiosity. Some things once seen can't be unseen. And some things, once they see you, never look away. If you're reading this and you recognize the patterns I've described, the counters, the observer status, any of it, then you're already on their radar. And I'm sorry, I truly am, because I don't know how to make them stop watching. I'm leaving this library now. I won't say where I'm going next. I probably shouldn't have written this at all, but someone needs to know what's out there, what's happening. If you ever receive a package with no return address, or find your devices behaving strangely, or notice someone watching you just a little too intently, remember my story and start running. The counter never stops. The observation never ends. And I'm afraid that eventually they'll want more than just to watch. In 3 days, I fear 57,249 people will be tuning in to see exactly what happens to me. The worst decisions in life often start with the phrase, "How bad could it be?" 6 months ago, I found out exactly how bad it could be when I decided to pick up a package from a dark web marketplace. I still check my locks 3 times before bed, still flinch at unexpected knocks on the door, still scan crowds for faces I hope never to see. Writing this down feels dangerous, but keeping it bottled up is slowly driving me insane. I'm just an ordinary bloke from Manchester, working graphic design, live in a small flat with my cat. Nothing special about me. I've always been fascinated by technology though. Built my first computer at 12, taught myself coding at 15, that sort of thing. This fascination eventually led me to the dark web about 3 years ago. At first, it was just curiosity, wanting to see if it was really as mysterious as people made it out to be. For the first couple of years, I just browsed anonymously, looking at marketplaces selling counterfeit goods, banned books, that kind of thing. Never bought anything, never interacted with anyone. Just a digital tourist, watching from a safe distance. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, isn't it? It pulls you in deeper and deeper until you're in over your head. It started after a bad breakup last year. I was feeling pretty low, spending most nights alone with a bottle of whiskey, browsing parts of the internet I probably shouldn't have been. There was this forum I frequented where people discussed hard-to-find items, vintage electronics, discontinued products, rare collectibles, the kind of stuff you can't just get on Amazon. One night, I saw a post about a retro gaming console that had never been officially released, a prototype that supposedly had games on it that were never made public. As a massive gaming nerd, this immediately caught my interest. The poster claimed to have acquired it from a former game developer and was willing to sell it for cryptocurrency. The price was steep, but not outrageous, about £800 in Bitcoin. After a week of back and forth messages and too many late nights staring at my screen, I decided to go for it. I'd never made a purchase on the dark web before, but I convinced myself this wasn't like buying drugs or weapons. It was just a rare gaming item. The seller had good reviews from other forum members, and they agreed to a dead drop exchange rather than posting it, which felt safer somehow. For those who don't know, a dead drop is when the seller leaves the item in a predetermined location, and you pick it up after they've gone. No face-to-face meeting, no names exchanged, completely anonymous. The seller gave me coordinates to a location on the outskirts of Manchester, an abandoned industrial estate that had been scheduled for demolition for years but was still standing. I know how this sounds, red flags everywhere, but I convinced myself this was just how these transactions worked. The place would be deserted. I'd grab the package and be back home playing unreleased games from the 90s within an hour. The pickup was scheduled for 10 p.m. on a Friday in November. It was already dark by 4:30, and a light drizzle had been falling all day, making the streets gleam under the streetlights. I drove to a car park about half a mile from the location, figuring it would be safer to approach on foot. The rational part of my brain was finally raising some objections, suggesting that maybe meeting a stranger from the dark web at an abandoned factory wasn't the best idea I'd ever had. The industrial estate was exactly as depressing as you'd expect. Crumbling brick buildings with broken windows, graffiti-covered walls, and rusting chain-link fences with no trespassing signs hanging at odd angles. The only light came from a single street lamp at the entrance and the occasional passing headlights from the distant main road. Following the GPS on my phone, I made my way to the specific building the seller had described. It was an old warehouse with most of its roof missing, the inside a cavernous space filled with shadows. The dead drop location was supposedly just inside the main entrance. Behind the third column on the left, inside a blue plastic container. I switched on my phone's torch and stepped inside, the beam creating more shadows than it dispelled. The floor was littered with debris, broken glass, empty cans, chunks of fallen ceiling. Every step echoed in the empty space, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond my light's reach. I found the third column, and sure enough, there was a blue plastic storage box behind it. It was smaller than I expected, about the size of a shoebox. I picked it up, surprised by how light it felt. This wasn't a gaming console, unless it was just components. That's when I noticed something odd. The box was warm, not hot, but definitely above ambient temperature, as if it had been sitting in a heated room rather than a freezing abandoned warehouse. I should have left right then, should have put the box down and walked away. But instead, I opened it. Inside was a single smartphone, not a gaming console, not even close to what I'd been promised. It was an older model, nothing special. The screen was dark, but as soon as I touched it, it lit up. No lock screen, just a video player already open, showing a paused video. The thumbnail was dark and unclear. Standing there in that cold, empty building, I pressed play. The video showed a room I didn't recognize, some kind of basement or cellar with concrete walls. In the center was a person tied to a chair, head covered with a black bag. Someone moved into frame, wearing gloves and a mask that covered their entire face. They held up a piece of paper with today's date written on it, then a second paper with my username from the forum. My blood turned to ice. I nearly dropped the phone as I realized what I was looking at. This wasn't a scam in the traditional sense. I wasn't being sold a fake item. This was something much worse. The video continued, showing the masked person removing the bag from the captive's head. I won't describe what happened next. I couldn't watch it all. I shut the video off after less than a minute, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel outside the warehouse. Multiple sets, getting closer. In a moment of panic-induced clarity, I switched off my torch, dropped the phone back in the box, and moved as quickly and quietly as possible toward the back of the warehouse. There was a door there. I'd noticed it on my way in. I had no idea where it led, but it had to be better than staying. I made it through the door, just as beams of torchlight swept into the warehouse from the main entrance. The back door led to a narrow alley between buildings. I ran, not caring about the noise now, just needing to put as much distance between myself and whoever had followed me there. I made it back to my car without seeing anyone, drove home with my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest, and spent the night with my furniture pushed against the door, convinced that whoever had set this up would be coming for me next. The next day, after no sleep and too much coffee, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Best case scenario, the video was fake, some sick prank to scare dark web tourists like me. Worst case, I couldn't even bring myself to consider the worst case, that I had somehow, unwittingly, paid for someone to be hurt, that my Bitcoin transaction had funded something unspeakable. I spent the next week in a state of paranoia, jumping at every sound, convinced I was being followed. I changed all my passwords, wiped my computer, threw away the hard drive. I even considered going to the police, but what would I say? That I'd tried to buy illegal merchandise on the dark web and may have accidentally funded a violent crime. That I'd handled a phone that potentially contained evidence of such a crime and then left it behind. After a month of constant anxiety, I moved to a different city. I told everyone it was for a new job, but really, I just couldn't stand being in Manchester anymore. Couldn't walk past that industrial estate on my way to work. Couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It's been 6 months now. I haven't been back on the dark web, haven't even used Tor. I checked the local Manchester news obsessively for reports of bodies found in abandoned buildings, but nothing has ever come up that matches what I saw. Sometimes I managed to convince myself it was all an elaborate hoax, that the video was staged, the follow-up footsteps just a coincidence. But then I remember how real it looked, how the person's eyes widened in genuine fear when the bag was removed, how the phone was warm, as if it had recently been in someone's pocket, how specific the message was, with my username clearly displayed. I don't know if I was set up from the beginning or if I just got caught in something bigger and more terrible than I could have imagined. All I know is that the dark web isn't just some harmless playground for the technologically curious. It's a place where real people do real harm, and sometimes your curiosity can make you complicit in ways you never intended. I still have nightmares about that video. Still wonder who the person in the chair was and if there was anything I could have done to help them. Still wonder if somewhere out there, someone has my name on a list because I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. So that's my story. A warning, I suppose, about the dangers of thinking you can dip your toes into the darker parts of the internet without consequences. Some things can't be unseen, and some curiosities come with costs far higher than you're willing to pay. The silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, like watching something through glass that you knew you shouldn't be seeing, but couldn't quite stop yourself from observing. I was 18 and halfway through my A-levels when I got bored with fictional horror and started looking for something real. Not that the creepy pastor forums I'd been frequenting were particularly scary. Most of the stories were obviously made up by teenagers trying to one-up each other with increasingly ridiculous scenarios involving supernatural entities and impossible situations. What I wanted was genuine fear, the sort that comes from knowing something terrible actually happened rather than just imagining it might. Real footage, authentic documentation, evidence of events that would make you lose sleep because they were part of the actual world, rather than someone's creative writing exercise. The transition from fictional horror to real content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage from accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't broadcast. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just material that was too graphic or disturbing for regular platforms. Each community led to recommendations for others, and the content kept escalating. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked investigation footage, material that existed in legal grey areas. The sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, accessible if you knew where to look, but hidden from casual browsers. One forum I discovered was dedicated to what they called authentic extreme documentation. The participants approached it like academic research, verifying whether violent content was genuine or staged, discussing production techniques, and analyzing geographic indicators with more professionalism than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most participants were skeptical, discussing the technical and legal barriers that would make such operations nearly impossible to maintain. But a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting red rooms might actually exist. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. What made me pay attention was the level of detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, content distribution, and audience management with expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by Archive Seeker, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He was cautious about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity before providing access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just seeking sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Archive Seeker finally shared some files from his archive. The material was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archive Seeker explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing viewers. Not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about finding authentic horror stories, not witnessing actual crimes. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Archive Seeker assured me that observation didn't require participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and strapped to that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, with people making suggestions and placing bets on various outcomes. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour, using headphones so my parents wouldn't hear anything from my bedroom. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Just silence that made everything feel more immediate and real. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed ordinarily, jeans, plain shirt, work boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various apparatus that wasn't fully visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me lean closer to my laptop screen. The figure had moved to adjust one of the cameras, and for a moment I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall was a fire safety certificate, the sort of official documentation you see in commercial buildings to show they meet safety regulations. The certificate was issued by a company I recognized, a local fire safety firm that did inspections for businesses around Essex, where I lived. I'd seen their signs on various shops and offices in my town, including at the college where I was studying, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere relatively local to where I was sitting. I took screenshots of the certificate and researched the fire safety company online. They serviced commercial properties throughout Essex and East London, including warehouses, offices, and industrial units. Hundreds of potential locations where someone could set up streaming equipment without attracting attention. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the local connection, looking at commercial property listings, checking business directories, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The man from the stream bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just what had obviously happened to him, but the way he'd looked around that room with growing understanding of his situation. The moment when confusion had turned to genuine fear. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but I knew how that would sound. Sixth form student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing a fire safety certificate from a local company. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. Archive Seeker had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my A-level coursework instead, but the idea that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and real than just another piece of extreme internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This location was clearer in terms of identifying features, not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted workshop or garage with distinctive elements that made it easier to place geographically. Most importantly, there was a window visible in the background that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Terraced houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive lamp designs, road markings that suggested British rather than foreign location. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those house designs, the streetlight style, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Essex I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within about 20 miles of where I lived. The realization that red rooms might be operating locally, rather than in some distant country, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign locations. They were people who might live in my area, shop in the same places, use the same roads. I started paying more attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. But without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. What I did find were several reports of people who disappeared without trace over the past year. Not enough to establish any pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a relatively small geographic area. One case particularly caught my attention. A man in his 30s had been reported missing about 2 months earlier, after failing to return from what should have been a routine evening out. The physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archived streams Archive Seeker had shared. The missing person report included a photograph that looked very similar to one of the victims, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the age, build, and general appearance were consistent enough to be disturbing. I researched the circumstances of his disappearance more thoroughly. He'd left home around 7 p.m. to meet friends at a pub in town, but had never arrived. His car was found the next morning in a supermarket car park about 5 miles away, with no signs of struggle or obvious explanation for why he'd abandoned it there. The location where his car was discovered was interesting because it was near an industrial estate with several empty units that had been vacant for months. The sort of place where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors or regular foot traffic. I decided to visit the industrial estate, using college work as an excuse to take the bus in that direction. Most of the units were legitimate businesses, small manufacturing, logistics companies, vehicle repair shops, but several were clearly empty, with to-let signs and boarded windows. One unit particularly caught my attention because it had been vacant longer than the others, according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, electrical connections that suggested power was still connected despite the property being officially empty. From the road, everything looked normal. Just another vacant commercial unit waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit, despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or streaming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where some of the streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether anyone would take a sixth form student seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports, document activity at the property, record when lights were visible, note which vehicles visited and when, build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that changed my approach entirely. One of the regular visitors to the vacant unit was someone I recognized from college. Not a student, but one of the part-time maintenance staff who worked around the buildings and grounds. Someone who had access to areas students didn't normally go, who could move around without attracting attention, who would know which parts of the college were empty at different times. Someone who would have seen me around campus regularly and could easily find out my personal details from college records. The realization that someone from my own college might be involved in Red Room operations made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about the situation. This wasn't just about finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about discovering that someone from my daily environment was potentially involved in torture and murder. I stopped visiting the industrial estate after that realization. If the maintenance worker was involved and had noticed my interest in the vacant unit, then I'd potentially identified myself as someone who knew too much about their activities. The next day at college, I found myself paying attention to the maintenance staff in ways I never had before, watching how they moved around the building, which areas they accessed, whether they showed any unusual interest in particular students or staff members. The worker I'd recognized seemed to be watching me too. Not obviously, but I caught him looking in my direction more often than felt normal, and he seemed to be working in areas near my usual routes, between classes more frequently than before. That evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Curiosity can be dangerous. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was just coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every glance from the maintenance worker at college felt threatening. Every unexpected sound at home made me check the windows and doors, but nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped participating in the extreme content forums and tried to focus on my A-level coursework instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The maintenance worker left the college about 2 weeks later. According to the staff I asked, he'd found better employment elsewhere and given standard notice. Nothing suspicious about the circumstances, just normal staff turnover. But I noticed that the lights stopped appearing in the vacant industrial unit around the same time. I never reported what I'd discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for university. But I still think about that first stream and the silence that had made it impossible to look away. How the lack of audio had somehow made everything feel more real and immediate than if there had been sound. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial units and empty buildings across the country, operated by people who work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives when they're not broadcasting real violence to paying audiences. Silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, but sometimes the most disturbing thing about extreme content isn't what you can see and hear. It's realizing how close it might be to your own everyday world.